Lake Karapiro in Waipa, the District of Champions plays host to the Maadi Regatta, the largest secondary school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. Crews have come here from all over the country to showcase their boat speed. They will set off from the boat park towards the southern end of the lake. In the warm-up zone, they will execute their final preparations for the pinnacle of their season. The start zone is for the courageous. The grind zone is for the mettle. And the finish line is for the victor. Welcome to Karapiro. Welcome to the Maadi Regatta.
It's the biggest secondary school sports event in the Southern Hemisphere, the Maadi Regatta, right here at Lake Karapiro. For coaches of school rowers, it's the big one. So where do they like to watch the action?
I go down the hill if it's here, and I get under the trees in the shade because I don't like the heat, but I can see the course.
I pace. I'm a pacer, bit of a yeller.
Most of the race I'll hide away until the last 500.
I guess I like standing down this end because I can see the end of the track. I can see right down the course, but I can see the way that we're finishing.
I like watching from the stand, but I definitely won't watch the first 1,000.
I'm quite often just pacing up and down near the pontoon, near the podium.
Find out where Gus stands to watch Maadi Cup. He's got quite big legs. Is this it?
Yeah.
You stand here?
No, sit.
He said it was in the shade.
Oh, it normally is by the afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So talk me through it.
Well, I can see down there and see the colours, and you can see the white boys at the 500, and I can see the 1,000 metre boys down there. You can see the rower boats across there.
Okay, so looking at those boats, who's doing well? How do you possibly know?
Lane 4 and 5 are up, but you would almost expect that, but lane 7 is up more than what you might expect from a lane 7. That's almost equal with lanes 4 and 5 at the moment.
I'm nervous. I feel like sometimes I'm more nervous than the boys. Like, they've done all the work, we've done all we can, and all we can do is put them on water and hope they execute the race well.
It's school racing. You get to the end of the season, that's what you work for. It's a very prestigious regatta, a lot of history.
For us as coaches, it's hopefully seeing the fruition and the development of some really good people, and I mean that's what we're about. We want to make fast boats, and we don't talk about medals or winning.
Our group of kids that we've got right now are just great top to bottom in terms of their character and how much work they put into it. You know, that not only are they performing well out on the water, they're quite often quite high achievers academically, and about 70% of our squad has part-time jobs that they balance around their rowing.
I tell a lie, occasionally I've sprinted along the bank when I've really thought we're in the medals and had to have a bit of a yell with the rest of the troops.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, give them all the encouragement that they need, but the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you'll be really to support.
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents are reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, if it was with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support, and they're amazing. Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, 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 more communication. But I think it's as much about understanding each other. You know, we need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. You know, what is important, what are they trying to achieve, and how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport.
The kids enjoy it. That's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just told to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance and we're stoked with all the boys out here today, and yeah, big thanks to Alan. Cheer.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, it's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. You know, if they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that, you know, sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up. And we're always there for them to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and they've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them, just think about what's coming next.
Rowing is a family. You're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or, you know, finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, you know, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
Finn, can you give us a rundown of what goes through your head during the race, right from start to finish, like as though we're absolutely green, we've never seen a coastal race in our life?
Well, the first thing for me is trying to keep calm because it's very quick and you don't want to get too flustered or you can kind of screw your race up. So trying to stay calm while also being like really on the ball. Gun goes, it's a 1v1 race, so you're running separate directions out to your boats. First challenge is getting in. So you want to kind of take your time, find your seat. You can lose a lot of time in the start if you don't get in the boat properly. So usually someone is holding your seat for you. You can sit down, get your feet in. The boat handlers will start moving you out. Once you've got your oars, then you're off sprinting. A major thing with the beach sprint is waves, and that can either win you or cost you the race, really. So a lot of variability based on the swells. So we're making our way out past 3 buoys. You want to keep as straight a course as possible. Ideally, you can actually hit the buoy with your rigger or oar to keep that straight line. First buoy we take to our stroke side, our second buoy we come on our bow, and the final buoy we end up doing a full turn 180 and come straight back into the beach. Now, this is where you want to try and time yourself with waves. Sometimes you get nothing, sometimes you can get a really nice run in, and it makes a huge difference if you can ride a wave all the way into the beach. Getting into the beach is our exit. Again, another make or break of the race.
How do you exit?
Hopefully on my feet. Sometimes you can end up on your face. Ideally, we make it out on our feet, and then it's a sprint up around a flag and up to a buzzer on the finish line.
How tired are you after a coastal race?
You're pretty smoked.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talked to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication and coaching. How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will in a huge way affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it and ultimately their success as well. So I try deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby. We don't want to do that. So I call it the entering of the water, or the protection, or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maadi Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that, and it was generally the younger ones who just said to hell with it. Look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
I've been involved in rowing all my life, been with the Avon Rowing Club. I held all the positions in the Avon Rowing Club and CRA. As far as the coaching goes, I finished rowing and I was 22, and Ted Lindstrom and Fred Strawn spent an hour and a half on the riverbank one day trying to talk me into coaching, and I said no. And in the evening, Ted Lindstrom arrived round home, and 4 hours later, between my parents and Ted, I ended up coaching. So
rowing for me is very foreign, know nothing about it. We started with the help of Pat and Colin last year, and then we thought it would be a really cool idea to involve other schools from Selwyn so that we could grow rowing in the Selwyn district.
A lot of these children that are here, these rowers that are here, they're not sporty kids. They've come along, they've had a go, they've loved it, they've got into it, they've met different people. They come from all different diverse backgrounds. It's great having the homeschoolers here as well.
lay hold, lift, above your head. Well done.
Right, what way you want to go? You go that way, I'll go this way.
Kids in the country didn't get the opportunity to row, it's too far to go, too expensive. So we're doing it on the cheap. Avon gave us all these old boats. Fella gave me a quad, and Burnside High gave me another quad, and we've got second-hand oars.
As an ex-rower, I always talk about rowing with my daughter, so she's always been interested. And as soon as we heard that Selwyn rowing was starting up, she was like, I'm in. And she's loved it. She's absolutely loved it every step of the way, even falling out of the boat twice.
How good is that?
It's amazing.
And roll to water, now. I just love coaching the youngsters and watching them grow and helping them to achieve something in life, and it actually changes people's lives. It sets them on a different path. Idea. Keep that pressure on, that's good. The unique to this area is we've got water to row on. You go down to Avon in the afternoons when the schools are there, you've probably got 40, 50 boats out on the water, and you really can't do your coaching right. And the beauty is here you can get out in the coaching boat and you can coach. And I took you up against the boat so you could do some photography, you can do that. You can get right beside and talk to the people, and that's the beauty of coaching from the coaching boat.
Leah. Isla, let's see those legs going down. Once you start pushing, you keep pushing. I think we're going to have a regatta at Ashburton, so we've got to get ready for that, don't we?
Maadi Cup would be the pinnacle. That would be the opportunity to actually get out there and make the Selwyn schools a place to be, to stay at. We have a lot of children that leave to go to town schools, but because we can offer such an elite sporting opportunity, we're hoping that this will help students stay in the area rather than go to town schools. We're very, very lucky to have parents that want their kids to try something different and to come in and give them the opportunities. We have an amazing committee put together of about 15 parents from across the high schools as well. It's really exciting to be part of a really good community, and we are building a community of rowers. And to have these facilities out here at the Selwyn Huts to use is just amazing, and we can't do this without the likes of Pat and Colin's support, as well as Adam, who's taking it on the coaching role as well.
Oh, we love Pat.
Pat is
He's
so
like
good.
the best.
You think of rowing and you think of the big schools, all the private schools and their big funding, and so it's quite an expensive sport, but it's great to have it out at a place like this.
He's like the best, perfect. Because he pushes us, but he's not mean about it.
I reckon lots of schools could do it.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, I love it. It's fun.
Lock, finished.
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school, just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Taupo Nui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, these communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the Emerging Scholarship with rowing, and the amount has doubled from $5,000 to $10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Wazell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport that you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there that would like to, just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
And what do you think of rowing?
I love rowing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's brought us all together as one big friend group.
You get up really early in the morning.
That is true. With the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Champs around the corner in April at Orewa, we speak to David Ballance about the new sport that's creating such a buzz.
There's running, there's sprinting on the beach, there's turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun.
Keep going!
Yeah, it's really just growing. Every time we do an event, we get more participants and more participants. It's really building momentum.
If you look around here today, there's people of all different shapes and sizes, ages, juniors through to masters, and that's the exciting part about coastal, the accessibility. As you show up to the beach, the boats are all here for you and you get going. Okay guys, so when the flag drops, the run is going to start from the beach.
Yeah, the waves just make it a lot of fun, especially, and then there's that whole thing, how do you punch through the wave going out, and then how do you perhaps wait a little bit and pick up a wave and then accelerate to try and stay on the wave to surf into the beach. The New Zealand National Beach Sprints Champs is on the 5th and 6th of April. The details on Row It. A lot of fun, some great competition, some close racing, and a lot of tired but very happy rowers at the end of it.
under-18s, the Maadi Regatta is extra special. It's the last time they'll represent their high school and be part of a school crew. We asked them about what it means. Find out more at rowinghub.co.nz.
For us, going to Maadi is like a senior privilege, so I don't know, it just feels weird that that's kind of like my last one, especially with these girls, yeah.
Eve, your last Maadi Cup. What do you think about that?
It's kind of weird, end of an era, but it's so exciting to finish it off, hopefully finishing on a high as well.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to be honest. Just a lot of great memories there over the past couple of years.
I love Maadi because it's an opportunity to see other places, row other places and meet new people.
I like Maadi Cup because it's somewhere you can show your skill in front of the country, and I love the teamwork and camaraderie amongst the teammates.
What do you think you've learned over the last few years?
I guess how to work as a team, enjoying even like the little moments.
Just to like get out there and give it a go, like even if you're a bit unsure of how the race is going to go, you just give it your everything.
You learn a lot about never giving up and just going for it no matter where you are.
Rowing with your mates, it's a pretty tough and lovely sport.
Maadi Cup's like such a special event. It's so cool to be a part of, and I think there's like so many highlights you can always take away, no matter the result. Like it's all about like making fast boats and just like having a good time.
Is it going to be a bit emotional?
Yeah, probably.
Last Maadi Cup, how badly are you going to miss this team?
Really, really badly.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
And Morena, and welcome to day 4 of the Maadi Regatta 2025. We've had a little bit of a delay due to fog, but it has cleared beautifully as we see the first race of the day, which is a quarterfinal, the quarterfinal for the girls under 18 singles sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation, lined up in the blocks and just awaiting the starters' orders. But it is so lovely that once the fog starts clearing, it clears quickly. So now we can see down the whole course, and our fantastic team here at KRI, the umpires, can run a safe race, because a safe race is a fair race, and that is what we are all here for. You can see the girls here now just sitting a little bit at the front of the slide. I can tell just by the angles of their blades, so we might potentially be just a few moments away as the aligner just finishes aligning them to make sure they're all ready. I can see there's plenty of people watching on the live stream, so welcome. I'm glad you've been hanging around watching the beautiful pictures of the fog. But here we are. We've got in lane 1 Tower College, 2 James Hargest, 3 St Andrews, 4 Waikato Diocesan, 5 Mount Aspiring, 6 Te Awamutu College, 7 Christchurch Girls, and 8 Wentworth College. So these scullers are the sculler in lane 4, Waikato Dawson and Gala Carney. She did win North Islands, so that is certainly one to watch. And in the heats, she won her heat in a time of 9 minutes flat. Just on the inside of her St Andrews College, Jasmine Christie, she came second in her heat with a time of 9:01. So very tight times between those two scullers. And Mount Aspiring in lane 5, Lola Ritchie, also won her heat in a time of 9:10. But then in lane 1, Tawa College, she came through the repecharges, but in a fast time of 8:58. So we're certainly going to have a race on our hands here in this quarterfinal, and they look very much ready as we check out Jasmine Christie from St Andrews College. She's just checking there that her blades are fully buried. She wants to make sure that she is ready to go on the beep as They are sitting at attention, so we must only be a few moments away. And there we go, off to a flying start for the first race of the day. This is quarterfinal 1 at the girls under 18 single sculls. The top 4 scullers will progress to the semi-final, which is later today, 5th and 6th into the C final, and the rest, 7th and 8th, into the D final. But who has got a fast start? It does appear to be lane 3, that sculler we were just looking at from St Andrews, Jasmine Christie. She did have a fast time in the heats, and she's looking to show that she can back that up again with another solid race in the quarterfinal. But just moving up now is the sculler next to her in lane 4, Angala Kani of Waikato Diocesan is just edging her bow ahead, and she is bringing with her another heat winner, Mount Aspiring College, Lola Ritchie. So those 3 there that did do quite well in the heats are pushing out to an early lead. And yes, Mount Aspiring Ottawa College, down on the inside, Emily Flowers, who did come through the repechage but with a fast time, is also going with them. Remember, it doesn't matter how you get to the next stage as long as you get there. Sometimes going through a rep and having an extra race is a good thing. We're also seeing lane 6, Te Mutu College, Casey Lee Baker is also, lane 7. No, that is lane 7. Christchurch Girls, sorry. Got to get my brain going this morning, team. But Christchurch Girls there. Marley Ross is also moving up. She's now moved herself into 4th. So at the moment, it is Angala from Waikato Diocesan with an early lead of about 3/4 of a boat length over Mount Aspiring College, would be currently sitting in 2nd. 3rd would be St Andrews, the sculler that had a nice fast start, so I'm sure we'll see a fast sprint from her later on. And in 4th at the moment is Christchurch Girls, Marley Ross. So as we move through the 500 metre marker, the first quarter of the race, it is Angala with a nice 1 length lead over Lola from Mount Aspiring, another length to Jasmine from St Andrews, and then another length to Marley from Christchurch Girls. And then very much all tied for 5th between Tawa, St James, Hargis, Te Mutu and Wentworth. Of course, it is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the semi-final, so those are the spots that everyone is looking for. At the moment, there are 4 scullers out front, but 5th, 3 of them sitting in 5th are very close behind. So as we see here, Angala just stretch out onto her race rhythm in this second 500, and going with her is Lola from Mount Aspiring. Both of those 2 scullers just starting to inch away from the rest of the field as we get into the meat of the race. We're now moving from the anaerobic energy system into the aerobic energy system, so we will be sucking plenty of oxygen through our lungs as we attempt to keep our muscles moving. And we've got some awesome new graphics today, as you can see on the screen. So that is our leader. It's Waikato Diocesan, number 1 in lane 4. All the information you need to know right there. So that is Angala. And we'll see her in the lead as she just stretches out a little bit through the, we just went through the 750 metre marker. So Angala's probably about 800 metres now into this race. Just getting a little bit of clear water over Mount Aspiring, but Mount Aspiring still sculling beautifully, still holding on to her, and both of them pushing away from St Andrews and Christchurch Girls. As we are now getting closer towards the 1K. Just seeing Angala actually lower the rate a little bit there. She has obviously got plenty of racing today, so she needs to just do what she needs to, which is get to the next round, because as I said earlier, the semi-final for this event is later today. So these scullers will be wanting to progress to that, but not have to extend themselves too much. Here we go through that yellow buoy. That's the 1K marker halfway. There's Angala through, and she's now stretched out to about a 2-length lead there over Mount Aspiring, who in turn has about a 2-length lead over St Andrews College. So these 3 are our front runners. 4th would be a bit of a battle, close battle between Christchurch Girls. James Hargis is just inching up over Tawa. So yeah, that's happening back there. But it is Angala from Waikato Diocesan just stretching out, lowering her rate just a little bit more, and so is Mount Aspiring College, Lola Ritchie. Both of them just holding a nice consistent pace. We don't need to do anything too fancy. All we need to do is row down the course in the top 4. The next big white Milford boy you're seeing in the background there, Milford, of course, our Livestream partner. Couldn't do it without them. We are just rowing through. That is the 1250, so 750 metres from the finish line. But there goes Ngala through that. She's possibly stretched out to 2.5 boats over Mount Aspiring. Mount Aspiring now only about a length over St Andrews, so St Andrews just pulling back a little bit. She is keeping her rate nice and high, is Jasmine Christie, coached by Marion Hardwick. So she is really trying to secure third or possibly second place, because what place you do progress through with can determine which lane you're in the semi-final. So some of these scullers would have preferred lanes, and so they will be racing to try and get the lane they prefer. But it is our leader with Waikato Diocesan and Gala Kani, coached by the one and only Alice Denyer. Fun fact, I met Alice about 10 years ago sitting on the banks of the Boston Canal in the UK as we were managing safety for a British team trial. So 10 years later, we're still in the same coach boat, would you believe it or not? But that is Waikato Diocesan moving through the 1,500 metre marker, 500 metres left to go, as we see St Andrews really put in a good burst here. St Andrews pulling right up on Mount Aspiring College. St Andrews trying to push up into second. Is Mount Aspiring, is Lola, is she going to respond to that? Or is she just going to be happy with any position in the top 4? She doesn't appear to be lifting her rating yet, but St Andrews College really going for second. They're really wanting to push up there. Great work there by Jasmine Christie. She certainly wants to get top 4 as best she can, as we're now well within the final 500 metres of quarterfinal 1 of the girls under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. As we row past Rowing New Zealand. Well, with a race like this, Angala, you might be in that building in a few years. We shall see. Because rowing doesn't stop at the end of school, kids. We keep going. We go into club. We push into club rowing. Plenty of fun can be had in club rowing. National champs is just as awesome as Maadi Cup. As we move into the final 250 metres here of the first race of our day. Lovely conditions. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it today. I don't mind the fog because it tends to mean there's no wind. So we all like no wind on our course. But St Andrews is having a fantastic race, is Jasmine Christie, as she just pulls ahead, now moving into the lead, over Mount Aspiring, moving into second place. So she's really having a fantastic sprint, really going for the line. Mount Aspiring holding on to third, and Christchurch Girls currently holding on to fourth. But as we are now out within the final 100 metres, it is Angala. She's led this race from about the 50 metre mark all the way to the finish line, so 1950 metres. She's a very accomplished sculler. As we are down on the finish, Karapiro finish, there's that beautiful sign, lets you know where we are. And there is Angala across the line in first for the first race of the day. And second, an awesome third and fourth 500 from St Andrews College to move up into a strong second position. Third place goes to Mount Aspiring College, and fourth it is Christchurch Girls. So those 4 into the semi-final. The next 2 scullers across the line will be in the C final later today, and that looks like it's going to be James Hargest and Tawa College. Oh, a good battle there, Tawa College, and that will put Te Awamutu and Wentworth into the D final. So that is how they finish in the first quarterfinal of the girls under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. Of course, being quarters, that means we got 4 of these races. So next up is quarterfinal 2, and we have got in lane 1 St Margaret's College, in 2 Wanganui High School number 2, in 3 St Peter's School, in 4 King's College, in 5 Marion College, in 6 Columba College, in 7 Whangarei Girls, in 8 Hamilton Girls High School. And as we join this race just after the 1K marker, so just pushing into the second half, we do have 4 boats out in front, but there is a good battle out there for first and second. So that battle is currently happening between lane 4 and lane 5. So that is King's College Bella Furman and Marion College Charlotte Peterson. Now Marion College there, she did win South Islands, so obviously King's College certainly has something they look to prove here. Both of them did win their respective heats, with Marion College on 9:01 and King's on 9:03, so very close times. And Columba College out there in 6 was second at South Islands, and she is having a great battle for third with St. Peter's Zoe Phillips. Zoe Phillips came second in her heat, but also with a strong time of 9:03. So 4 very fast scullers are pushing themselves out the front in the early stages of this race. We now have about 700 metres left to travel, and it is Marion College Charlotte Peterson with half a length lead over King's College, who has about a boat length lead over Columba College, and then another boat length back to St. Peter's. Those are the top 4 at the moment. They're sitting in qualifying spots. 5th place currently sitting with Whangarei Girls, then out to Hamilton Girls, and down on the inside St. Marg's, and then Wanganui High School. But it is Marion College Charlotte Peterson, coached by Fiona McKay, who is holding on to that lead at the moment. She does look very comfortable. So does second place Bella Furman from King's College. Both of them look very happy with their position at the moment as we move through the 1500 metre mark. So into the final 500 we go, as we just see Charlotte Peterson from Marion College there just stretch out a little bit. She's going a little longer and a little stronger every stroke, and as we see, she's just rowing away from Kings just a little bit every stroke, but a little bit times by about 250 odd the amount of strokes you take over a race, it really does add up. So we are seeing Marion College there looking very comfortable as she just stretches out her lead. King's College Bella Furman doing a great job of ticking it over to make sure she stays in touching distance, because it is an all-important psychological advantage. If you're within touching distance of someone, you really do feel that you can sprint and get up over them. I have seen many crews do it, and I'm sure I'll see many more do it today. As we now have about 300 metres left in quarter-final 2 of the girls under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. Just about to enter that final 250 metres, and yep, it's still Marion College with a length now. She's just getting that little bit of clear water over Kings, who still has that 1 length lead over Columba, and about a 1 length lead back to St. Peter's School. But these 4 are the 4 that are currently putting themselves in those qualification spots to the semi-final that is later today. That's what they're here to gain. As we see the sun shining on the beautiful tents. Lots of colourful tents. So many schools, 160 schools across New Zealand are here, which is just awesome. And it's so good to see the glory shared amongst all those schools as well. But here we are in the final 100 metres of this quarter-final, and we've got a good race on our hands for second between Kings and Columba. We are seeing Columba has just really pushed up. She's really sprinting, but Kings has clocked her and is giving a challenge back. But it certainly is Charlotte Peterson from Marion that just stretched her lead out even more in that final 250 to win. Nice work there, Marion College. Second, Columba. Oh, Columba's got a sprint on her hands, doesn't she? And then King's College in third, and then St. Peter's School in fourth. So those 4 scullers through the semi-finals later on today. Well done. Next to across the line in the C final, and that is going to be Whangarei Girls into the C final. Well done. You get to race again along with St. Margaret's. Fantastic work, St. Margaret's there, just holding off that challenge from Hamilton Girls. But it's Hamilton Girls and Wanganui High School into the D final. Both of those C and D finals will be raced later today as we cruise back up the lake. For quarter-final number 3 of the girls under 18 single sculls. In lane 1, ACG Strathallan. In 2, Craighead Diocesan. In 3, St. Paul's Collegiate. In 4, Onslow College. In 5, John Paul College. In 6, Tauranga Girls. In 7, Cambridge High School. In 8, Avonside Girls. So we have got an very convincing leader as we move into the second half of the race, and this convincing leader looks to be lane 4. Is that lane 4? To be honest, These row suits aren't matching. Oh, yep. Is that lane 14? Can someone help me out? It's Onslow. Oh, yep, it is. Sorry, yep. I'm with you now, team. Wow, my brain is not awake today. It is now. Onslow College. Onslow College is in the lead. Olivia Martin. There we go. I'm with it, team. I am awake. That really did wake me up. 750 metres left. And Olivia Martin, coached by Jason Theobald, she did win her heat in a time of 8:59. So she is doing a fantastic job here, showing she won that heat for a reason. She is really stretching her lead out. And currently in second, we're having a great battle between Craighead Diocesan and John Paul College, with St. Paul's just behind them, sitting in fourth. So that is Isla Crawford from Craighead, Lucy Gaston from John Paul College, and Amber Church from St. Paul's. They're all having a good battle there. But 5th, 6th and 7th, there's another great battle there on the outside lanes between Tauranga Girls, Cambridge High School and Avonside Girls. They are all having a good push there for 5th. And will that battle push them up? Will one of them potentially be able to get into 4th? That is where the real divide is in this race. But it is Olivia Martin. Olivia Martin out here in the lead from Onslow. A nice, comfortable lead does Olivia have as we now just push through the 1,500 metre marker with about 450 metres to go. Olivia Martin just stretching out. There's that great graphic that we've got again. Onslow College number 1 in lane 4. So you can see our drone is such good quality. You can even see that it says C4 on her bow there. So we're the third race of the day. But Olivia Martin is doing a great job at just locking on and driving away. You see her really extract the blades nice and cleanly from the water every stroke, and that means she does not disrupt the run of her boat, so her boat can just keep working for her, really. She works it to start with, and then she needs to allow the boat to work for her. So she's doing a superb job at that as Olivia Martin, and that is why as she rose through the 1750 metre marker, she is a good, 4 boat lengths ahead. We'll call it a good distance of clear water is what she's got as she comes down towards the finish line. But it is still Craighead sitting in second and John Paul third, St. Paul's Collegiate fourth. But there was that great battle happening out there in the outside lanes of Tauranga, Cambridge High and Avonside. So I wonder how they're doing and if they have changed anything. But it is Onslow College, Olivia Martin, coached by Jason Theobald, doing a fantastic job here as she enters the final 100 metres. And we are getting a little bit of a tussle there for second between Craighead and John Paul College as we follow Olivia Martin down towards the finish line, looking very comfortable. She doesn't need to do too much. She just needs to place in the top 4 to progress through into the semi-final. As we'll go to the finish cam, there it is, our beautiful camera on the finish line. And there we go, Onslow College, awesome work into the semi-finals. But here's the battle for second happening between John Paul and Craighead, and it is going to be John Paul, awesome, and Craighead third, and St. Paul's manages to just hold on to fourth to St. Paul's. Amy Everett there from Tauranga will be 5th and into the C final later today. Joining her will be Cambridge High School, Sienna Frethi. And then into the D final is Avonside and ACG Strathallan. So that is quarterfinal 3 of the girls under 18 single sculls. This event sponsored by Colgan Foundation. And I can see on the live stream some people asking how the Coxon race went. Well, if you jump onto day 3 If you go on to day 3 of our live stream, and I believe if you skip ahead to 8 hours and 23 minutes, yes, I do know that off the top of my head because I did look it up myself yesterday, you will be able to watch the coxswains race. It was awesome. I love it when our coxswains get out there, get rowing. It really does show they know exactly what they're talking about. And so every rower should always respect and listen to their coxswain. But yep, check it out. Day 3, the day 3 stream that you can find on YouTube. It's 8 hours and 23 minutes. You will find the coxswain race. Go Onslow, go Liv. Yes. How good. We had some support there for Olivia from that last race from Onslow. Yeah, how good. That was such a good race. As we just see the scullers come back into the, what do you call that? The pontoon. That's what those things are called, the pontoon. Because very shortly, we'll be heading out for quarterfinal 4. And there it is, right on cue. Quarterfinal 4, the girls under 18 single scull. In lane 1, we have ACG Strathallan number 2. In lane 2, Nelson Girls. In 3, Wanganui High School. In 4, Diocesan School for Girls. In 5, St Cuthbert's. In 6, Taupo Nui Atea. In 7, Barradine. And in 8, Burnside College. Now, it was lane 4, Diocesan School for Girls. She did get the bronze medal at North Islands. She did also win her heat in a time of 8:54. So we will see. And it looks like she is in the lead. So that is Sibylla Thompson, coached by Joel Klein Green and Franklin Hamilton, that is currently in the lead of quarterfinal 4. But hot on her heels is the sculler out there in lane 7, Barradine, Kate Hunter. So Barradine doing an awesome job here to be in current 2nd place. 3rd place at the moment would be Wanganui High School, and 4th sitting with Nelson College. But we are entering the final 500 metres, so let's get a closer look at Sibylla Thompson there. And she is doing an awesome job of just keeping the rate nice and high, ticking over. Love the reflection of the rower as well. I can't recall the last time I was sculling in a boat, actually, and if I could see my own reflection. But I always love the photos when you can see it. But yeah, she's doing an awesome job there, is Sibylla. You really see her get behind it every stroke. Plenty of power coming through her oars there. As she sculls in this beautiful, nice white boat. But we're about to enter the final 250 metres. So let's fly out and get a look at the rest of the field as we see that Barradine College, Kate Hunter, is still holding on to 2nd place. Wanganui High School is hot on her heels, though, with a 3rd. How fast will she finish? Nelson Girls got a strong 4th, and a fantastic race happening for 5th between St Cuth's, Taupo Nui Atea and Burnside, with ACG Strathallan number 2 currently sitting in 8th. As we enter the final 200 metres here of the 4th and final quarterfinal of the girls under 18 single sculls. This event sponsored by Colgan Foundation. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the semi-final. We have got 4 clear scullers out in the lead at the moment. 5th and 6th to the C final, 7th to the D. So that's the real battle we're seeing there between St Cuthbert's, Taupo Nui Atea and Burnside. There is 2 spots in the C final and there's 3 boats trying to get there. Who will get it? But out in the front, as we are now down into the last 100 metres, we see it is Sibylla Thompson from Diocesan School for Girls, just sculling beautifully. She hasn't necessarily had such a wind. She just needs to hold on. But we are getting great battle for 2nd from Wanganui High School and Barradine. Wanganui High School, I have seen plenty of fast sprints from their team this week. But here is Diocesan School for Girls crossing the line in 1st. 2nd and 3rd, who's going to take it? We'll go 2nd Wanganui, 3rd Barradine, but they're both in the semi-final, racing again this afternoon. And 4th, Nelson College joins them in the semi-final. Who's going to be in that C final? It's going to be Burnside into the C. And, quite the race there between St Cuthbert's and Taupo Nui Atea. Double check that on Rowit as to which is in the C and which is in the D. And ACG Strathallan into the D final. So that concludes the quarterfinals of the girls under 18 single sculls. This event sponsored by Colgan Foundation, and we had some fast times. The heats were Angala won that first heat in 8:25. Charlotte Peterson from Marion was 8:27. And Olivia Martin from Onslow was again 8:27. So those semi-finals are going to be awesome. Still waiting in that fourth heat. But now it's up to the 1K marker, or the wherever we are on the course, for the boys under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. Again, a quarter-final. 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the semi. In lane 1, we have Tauranga Boys. In 2, Garran College. In 3, Dunstan High School. In 4, Hamilton Boys. 5, Pukekohe. 6, Narrawahia. 7, Tauranga. And in 8, we have Wellington College. But what a race we have here. There are 4 boats in the lead, but 2 right there. So it is at the moment the row suit of Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys, Corbin Campbell, currently in first place, but certainly he is getting challenged by Kahurangi Hagi from Narrawahia High School, currently in second, and I'll call it third equal at the moment between Pukekohe and Tauranga, and fifth would be Dunstan, but he's right there. So we are looking at 5 boats for 4 spots in the semi-final. Here we are, Corbin Campbell, Hamilton Boys in the lead. He did win one of these heats. He won it in a time of 7:26. We've just got on his left-hand shoulder Pukekohe High School, Colin Robinson. He also won one of his heats in a time of 7:38. Dunstan High School there, he was also very fast. He was second in a heat, but he was a 7:35. So getting a close look at Corbin. He is sculling nicely, is Corbin. I do see him out here on the lake, sculling most mornings. Yes, we can see you, Corbin, coached by John White. It is a lonely time training in the single, but Corbin, he rises to that challenge as he's out here every morning by himself with his coach, John White, sculling away. But he is just sculling beautifully, and I believe that's a Hudson he's rowing in with a nice bow-mounted rigger. That is the more modern design that we see Corbin is rowing in. As we now are about 700 metres from the finish line, Pukekohe High School, Cohen Robertson, coached by Brett Henry, is right up there. And we have seen Dunstan High School. Dunstan High School is really driving up. He is now in second. What a fantastic middle piece we're having there from Dunstan High School. So Dunstan in second, Pukekohe in third, but a great battle happening between Tauranga Boys, currently holding on to fourth, but right behind him is Narrawahia High School. Narrawahia High School in fifth. Remember, it is only the top 4 through to the semis. So we are now seeing these top 3 stretch away. We are now seeing Corbin from Hamilton Boys, Dunstan High School and Pukekohe High School really drive out the front, and Tauranga Boys, he's really trying to shake off Narrawahia, but Narrawahia is doing a fantastic job at just trying to keep holding on to him. But we see Tauranga Boys here in the yellow boat down the bottom of the screen lifting the rate, and that is helping him get a few more strokes in so that he can try to push away and try to hold on to fourth. But we'll see what kind of sprint Narrawahia brings as we're now within the final 500 metres of the first quarter-final of the boys under 18 single sculls. This event sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. As we see Hamilton Boys just stretch out his lead again. I really like how powerful his strokes are. You can really see he gets onto it, gets the blades in, he connects before he pushes, and that's what's really helping him accelerate to the finish and just pop those blades out cleanly. But Dunstan High School did plenty of good work through the middle there, and that is what has really pushed him up into a strong second place, with Pukekohe in third as we move into the final 250 metres of this race. But Tauranga Boys, he's done a great job there to really just stretch out a bit of clear water. He's really driven away to cement himself in fourth. He really wants a semi-final. It is Narrawahia currently sitting in fifth, Wellington College in sixth. Then we go down on the inside to Tauranga Boys sitting seventh, and Garran College sitting eighth. And that is how they move through into the final 250 metres. Then we are seeing, that great finish. Dunstan, he really is like he restarted his race at the halfway, because his second half has been so incredibly strong. He's really pushing up there. I mean, possibly Hamilton boys knew he needed that kind of distance to maintain first, but both of these scullers doing a superb job at just leading out the front of this race. So here we are down on the finish line as we watch Hamilton boys come across in first. Great work. Then we're going to see Dunstan in second. They're into the semi-final. Pukekohe is going to be third. He's into the semi-final. Fourth place, Tauranga. He really did the work there, but wow, what a fast finish we did have here from Narrawahia and Wellington College. They will meet again in the C final. Can't wait to see the rematch of that later on today. And it will be D final for Tauranga boys and Garran College as they cross the line to finish quarterfinal 1 of the boys under 18 single sculls. And here is quarterfinal 2 of the boys under 18 single sculls. We have got Westlake in 1, Te Aho o Te Kurupōnamu in 2, Odomodai in 3, Wakatipu in 4, Wanganui in 5, Whakatane in 6, Gisborne in 7, and St. Paul's in 8. So let's see what is happening. It does look like the sculler in lane 4, that is Wakatipu High School. Harry Lightfoot is in the lead. Second would be sitting with Wanganui High School. Third sitting with Whakatane, and fourth with Odomodai. So those four pushing themselves out into the qualification spots at the moment. It is a good battle here because Wakatipu High School, he did win South Islands, and Wanganui High School, who's currently sitting in second, did come second at North Islands. So these two very, very fast. And both of them also heat winners in the early stages of this regatta. And then Odomodai there sitting in fourth. He was second in his heat and with a reasonable time as well. Whakatane, he's doing an epic job here of just keeping up and pushing himself. Whakatane always, of course, have high ratings. You always notice the Whakatane scullers have a good high rate, so that's what he's doing there so that he can keep ahead of Odomodai College. But it is still Wakatipu High School. Wakatipu High School out the lead here as we come down to the final 250 metres. He's got a nice long stroke. He doesn't look like he's too worried about lifting it. He seems very happy with a strong finish there. Strong finish of every stroke that he can just hold on to his lead by doing what he's doing. So let's get a nice close look at Wakatipu High School. Wakatipu High School, Harry Lightfoot, coached by John Morrison, is just sculling nice and long and strong as we come down towards the finish line in front of the spectator bank. Anyone's out there watching, definitely be cheering everyone on. These single scullers really appreciate it as we see a good charge. There's that high rate I was just mentioning from Whakatane as he really whoops it up into the final 100 metres to push past Wanganui High School to move into second. He obviously really wants to get the second place. It does Travis from Whakatane. Odomodai still sitting in fourth. But here we are down on the finish line. It is Wakatipu for the win. Whakatane with that epic sprint to push into second. Wanganui High School is going to take third. And Odomodai are fourth. So those four qualify through to the semi-finals. And the next two across the line will be in the C final. And then the final two in the D. So there we go. That's a C final for Gisborne. Well done, Gisborne. And a Westlake C final. And then the last two will be in the D final. And we're halfway through these quarterfinals. Halfway through the quarterfinals for the boys under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. And in this one, quarterfinal number 3, we've got Wentworth College in 1, Scots College in 2, Maclean's College in 3, Wanganui High School in 4, St. Peter's College in 5, Maclean's College in 6, Onifero Area School in 7, and Mount Albert Grammar in 8. So what a race we've got because we've got 6 out the front. battling for 4 spots in the semi-final. And it does look like lane 3, Maclean's College, is currently in the lead. Good battle for second happening. I think it's only just though with St. Peter's College. Third would be Scots. Fourth, Wanganui High School. Fourth, sitting with Maclean's fifth, sitting with Maclean's number 2 at the moment. Sixth with Onifero. So very much anything can happen here. Maclean's the one that is in the lead. Nathan Strawn, he was first at North Islands. First at North Islands was Nathan, and he was second in his heat here with a time of 7:35. But the sculler on the outside of Wanganui High School did win his heat with a 7:32, so anything can happen. But here we are getting a really awesome close-up look at Nathan from Maclean's as he rows down inside the final 500 metres here. He's got a nice placement of his blade. You see when his blades go in the water there, it's very clean. There's a bit of splash, but it's good splash. Just trust me on that. And it's nice and clean, and he can then just get locked on and push away. You know, Nathan certainly has been coached well there. He really understands how to move a boat. So Nathan there from Maclean's currently sitting in first. Second place still sitting with Billy Simpkins from St. Peter's College, who has about a length lead over Scots College. But really good battle there for fourth. So Wanganui High School currently holding on to fourth, but only just over Maclean's College number 2. It is very close between those two. It really will come down to the sprint. There is not enough distance between them for it to be safe. As now we're in the final 500 metres. When that view is behind them, sometimes it makes the course look shorter. But there's the 1500 metre Milford marker. Quite like that, the Milford marker, as we're seeing Maclean's College number 2 really push up. He certainly wants a spot in the semi-final. Of course, it is the top 4 to the semi. 5th will put you in the C final. But we are getting a great response to that move from Wanganui High School. William Hurd there, he just, as you just saw him look across to double check, he was moving a little faster, and then he looks the other side to make sure, oh yep, I can get him too. So that's what racing is all about, checking out where your competition is and then making calculated moves or calculated risks that will hopefully pay off to push yourself up into the position you're after. But it is still Maclean's College number 1 with the lead as he enters the final 250 metres of quarterfinal 3 of the boys under 18 single scull. Second place sitting with St. Peter's College. Third would be with Scots, but only just because we are really seeing Maclean's College number 2 and Wanganui High School having a good battle there for fourth, which is pushing them up on right onto the boat of third. So there is very much 3 boats vying for those final 2 qualification spots. But let's ride along for a little bit with Maclean's College as he just stretches out. He really stretches out his lead with 100 metres to go as we see St. Peter's now 100 metres from the line. But here's the battle here for third and fourth. 3 boats going for 2 spots in the semi. Who's going to get it? We've got about 80 metres to go. They're all really lifting their weight. If you're down there on the banks, come on, let's hear you cheering on your mates. They need it. But here we are on the finish as we watch Maclean's come across the line for first. Well done. Second place is going to be St. Peter's College. Who's going to get third and fourth? We are having fast finishes from all of them, and it does look like Maclean's College number 2 and Scots College got third and fourth. I'm not sure which way round, but they were there ahead of Wanganui High School. So it's the C final for Wanganui High School, as well as 6th place. Oh, I think that was Wentworth, and then we're out to Onifero and Mount Albert Grammar for the D final. Wow, what a finish there. Some very fast moving boats all across the board. Yes, I agree. William Simpkins is very good. He did very well to place second there. An epic race. How good. Great prospect, yes, from all of those boys in that race. All of them are very ones to watch. But here we are in the boys under 18 single scull quarterfinal number 4. And in lane 1, St Paul's Collegiate, 2, Takapuna Grammar, 3, St Patrick's, 4, St Thomas of Canterbury, 5, St Kevin's, 6, Nelson, 7, Tauhara College, and in 8, Te Awamutu. And so, oh man, there's another race. There's another race where there is 5 scullers looking for 4 spots. These races are coming thick and fast, team, and the boys are delivering on the quality. But we do have one leader, St Thomas of Canterbury, Carter Baxter. He's in the clear lead, and I'm just going to call it second equal between St Patrick's, St Kevin's, Nelson, and Tauhara. They are all in second equal at the moment. It is stroke for stroke between these 4 boats. But it is Carter Baxter from St Thomas of Canterbury who has really pushed himself out there. He was 3rd at South Islands, and he did win his heat in a time of 7:31. St Patrick's College, of course, was 3rd at North Islands, and he placed 2nd in his heat. And St Kevin's also had a fast time, placing 2nd in his heat. But here we are seeing Nelson and Tauhara really making a play for the semi-final. I mean, this is your only chance to get in the semi-final, so it really is do or die. Take a risk early and see if it pays off in the closing stages of the race. And that is what we are seeing here, as we're now in the 3rd 500. Typically, the time where we'll see crews make or break, so I'm sure that will happen within those 4 crews in the next few minutes. But let's get a closer look of St Thomas of Canterbury. St Thomas of Canterbury, Carter Baxter, coached by Paddy Dowling, is do an awesome job here at just holding on to his lead. He obviously had a fast start to get out in front because he didn't want to get caught up in this race here that is happening, this awesome race. And as we see there, it is Tauhara College, Joseph Williams, who is making a play. What a strong 3rd 500 he is having, as he is just pushing out now to about almost a boat length ahead, and he's going to try to get out of that race early and let the other 3 play for it. But we will see them sprint back at him. So how much can he keep going? As we see there, St Kevin's sculler is just lifting the rate, and then they just keep going. Nelson lifts the rate, and then St Patrick's lifts the rate. All of them pushing each other to a much faster sprint. But what an awesome job there Tauhara College had done in that 3rd 500 to just get a length. I mean, any like clear water you can get over the rest of them to get out of that race. But it is St Thomas of Canterbury. St Thomas of Canterbury currently holding on to the lead. He's done a great job early on. He did place 3rd at South Islands. He certainly knows how to scull a boat, and he's really showing that because he's pushed himself out and he's held on to that lead, as we are now 250 metres from the finish line. Tauhara, what an awesome 3rd 500 Tauhara had, and he is just holding on to that 2nd place. But we are seeing St Patrick's College start to just inch up. He's obviously gone, right, 250, that's my time to go. Did Tauhara risk too much too early? We'll find out what he's got left as we see St Kevin's lift the rate. St Kevin's is like, St Patrick's, if you're going, well, I've got to go. Nelson's going too. They're all rowing very fast, all lifting the rate. Tauhara now, he's got to hold on. He took a risk. He's going for it. He's trying to hold on. We got St Thomas as well out the lead there, but this is the race that matters. 3 of these into the semi-final, 1 into the C-final. As we're now inside the final 100 metres, St Patrick's going again. St Kevin's going again. Nelson going with them. Tauhara holding on by the skin of his teeth. It is, though, as we come down to the line, St Thomas's of Canterbury takes the lead. Who is going to be 2nd, 3rd and 4th? And it is, oh wow, what a race. It looked like it went St Kevin's, St Patrick's and Tauhara somewhere together, and Nelson was certainly 5th, so Nelson will be in the C final. But wow, what a race. Really impressed by that Tauhara College sculler who took a risk. He took a risk early in that 3rd 500, and it really paid off for him because he did have enough to hold on to push himself into a qualification spot and into the semi-final. Wow, these quarterfinals. If these quarterfinals are anything to go by, can't wait for the semis we've got later on in the day, everyone. It is going to be awesome as we watch the final scullers cross the And now I believe there is, the next race isn't straight away. I believe there is a little bit of a gap, maybe, but before the boys under 17 single D final. Are there crews? And because it looks like the lane holders are not where they should be, so they appear to be having a little bit of a break, which is what suggests to me there is potentially on the original. I believe there was the fog delay, but we're still sticking to the same time gaps of the day sheet, which means the next race should be in about half an hour or so. As we're seeing, what we're watching here, the little blue uniforms, is the boat holders moving back to slip, slop, slap and wrap to get ready for another big shift of boat holding. So that's also a top tip to anyone out there listening. Make sure you are looking after yourselves in this heat, and foggy morning means a nice sunny day here in the Waikato. But that you're obviously watching the day 4 of the Maadi Regatta 2025 here with the team at Altitude HD. Remember to give us a follow on Instagram at altitude_HD. Like, subscribe, comment. We love to hear from all of you. And yeah, we've got like 25 countries from around the world watching us. The most obscure, I think, is St. Lucia. Someone's obviously having a nice holiday. But I will be back in roughly half an hour when the next race gets underway.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Are we going for this? This looks like the D final, Cambridge High and John. Right, so this is the D final of the boys under 17 single sculls. This event sponsored by Laszlo. We've got two boats in here. We have Cambridge High School and John McGlashan. So that's Dylan Jackson McClutchy and Paddy Kennedy. So this is match racing team. This is just like if anyone has watched any of the racing around the world, like Henley Royal Regatta. This is the kind of racing you get one-on-one. It couldn't be any more intense. These two had very similar times in earlier rounds. So we are going to get a good race, and that is what we're seeing here from Cambridge High School and John McGlashan's in the D final of the boys under 17 single sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Laszlo boats. So as we are now about 270 metres into the race, it does look like the Cambridge High School sculler is just pushing out in front. He's managing to just stretch out just that little bit. They both had very fast starts. John McGlashan looks like he's kind of pushing onto his rhythm, but Cambridge High School was still keeping his very high. As we see, he is now, the John McGlashan sculler, is now pushing through. So match racing, 1-on-1. It is going to be tit for tat the whole way. Love how many people are tuned in right now. We have got so many viewers across the last 3 days. I believe we've had about 85,000 people watching us. So many watching at the moment. Just a reminder that if you do leave us during the day at any point and come back, you can find us through Rowing Hub. Always go check out Rowing Hub to come back to this feed. But here we are. It is a really good match race that we have on our hands. 500 metres in. Both of these, Cambridge High and John McGlashan scullers, started off very strong, and together Cambridge High did get an early lead, but John McGlashan pulled him back in. So we are still going stroke for stroke. This is what we're here for. This D final is giving us some awesome racing to watch. There is nothing like just being you against one other. These lads obviously having an awesome race. So we can see them both on a very similar stroke rate. So that is the amount of strokes that they are getting in per minute. As we just see John McGlashan potentially starting to push up against the local from Cambridge High. And yeah, many people, of course, are tuned in for this race to watch these two scullers battle it out. And notice on the analytics that some people just tune in for a race or two, but I encourage you to stay for a bit longer. There's so many good races happening today. If you're a rowing fan, stick around, put the stream on in the background while you're at work, you know, like keep watching, because there are many good races happening today. And of course, if at all you do leave us, make sure you come back through Rowing Hub. But here we are now watching the John McGlashan sculler as he just pulls out to about a half a boat length lead over Cambridge High. So John McGlashan, he's certainly found his rhythm. We're seeing a little bit of a ripple on the water there, a little bit of a ripple, just a little bit of a slight cross-head breeze. No doubt we'll get some information about exactly the direction and strength of that wind in the next, I don't know, wee while. We'll leave that open-ended. But John McGlashan there, he's just pushing away from Cambridge High. So both of these scullers had a very fast start, Dylan and Paddy. But it is Paddy from John McGlashan who is just inching out every stroke as we move through the 1,000 metre marker. And we see in the background there the big white Milford boy. So it is John McGlashan, two opposite ends of the country these two scullers are from. But what a day that has brought them together to race each other. And there we see on the screen, it is a wind speed of 2.05 metres per second, and it is a westerly. So that is what these two scullers are battling. 2.05, not too bad, still nice and calm. Let's see if that changes throughout the day. And the water, very warm. The water is warmer than the air. So that often happens at this time of year towards the end of the summer. The lake just heats up as it absorbs all of the heat from the sun. So that's why we see plenty of people swimming in it yesterday. But it is John McGlashan. John McGlashan is currently in the lead of the D final of the boys under 17 single sculls. This event sponsored by Laszlo Boats. As our sculler here, Paddy, he stretches out to a little bit of clear water. He's got himself at clear water, but we see the Cambridge High sculler there just look over his left-hand shoulder to make sure he is still within touching distance, which he is, as they move through the 1250 metre marker. So 750 metres left to travel in this D final of the boys under 17 single scull. We're having a fantastic match race here. It's 1-on-1. We will see how they continue the rest of this race. But these two scullers obviously sculled well in the early stages of the regatta to get into this D final, as we are in the strong 500 of the race. This is the third 500. You need to be nice and strong here and hold on to your rhythm and hold on to your power so that you can capitalise and move from that for your final wind. As we approach the 1500 metre marker, you can see Waikato Rowing Club in the background there. So here we are moving through that yellow, boys. It goes from red to yellow and back to red. That's the 1500 metre marker, so 500 metres left to travel in the D final of the boys under 17 single sculls. This event sponsored by Laszlo. You can find Vera and Laz round the regatta for any spare parts you may need. They're always on hand. But it is John McGlashan, although Cambridge High is certainly pushing back. Cambridge High is pulling his bows up a little further. He's making sure that John McGlashan doesn't get too far away, because both of these scullers are going to have an awesome sprint on them as we get closer to the line. Both of them now rowing past the Rowing New Zealand building. The elites, of course, have just come off the water from their morning training. That's a bit of foreshadowing of what's to come, team. But John McGlashan with the lead. Cambridge High still just checking over his shoulder to make sure he is within touching distance as we get closer and closer to the 1750 metre marker. So 250 metres left to travel in the D final of the boys under 17 single scull. John McGlashan, both of these crews though had a fantastic start. They both fired out of the blocks, and it was just in that sort of middle bit of the race that the John McGlashan sculler managed to push away as we see them both lift the rate. They're both lifting the rate because Cambridge High is certainly going for a sprint. He wants to win this D final, but John McGlashan, he's saying, no, I've had the lead the whole time. I'll do anything I can to hold on to it, as we are now just a length lead to John McGlashan. But Cambridge High is really putting in the work is Dylan Jackson McClutchy, coached by Josh Tower and Kerry Wilkins. 100 metres to go now. We have overlap. Cambridge High really going for the line, but it's John McGlashan. John McGlashan, he's led this race most of the way. The last 100 metres, can he hold on? A very big charge coming from Cambridge High as we come down to the finish line. About 30 metres left to travel in the D final of the boys under 17 single sculls. On the finish line, there is John McGlashan, and there's Cambridge High. Wow, what a race. This is why these finals are awesome. A, B, C and D finals all provided us with very exciting racing. What a match that was. So that is that's the D final of the boys under 17 single sculls. Next up will be the C final. But I would like to introduce you all to Kate Haynes, who is a New Zealand rower and is sat next to me right now. How are you, Kate?
I'm great. I'm so stoked to be here. This Maadi Regatta has been such a good vibe so far, so I'm super stoked to be here, yeah.
Awesome. So in this next race, which is the C final of the boys under 17 single sculls, we have got in lane 1, Gowran College. In 2, Te Ao Mutu. In 3, Takapuna Grammar. In 4, Glendowie. In 5, Onslow. In 6, we have got Francis Douglas. In 7, Gisborne. And in 8, Aotea. So let's see how it is all playing out at the moment, because the times of these crews from the heats and the reps, there was only 14 seconds across the field. And we are seeing two crews out to an early lead. It does look like Te Ao Mutu and Gisborne. Well, Gisborne is currently sitting in first and Te Ao Mutu in second. We're having a great battle for third between those crews in the middle. But what are you seeing, Kate? What are you seeing from the rowing that is happening here?
Yeah, it's looking really sharp, I must say. I'm always really impressed by the calibre of rowing at Maadi Cup these days, and it just gets better and better every year. You can really see out in front those catches looking really, really sharp. He's really on top of the boat there. The bow ball's just flying. So yeah, it's really, really impressive for sure.
Awesome, and we're just seeing a great battle there happening for second. So Gisborne's still holding on to the lead, but it was Aotea pushing out there, and Te Ao Mutu is currently sort of in a third position along with Glendowie and Onslow. So those are the sort of top 5 at the moment, going back to then Gowran College, Takapuna Grammar and Francis Douglas. But here we are getting a good look at Te Ao Mutu at the top of the screen, Glendowie in the middle and Onslow at the bottom. And so these three scullers having a good battle for the 3rd, 4th and 5th placings at the moment. Got to keep an eye on Untitled College out on the outside, though. They currently hold second, but are very close to these three crews as they move through the 1250 metre marker. So no doubt, Kate, you've been in many close races like these three now. What is going through your head when you're in their position?
A lot of hurt, I'm not going to lie. I always feel like this part of the race is always the toughest, and it really shows the fitness and the training that you've done all season. So it's really epic to see these boys going hammer and toe out there. Yeah, and I feel like coming into the last bit here, you're always thinking about being tall, being clean, being super aware of where you are in the race. So no doubt these boys will be looking across, looking at each other, thinking, oh gosh, I'm really going to have to work pretty hard here. But I'm sure they've all done epic amount of training and can really do it. But yeah, there's quite a strong lead out in front here. So yeah, we'll see if he can hold on. And Gisborne boys, yeah, very, very impressive from him.
Yeah, this Gisborne sculler, he's doing very well. That is Carlos Bramwell, coached by Joshua Kelly, as we move down to the final 500 metres. But what a battle we're having here between Glendowie and Te Awamutu College. They've just pushed themselves away from that sculler from Onzo, and Untitled College on the outside still holding on. But comparing these two here, what do you think they're both doing well, Kate? Glendowie and Te Awamutu.
Yeah, I mean, they're both definitely looking really strong through the water. I think that's just super, super important, especially in this last bit, you know. You want to squeeze everything you can through the water because that's kind of where the boat lifts up the most. And then obviously out of the water, you're just trying to be as loose as you can on the boat, making it run. Yeah, and then that obviously just makes a super efficient rowing style. So yeah, I think the Glendowie boy here, he's doing a really good job of just being super relaxed on the way forward. But yeah, definitely not easy racing out here. It's becoming really, really close to the line here. So it'll be really interesting to see what these boys can do now.
Yeah, because now we are just rowing past Rowing New Zealand, place you hang out a lot.
Sure do.
Yeah, we've got about 300 metres as we approach that 200 and final 250 there, and it is the Glendowie sculler managing to hold a bit of the lead of second/third over Te Awamutu College. But let's go look at the whole field, and Gisborne boys are still in the lead. He's so far ahead. We can only just see his puddles there, but it is our sculler from Untitled College, Harrison White, who is in second. He's done a good bit of work through that third 500 to push into second, so that Te Awamutu and Glendowie are battling it out for third. But we are seeing a fantastic sprint there from Te Awamutu in the green boat. He's just managing to get up over Glendowie in the final stages of this race. But 100 metres to go. 100 metres to go. It is Gisborne boys. He has led it most of the way, and he's still holding on to that lead with Otea in second. A great sprint happening between Te Awamutu and Glendowie. What are you thinking of that sprint there, Kate?
Oh, and it's even closing up now into the second place as well. It's really anyone's game there. It's just about who wants it the most coming into the line there. Wow, that is incredibly tight. No one is going to be able to call that. That's hectic.
Oh, that was very tight. Certainly Gisborne got the win, but
yeah,
second, third and fourth, somewhere between Otea, Glendowie and Te Awamutu. So that is a C final there as we watch Onzo cross the line in fifth, sixth down there on the inside, and then set to Garran College, seventh, Francis Douglas by the look of it. But double check that on Rowett team to see who actually got second, third and fourth there, because that was very close indeed. So that is the C final for the boys under 17 single sculls. That event sponsored by Laszlo. As we head up now to semi-final 1 of this boys under 17 single sculls. In 1 we have Lindisfarne, 2 Hauraki Plains, 3 Motueka High School, 4 Marlborough Boys, 5 St Paul's Collegiate, 6 Odomodai, 7 Nelson College, and 8 Ashburton. This is the first semi-final. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 progress through to the A final. 5, 6, 7 and 8 into the B final. And we do have an early leader of St Paul's Collegiate, George Benjamin. He did win North Island and he did win his heat. Second place looks like it is currently sitting with Marlborough Boys and then Motueka. And then we're seeing Hauraki and Lindisfarne there. But what do you make of these scullers, Kate?
Honestly, again, so impressed by their rowing. It's honestly amazing. And just before I saw the St Paul's man, he looked incredibly efficient, incredibly connected to the boat. his rate was really down low, just super relaxed, and I think he was just really using his levers really, really well. Those hands hanging out there nice and long and then swinging into the bow. Really, really impressive. And yeah, it just looks like a super tight field. I feel like semi-final racing is always super, super cutthroat. I know in all the international regattas, you can't medal unless you're in the A final, so it's really, really hectic racing, and it's really cool to see these guys out here giving it their all.
Yeah, and we're seeing a really good challenge here happening between Lindisfarne and Hodaki. So Hodaki starting to lift the rate, and so is Lindisfarne. They are right next to each other, are these two scullers, as we are well within the third 500 of semi-final 1 of the boys under 17 single sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Laszlo Boats. You can find Vera and Laz in the boat park. And if anyone here who makes the A final and then happens to win, if they win this event, they do get a single scull from Laszlo. So quite an interesting prize. But here we are moving into the final 500 metres. It is St. Paul's. It is George Benjamin, coached by Charlie Rogerson and Bruce Jones with a nice commanding lead. Second place sitting with Marlborough Boys. Third with Motueka. Fourth with Hodaki. Fifth with Lindisfarne. Hodaki is just stretching away from Lindisfarne. They were very tight there, very close, but Hodaki had that strong third 500 to push away. But let's go get a closer look at St. Paul's here, and let's see what he is really doing well. How is he moving that boat so nicely, Kate?
Yeah, well, it's interesting to hear that Charlie Rogerson is this man's coach, because he was a really great fine rower back in the day. So it's really cool to see Charlie's giving back to a school. Yeah, and he's doing a blimmin' good job at coaching him too. I think it's really, really cool. He looks really strong through the water. He's levering really, really well there. Like I said before, those long arms, it's a really efficient rowing style. And yeah, it's really impressive. It's a super, super commanding lead, and I think this should give him a lot of confidence going into that A final. And yeah, should be anyone's game, but he's doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, as we're seeing a great battle here from Hodaki. Hodaki, he pushed away to Lindisfarne to push himself up into a solid fourth, but now he's making a play for third as he moves up on Motueka High School. Of course, 1, 2, 3 and 4 all into the A final. But these scullers have preferred lanes, and the positions you finish in the semi-final will determine your lane for the final. So we're seeing Hodaki, he just keeps lifting the rate, keeps pushing Motueka, though he keeps looking across at him to make sure he is just in front. The two of these going head-to-head, stroke for stroke, bow ball for bow ball, as we're now well within the final 100 metres. Motueka, though, he's really lifting it nicely there, isn't he?
Yeah, man, he's absolutely going for it. It's so epic to see. His rate's up. Yeah, pretty impressive. And there's St. Paul's coming in first.
Yeah, and then we've got Marlborough here coming down to line. But how's that battle going there for third?
Gosh, it's still pretty tight, but I think there's... Yeah, pretty tight.
Yeah, I think that would have been Motueka, then Hodaki, but all four of those into the A final, and it'll be B final for Nelson College, Odomodai, Lindisfarne, and Ashburton. So they will all race again on finals day. So that was semi-final 1 of the boys under 17 single sculls, sponsored by Laszlo. Just a reminder, you may have been staying to watch that race, but there's another awesome semi-final coming up next. And I have a feeling, because it's all going to be epic racing today, there's even more. So stay tuned, team. Don't go anywhere. But if you do, make sure you come back through Rowing Hub. And of course, also follow us at altitude_HD on Instagram. Next up will be the second semi-final of this very same event, the boys under 17 single sculls. Earlier today as well, we saw some beautiful shots of Maungatautari just pushing up through the fog. I encourage you all to go check it out if you're looking to kill some time, because it is a beautiful sanctuary mountain, the largest land island in the world. And so how lucky are we to have that here in our community? But that was semi-final 1. Semi-final 2, here we are. In lane 1, we have Dunstan High School. In 2, St. Kevin's. In 3, Wellington College. In 4, Tauranga Boys. In 5, Whakatane High School. In 6, Wakatipu. In 7, New Plymouth Boys. And in 8, St. Peter's College. So these scullers, Wakatipu High School, he did win South Islands. Wellington College was 3rd at North Islands. And they both had fast times in the heats. But the two in the middle there, Tauranga Boys and Whakatane, Tyler and Ash, they both won heats earlier in this regatta with the same time of 8:05. So let's see what is happening as we move through the 1250 metre marker. It does look like lane 5 is out in front a bit more, but here we are looking at lane 4. That is Tauranga and Wellington College. Tyler and Harry having a really good battle. What are you seeing there, Kate?
Yeah, it's definitely a good battle indeed, and yeah, their rate's really up and running there. I think the single scull is such an interesting event. I've been a sweeper most of my career, so never really had to do the single, but when I have, I've always found it really mentally tough. So good on these boys for being out here, and it makes it even harder when you're neck and neck with someone like that. Yeah, it's really, really impressive for sure.
Yeah, and we are seeing it's the Wakatipu Sculler, Wakatipu High School, Charlie Mensah, who did win South Islands, that has a nice commanding lead through the 1500 metre marker there. He's got about maybe 2.5 boat lengths over Whakatane High School, and we're just seeing that battle there. Wellington College, Harry Kavanagh just pushed into 3rd with about a half a boat length lead over Tauranga Boys. So those are the top 4. They're really pushing themselves into the qualification spots for the A final, which is the medal race. But we are seeing Harry Kavanagh there at the top of the screen. He just keeps moving, and he's certainly pushing up on Whakatane. So that is Ash Schultz. Harry Kavanagh there really pushing out stroke for stroke with Whakatane. What do you make of a sprint like that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's anyone's game to the line, and the last 500 really tests that. Who wants it more? Who wants it more? And I think that, yeah, he's clearly really gunning for it and looking like his boat speed's actually higher than second place there, so we'll see what happens closer to the line. But Whakatane doing really well to hold him off right now, but yeah, again, anything can happen. It actually looks like Whakatane's lifted his rate too and responded really well, and has seen him coming in the peripherals, and you just see him look across there as well. So that was, yeah, it's coming up really tight there.
Yeah, these two are having a great battle. You see them looking at each other every now and then just to make sure they're on top of it. But it is our sculler from Wakatipu, Charlie Mensah, who is well out with nice clear water. He certainly wants to make a claim for this event. Of course, sponsored by Laszlo Boats. But it is Whakatane in 2nd, Wellington in 3rd, and Tauranga in 4th, but we are seeing a fast finishing St. Kevin's there, so that'll keep us all on our toes. But these two here, Whakatane and Wellington College, having a great battle for 2nd and 3rd as Wakatipu comes down to the line. So here we are at the finish line. There's Wakatipu across the line. Well done into the A final. Who is going to get 2nd? Oh, it is right down to the line, and Whakatane manages to just hold on for 2nd, Wellington 3rd, but they're both through to the A final, and Tauranga did manage to hold off the attack from St. Kevin's. So Tauranga boys also into the A final. It's B final for St. Kevin's, Dunstan High, New Plymouth boys, and St. Peter's College. So that concludes the semi-finals for the boys under 17 single sculls. And if you haven't already figured out what's going on, we are officially 2 hours behind time, and we are not trying to catch up. So the first half of the day sheet that came out last night, we are running 2 hours behind those times, and when the second half of the day sheet comes out, they will have new updated times to reflect that. Of course, it was fog that delayed us. But the best way to make sure you don't miss a race is, of course, to never leave. Just leave the feed going in the background as you go about your day, because I'm sure you will hear an exciting race that you would just love to watch. And of course, Rowing Hub is where you can always find us if you do need to, I don't know, maybe you've got an important Zoom meeting, but you can always come back. But here we are for semi-final 1 of the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. This event is sponsored by AMI Insurance. On your side, wherever your adventures take you. In lane 1, we have Craighead Diocesan. In 2, Wakatipu High School. In 3, Wanganui High School. In 4, Glendowie. 5, Diocesan School for Girls. 6, Whangarei. 7, Otamotai. And 8, Dunstan. And it does look like we've got some early leaders here. It looks like Glendowie in the lead over Wanganui High School. Of course, another semi-final, so top 4 through to the A final. What do you make of a crew boat, Kate?
Oh, I absolutely love a crew boat. I feel like the connection between the teammates is just, it makes the boat go so much faster if you guys get on really well, let alone with the blades going in the water together, and we can really see that in these crews here. They're doing really well. And I'm also an Auckland Dio old girl, so I will be supporting them all the way. I've got my red hat here, which is iconic from Auckland Dio, so I'm wearing that even commentating, guys.
I love those red hats from Dio, and Dio is doing fantastic, currently sitting in second, currently holding on to a qualification spot for the A final, but the real race is happening here between Craighead Diocesan down on the inside and Otamotai College out in lane 7, as they are both sitting in 4th place at the moment, and that final qualification. So at the moment, though, it is Glendowie with about a 3/4 of a boat length lead over Wanganui High School, with a bit of clear water over Diocesan School for Girls, and then back to Craighead and Otamotai. But let's get a closer look at the leaders here as we move through the 1500 metre marker. What do you make of their timing?
Yeah, they honestly look really good. I'm super, super impressed. The blades are going in really accurately together and then popping out in unison there as well, which I think is really, really exceptional. And I definitely miss having a coxswain to hype me up, especially into coming into this last bit. So I'm sure they're doing a really great job at making sure those girls are in time and motivating them all the way to the line there.
Yeah, certainly. Glendowie just holding their half-boat length lead over Wanganui High School. Did you manage to catch the coxswain's race yesterday?
I didn't, but I did hear about it, and it sounded pretty hectic. And yeah, but I did not get to catch it in the real time, which was a shame.
And if you missed that, you can jump back on Rowing Hub, look for day 3, and you'll be able to find their coxswain's race at 8 hours and 23 minutes.
Perfect, I'll be doing that then, I think.
Yeah, definitely do. As we see Glendowie push out now, they've got some clear water. They're really sprinting for the line. Have you seen a sprint like that before?
Yeah, well, I guess I have, but honestly, they're doing an absolutely amazing job at doing that. They've just taken, it looks like a full length there, which in a really short amount of time, which is really epic. And also Dio's coming up now, which is really awesome. They might be contending for second there, but yeah, everyone looking really strong out there in front. Yeah,
as we see, Otamotai is just getting the better of the battle for 4th. So Otamotai pushing themselves into a strong 4th, but we are seeing a fast finishing Whangarei girls there as well. So that race is not over yet, but it certainly is. Glendowie out with some clear water now over Wanganui, and it is your old school there, Diocesan School for Girls, holding on to 3rd, but look at them push up. Maybe they learnt that off you.
Yeah, look, I won't take credit for that, but I'll say that it's the good faith of the red hat getting them through there.
It certainly is, as we're well within the final 100 metres. Now down at the line, it's Glendowie takes first and into the A final. Wanganui High School second. A very fast finish there from Diocesan School for Girls to be 3rd, and they'll be into the A final. And yeah, what a great finish from Otamotai 4th, but a fast finishing Whangarei right behind them. Whangarei into the B final, and they will be joined by Craighead Diocesan, Wakatipu and Dunstan High School. And that is, of course, semi-final 1 of the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. This event sponsored by AMI Insurance. On your side, wherever your adventures take you. So next up will be semi-final 2. But yeah, if you're also looking for something else to do, give coastal rowing a go. We'll come back to that later, because here is semi-final 2 with the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. In lane 1, Cashmere High. In 2, Wakatipu High School. 3, Hamilton Girls. 4, Villa Maria. 5 Queen Margaret, 6 Whangarei Girls, 7 St. Peter's, and 8 Hillcrest High. So what a close race we have here, and there are many fast times. We've got a couple of medal winners from Norths and Souths in here, and a couple of heat winners, all with very similar times, and people that came through as a rep in very fast times too. So this is quite a race we are seeing, because currently in the lead it is lane 4, Villa Maria. Only just though we're seeing a very fast Cashmere Crew in lane 1 as well. So what do you make of a good tight race like this, Kate?
Yeah,
it's Wakatipu in second. Sorry, it's Wakatipu.
Wakatipu.
Yeah, Wakatipu is the fast crew.
Wow. Yeah, no, it's definitely pretty tight out there. Again, like that looks quite windy, doesn't it? They're doing a really good job of handling this slight crosswind here. I really struggle in a crosswind personally, so I always find it really impressive when they can get both sides of the blades going in equally together, especially in sculling boats there, and so it looks like they're doing well there.
And it is Queen Margaret. Queen Margaret is in the lead. Queen Margaret is in the lead there. That's who we just got a nice close-up of from the umpire boat, that camera. So Queen Margaret in the lead with Wakatipu in second. Third place would be sitting with Villa Maria at the moment. And fourth, my old school, St. Peter's. So here we have quite a good race on our hands. These 4 are stretching out, but we are seeing a very competent and fast crew from Hamilton Girls currently sitting in third. But yes, it is Queen Margaret College holding, and they did win North Islands as well. And Wakatipu, the crew sitting in second, won South Islands. So here we are seeing a battle of the 2 winners of the islands before the A final. What a treat we have today. But look at this Queen Margaret crew. But that, what do you make of that Wakatipu sprint they're doing?
Yeah, that's amazing. They've got their rate right up now. I'm sure the coxswains just made a bit of a call there to push it up. And yeah, the stroke seat girl looks like she's absolutely going for it, and everyone else is doing an epic job behind her, backing it up. Yeah, and they really seem to be powering through St. Marg's here. So it'll be interesting to see if St. Marg's can respond.
Yeah, and we've got Queen Margaret, that is, and we've got plenty of support from Queen Margaret on the chat. Yeah, go Queen Margaret, everyone watching, how good. But Wakatipu certainly do have that momentum behind them. But Queen Margaret is managing to hold them off at the moment. And that is, of course, Sienna, Isabella, Lily, Sana, coxed by Sophia, coached by Ellen and Bella. But Wakatipu is really moving. That's Liberty, Scarlett, Kira, Caitlin, coxed by Bella, coached by Jimmy, as we row down in front of Rowing New Zealand. Third place still sitting with Villa, and fourth with St. Peter's, but we are seeing a very fast Hamilton Girls crew at the moment there. As we're now inside the last 250, what is your lungs feeling like when you enter the final 250?
Honestly, pretty grim, but these girls seem to be doing really well at making sure their boat speeds still come going and moving really well. And yeah, I feel like you always think you don't have anything more, and then you just always surprise yourself, which is really cool to see here. And it looks like
Wakatipu.
Yeah, Wakatipu's just gone through Queen Margaret's there.
Yeah.
Hopefully Queen Margaret's can respond.
They'll be finding that extra bit you were just talking about when you surprise yourselves. Or maybe they're not surprising themselves. Maybe Wakatipu knew they had it in them all along. As we now enter the final 100 metres, and what a sprint Wakatipu is giving us. They have just gained about 3/4 of a length in the previous 10 strokes. Quite the sprint there as we get a view of Queen Margaret. But let's head down towards the finish line to call it across the line. Who's it going to be?
Wakatipu there.
Yeah, followed by Queen Margaret, and then Villa Maria and St. Peter's. So those 4 go into the A final. It will be B final for Hamilton Girls, Whangarei Girls, and next across the line looks like it's going to be Cashmere. Also got plenty of supporters on the live stream, and Hillcrest High with a fast finish. Oh, those 2 across the line together. How good. Come on, Villa. That's what we want to see. I love how many Villa supporters we have got on the live stream at the moment, watching through Rowing Hub. So come on, the under-15 squad, exactly. But next up, it is the semi-final 1 of the boys under-18 coxless pairs. This event is sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company, premium rowing and paddling water sports equipment for Kiwi athletes. In lane 1, we have Westlake Boys number 2. In 2, St Kentigans. In 3, Auckland Grammar. In 4, Westlake Boys. In 5, Sacred Heart Auckland. 6, Marlborough Boys. 7, Mount Albert Grammar. And 8, Christ College. Let's see who is in the lead. It looks to be the crew from Westlake. You wouldn't believe it, Jed Campbell. I'm not surprised that Westlake is in the lead. That is Jack Buckley and George Langley. They did win North Islands, but hot on their heels is the silver medalist from North Islands, Sacred Heart. But a great battle we're seeing there between St Kentigans sitting in 3rd, Auckland Grammar in 4th, and Westlake number 2 is currently sitting 5th, but they did get bronze at North Islands, so that is where the real battle is between 3rd, 4th and 5th, and who's going to make the A final. It will be a bit of a fight here at the Altitude HD office, as we have many alumni from these particular schools in the building, but it is Westlake Boys. Westlake Boys are in the lead, as our graphic shows us. So what do you, as a sweeper yourself, Kate, what are you loving about Westlake?
Yeah, well, I've done quite a lot of pairs rowing in particular as well, and honestly, these boys just look phenomenal. They're really levering off each other, and I think that that's super important in a pair, as you know, there's only one blade on each side, so you have to be super, super in sync, and the bowman here is doing an excellent job at shadowing the stroke man, and yeah, it's really, really impressive rowing out here.
It is, isn't it? These two just making light work of this semi-final. They did have one of the faster times in the heat of 6:52. But let's see what's happening there. It does look like we're still holding on to Sacred Heart Auckland in 2nd, but St Kentigans and Auckland Grammar managing to just push away from Westlake Boys to cement themselves into qualification spots, currently holding 3rd and 4th. Which way round that is, well, that's anyone's guess, because we're just seeing Auckland Grammar lift the rate there. Auckland Grammar going for a sprint and getting that serve returned by St Kentigans as they lift the sprint. So what do you make? Sometimes you're sprinting really hard in a pair and you've got to steer it yourself. How hard is that?
Yeah, I feel like it's always a bit of a battle when someone goes and the other person's trying to just hang on. But yeah, I feel like staying in the lane is obviously super hard in pairs rowing, but I think that it's an exceptionally cool boat when obviously there's only 2 people, so if you both commit at exactly the same time, you can absolutely fly, and we're definitely seeing that here with this Grammar crew. But St Kitts is also looking like they are flying with the rate coming up as well now.
Yeah, and you'll find from our point of view, just when you think they can't lift the rate anymore, they do it again.
I know, it's hectic, isn't it? It's very, very impressive. But Westlake's out here looking really, really long and strong here, not having to push too hard on the rate. But still going absolutely efficiently, which is epic to see.
Yeah, well within the final 100 metres now, and that St Ken's crew is making a play for 2nd. If Sacred Heart doesn't look out, St Ken's is going to get it. But here we are down on the finish line, and Westlake Boys, Jack Buckley, George Langley with a nice win there. Well done. And who is going to play 2nd? Sacred Heart holds on. Sacred Heart crosses the line for 2nd, and great sprint there from both St Ken's and Grammar, but it is 3rd to Kent's, 4th to Grammar. But all 4 of those through the A final. It will be B final here for Marlborough Boys, Westlake number 2, and then we head back to Mount Albert Grammar in 7th, and Christ College number 3. They will be in the B final. As we cruise back up the lake, there is Mount Maungatautari in the distance, largest land island in the world. Check it out. But here is semi-final number 2 with the boys under 18 coxless pairs. In lane 1, we have St Andrews College, 2 Christchurch Boys, 3 St Thomas of Canterbury, 4 St Bede's, 5 St Bede's number 2, 6 King's College, 7 Gisborne Boys, and 8 Wellington College. Now, these 2 St Bede's pairs in the middle, one was 1st to South Islands and one was 3rd. So let's see what's happening. But it is the crew of St Thomas of Canterbury who came through in the rep. They won their repechage. So just remember, just because you come through the rep does not mean you can't win. Here is St Thomas of Canterbury currently with about 3/4 of a boat length lead over St Bede's number 2, and then it is St Bede's number 1. Fantastic bird's eye view as we see them just row under us, and the drone rolls around. great drone driving today from the team at Altitude HD. So these three really pushing themselves out to an early lead. It is 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the A final. 4th place currently sitting with King's College. These 4 crews really out the front there. So what would you do if you were Kings there in 4th, wanting to really push up and show your dominance? What would you do, Kate?
I would go right now. I feel like there's no point in waiting until the last 250 if you want to make up that much ground. You've really got to go from 750 to 500 and really stamp your authority there. And they're looking really long and strong, so there's no doubt that they can do it if they put their mind to it.
Yeah, so I hope you all listening out there, kids, if you're looking for more inspiration for your races today, tomorrow and Saturday, you just got a little nugget there from Kate, so hold on to it. But it is St. Thomas's of Canterbury just stretching out nicely now to a full length as we see St. Bede's number 1 push up in front of St. Bede's number 2. So St. Bede's number 1 really coming for St. Thomas's of Canterbury here. St. Bede's number 2 having an awesome race to hold on to the 3rd. King's College in 4th, but they do need to keep an eye on the likes of Christchurch Boys and Gisborne Boys, who weren't far behind them. But it is St. Thomas's of Canterbury as we move through the 3rd 500, coming towards the 1500 metre marker. In semi-final 2, the boys under 18 coxless pairs. The previous semi was won by Westlake in 7:13. Let's see how fast the winners of this semi can do. As we just see St. Bede's, I reckon they're stalking, you know? Just like every little stroke is another inch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that's the way to do it, especially coming into the line here. And it's pretty cool to see 2 St. Bede's crews out there. I feel like having a training partner the whole season, having 2 pairs out would have done them really well. So it's cool to see them so close, really.
Yeah, for sure. Like, definitely. Well, it's so good when you've got a training partner like that, to push, if you push each other and you can both go faster and faster. But it is still, and we're seeing these 2. That's what these 2 are doing right now.
Yeah, they're going faster and faster.
Yeah. It is just St. Bede's number 1 and St. Thomas of Canterbury with the lead, pushing away from St. Bede's number 2. And possibly St. Bede's number 2 knew that it was going to be fast race, so they went out early to try and go with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes you've got to do that. If you know someone's a pretty hot contender, you just got to get in their head and try and go early. So good on them for doing that. But yeah, these 2 crews out in front are really going for it now. Their rate is coming up. It's very, very impressive that they're looking so clean even with the rate up.
Yeah, and so a very good challenge from St. Bede's number 1, but St. Thomas of Canterbury is just pushing away as we're about 120 metres from the finish line. St. Thomas's of Canterbury just stretching out their lead. Every stroke they get another inch as they move through the 100 metre marker. St. Bede's number 1 sitting in 2nd, St. Bede's number 2 in 3rd. We're seeing a strong finishing Christchurch Boys, but will they do enough to get over King's College and get the all-important 4th and final spot in the A final? But it is down on the finish line, St. Thomas of Canterbury with their awesome final 250 where they just stretched out over St. Bede's number 2, who placed 2nd. They're in the A final. Joining them, their training partners, St. Bede's number 2 in the A final, and Kings. Kings had a fantastic race to maintain 4th, but they're in the A final. But what a sprint from Christchurch Boys. They will be in the B final along with Wellington College, St. Andrews and Gisborne Boys. Of course, under 18 events, the B finals are important because if you place 1st or 2nd, you get a very snazzy top 10 badge that you can display on your school blazer. Now, Westlake finished the first semi in 7:13, so I wonder what this is going to end up on. So, great racing. Stay with us, folks, as we've got more epic racing. And the C final of the girls under 18 double sculls in lane 2, Wakatabu High School, 3, Mount Aspiring, 4, Te Awamutu, 5, Takapuna Grammar, 6, Otamotai, and 7, Cambridge High. So this is the C final of the girls under 18 double sculls. This event sponsored by Mazda. You get more in a Mazda. So it is that nice yellow boat of Wakatabu that is out the front, and along with Te Awamutu. So those 2 are the front runners at the early stages in this race. Third currently sitting with Odomodai and Mount Aspiring, really, they're together there. And then we go back to Takapuna and Cambridge High. But it is a good battle in the lead for Wakatipu and Te Awamutu as we approach the 1K marker. Do you have a move you always whip out in the one? I mean, don't want to give away any of your secrets, but something you always do moving through the 1K?
Well, I actually like to do it at the 900 because then no one's really expecting it. I feel like everyone goes at the K, so why not get ahead of the game and go at the 900? And it's usually just a 10 on the legs, 10 together, 10 catch, just whatever you think your boat needs to go faster at that time. But yeah, sneaky tip, go at the 900, go before everyone else.
Yeah, definitely. As we're seeing Wakatipu, maybe they heard you. Because
there they go.
They're pushing a little bit just ahead of Te Awamutu. Of course, a local school is Te Awamutu College. But Wakatipu with the lead in the C final, the girls under 18 double sculls. And we're still having a great battle there for third between Mount Aspiring and Odomodai College, because these 6 crews, their times from the previous rounds were within 11 seconds of each other. So that is why we're seeing such an awesome close race here in this C final with the girls under 18 double sculls. I was going to say it is Wakatipu, but let's see what happens to the next boy line. Oh, they're basically together, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really neck and neck there. They're doing a really, really good job there at staying connected to each other, and we'll just have to wait and see to see who gets there to the line.
Yeah, as we see Cambridge High really pushing up. So now the battle for third is between Odomodai and Cambridge High. They are battling it out for third, with Mount Aspiring and Takapuna Grammar battling it out for fifth. But it is Te Awamutu and Wakatipu here. Te Awamutu maybe about 3 feet ahead of Wakatipu as we make our way down through the third 500. You really got to have a bit of resilience, don't you, to keep pushing when the other crew keeps fighting back.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like no one is giving in here, so we'll have to see what happens. But both crews looking really, really nice and tall on top of the boat here, and coming through that last 500 metres, it's going to be anyone's game to the line.
Yeah, and for those watching on the live stream, the reason we are 2 hours behind time was because of fog. So fog was the delay. The wind is just at a nice speed of 2.03 metres per second, which is more than manageable. It was the fog that was the issue earlier today. But the fog has lifted, and now we're getting a fantastic race here in the C final with the girls under 18 double sculls as we watch Te Awamutu just push in, dig in a little bit to squeeze away from Wakatipu. But this crew from Cambridge High down on the bottom of the screen is doing a fantastic job to have a good battle with Odomodai for third, as we see Mount Aspiring currently in fifth and Takapuna Grammar sitting in sixth as we row past Rowing New Zealand. So any tips to start a final sprint and hold on to it?
Yeah, I guess it's just having really strong comms in the boat and just really trusting each other. When the bow person says go or do anything, the stroke person's just got to commit 100% and just go for it and back each other all the way to the line for sure. And it looks like Te Awamutu's just done that, maybe with their bow balls slightly ahead there.
Yeah, and Wakatipu are really responding well, aren't they? So if you're on the banks there, come and cheer on your teammates. Cambridge High, though, just pushing away, pushing themselves up into third, and Odomodai into fourth. Mount Aspiring fifth, and Takapuna Grammar sitting in sixth. But we are seeing a really great race as Wakatipu seem to be lifting it again, don't they?
Yeah, it's honestly incredible. No one is giving up here. They're absolutely gunning it all the way to the line. You just see them go through their 100-metre mark there. Yeah, anyone's game could not call it at this point. It's going to be right up to the line, the last stroke, I reckon.
Yeah, it is stroke for stroke, bow ball for bow ball. It will be on the surge as we see both these crews here. And the girls under 18 doubles lifting down on the line. Who's it going to be? It does look like, yep, there it is, Te Awamutu. Nice work, Te Awamutu. Wakatipu second, a great fight from both of those. Cambridge High School third, Odomodai fourth, as we watch Mount Aspiring cross the line there in fifth, and it'll be Takapuna in 6. That is how they finish the girls under 18 double sculls. This event sponsored by Mazda. Next up will be semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 double sculls. And here they are on the screen. Who have we got here, Kate?
We've got Otago Girls High School in 1, Whanganui High School in 2, King's College, Twizel Area School, St. Peter's, Iona College, Wellington East Girls College, and Hauraki Plains College.
Yeah, so that is who we have got in semi-final 1. And it is St. Peter's School. Olivia Henry and Molly McClintock, coached by Kaylin Wren and Norm Charlton, who are in the lead. They did win North Islands, but next to them is Twizel Area School, currently in 2nd, and they won South Islands. So another great battle here. King's College in lane 3 was 2nd in North Islands, and they're currently battling it out for 3rd with Iona College. So these 4 crews sort of pushing themselves out into the 4 qualification spots at the moment as we move into the 3rd 500 of semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 double sculls. This event sponsored by Mazda, Zoom Zoom. And these girls here, Molly and Olivia, are certainly zooming away from the rest of the field as they have about a 3 boat length lead over Twizel. But we are seeing King's College there putting in a good burst just to make sure they stay within touching distance. So let's go get a closer look at that battle. And what are you seeing, Kate?
Yeah, both crews looking really tall up into that catch, which is really epic. But yeah, no one's given up. No one's giving a seat there. It's been really close the last 500 meters or so like that. But yeah, the bow balls are really running nicely there from both crews. So very, very impressive rowing here in the girls under 18 double.
Yeah, it is. Both of them looking nice and relaxed. And relaxed is a good word, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when the blades are out of the water and you're not actually pushing, you want to be as relaxed and loose as possible so that all the power that you've just generated through the water can actually work and you're just gliding and floating on top of the boat. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is Wellington East Girls College currently sitting in 4th. We just see them there on the screen. So it is St. Peter's in 1st, Twizel Area School holding 2nd, only just over King's College 3rd, and Wellington East Girls College sitting in that 4th qualification spot at the moment. But it is Olivia and Molly from St. Peter's who are doing just a fantastic job of rowing nice and long and strong out in the lead there. But we're seeing a great challenge there from Kings, Bella Furman, Ione, Edie. They are really pushing up on that Twizel Area School crew, aren't they? They've really started their sprint, haven't they?
Yeah, they really have. They are really up on top of the boat there. The rate is flying further and further higher, and it's just, yeah, it's looking really, really strong and connected from the girls.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great feeling when you move through stroke by stroke like that, but then you've really got to put in the work to hold on to it as well. I mean, I wonder what kind of sprint we're going to see from Twizel in the closing stages.
Yeah, let's see if they can respond here. But yeah, that was a really, really great move from King's College there.
Yeah, they're just stretching out nicely, aren't they? Nice long strokes. Twizel starting to respond, but the momentum is certainly with Kings. Kings pushing through to make a definitive play at 2nd as we're now within the final 100 metres here of semi-final 1, the girls under 18 double sculls. St. Peter's leading. They don't appear to be lifting the rate. St. Peter's just holding on to the lead as Kings move up into a strong 2nd. Twizel Area School sitting in 3rd and Wellington East sitting in 4th at the moment. But let's see how they cross the line. So here we are at the finish, and it's St. Peter's. Nice work, St. Peter's. Into the A final, they'll be joined by Kings coming through in 2nd. Then we've got Twizel Area School, and in lane 7 there, Wellington East Girls College. Well done, Wellington East Girls, claiming that 4th spot. It'll be B final for Iona College, Otago Girls, Wanganui High School, and Hauraki Plains. Fantastic job from that Wellington East Girls College crew. They did progress through to the semi-final from the repechage, and they carried that momentum from the repechage into the semi, and that is what has got them into the A final. But here we are cruising up for the second semi-final. We've got Queen Margaret, in first, St. Paul's Collegiate in second, Craighead Dawson in lane 3, Marion in 4, Dawson School for Girls in 5, Dunstan in lane 6, James Hargis in 7, and Whangarei Girls in 8. And let's see who the leaders are. It is currently lane 4, Marion College. Second is sitting with James Hargist. Third sitting with Dunstan. And fourth sitting in Craighead. So there's Marion College in the lead. We're just getting some questions here on the live stream. Kate, are you having time off? Tell us about that.
Yes, I am indeed. I guess the post-Olympic year, not many of the Olympians are around New Zealand, so I'm actually going to the UK soon to row for a club over there and do Henley and just do something different. But it was a bit weird not being on the list for the first time in almost 10 years, so I am having a little bit of time off.
That's awesome, though. That is awesome, doing something different. You always got to look after yourself and look after your well-being. But in the lead here, these girls from Marion College have obviously looked after themselves to push into a nice lead, but we're seeing a strong challenge there from Jane. Who is that? It is 6, Dunstan High School, currently sitting in second, Diocesan School for Girls in third, and Craighead in fourth. So that's your old school, Diocesan School for Girls. It is indeed. What top tip would you give them right now in the race?
I'd just say put your heads down, girls, and just absolutely go for it in this last bit here. But they're looking really strong and really loose and relaxed there, so hopefully they've got a bit more on the tank coming into the line, but equally the other crews are not letting them have an inch and doing a really good job at fighting them off, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I've certainly seen many fast finishing crews from Dunstan in this regatta. But the lead is still with Marion College, and they were third at South Islands, and the Dunstan crew that's holding on to second were fourth at South Islands, right behind them. And your girls there from Diocesan School, they were third at North Island, so plenty of strong crews in this semi-final. As we are now inside the final 500 metres, but it is the girls from Marion that have just stretched out a little bit by about 2 lengths lead over Dunstan High School, who have 3/4 a length lead over Diocesan, and then back to Craighead. Those 4 certainly putting themselves into the qualification spots for the A final. But it is, we are seeing a move there from Dunstan. Look at that sprint from Dunstan.
Yeah, they're doing really, really well there. The rate is up. They're on top of the boat. They're moving together. Really, really great combination for a fast-moving boat into the finish line.
And that is correct. And we are watching the girls under 18 double sculls semi-final 2, sponsored by Mazda. We are a little bit delayed due to some fog we had earlier today, but that is all cleared up, and we are looking forward to another fantastic day of racing on day 4 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. But let's go get a closer look at this Marion crew, and out there in the lead, but it is Dunstan here that we're getting a good look at in the sprint. What do you like about what they're doing?
Yeah, they're doing a really good job at just being super long and strong through the water there. The first quarter of their drive is super accelerated, and you can really see that with the leg speed going down. Yeah, and Craighead's really coming up now as well. It looks like they're doing the exact same thing, so we'll see if Dio can respond.
Craighead is, what a sprint we're seeing from Craighead there. All 4 of these crews obviously sitting in qualification positions at the moment, but of course the order in which you finish the semi-final does determine the lane you get for the A final. So all these crews will have a lane they've got their eye on, and that's why they're racing hard for that lane. But Craighead with the sprint there down on the line as we see Marion come through in first. Well done. So they are into the A final. Joining them will be Dunstan moving through in second. Great sprint from Craighead there in third. And fourth to Diocesan School for Girls, so they're all into the A final. It will be B final for James Hargist, Whangarei Girls, St. Paul's Collegiate, and Queen Margaret. And that is how the semi-finals round out for the girls under 18 double sculls. So you're off to the UK for a bit. Which club are you going to?
I'm going to Molesey, which is about a half an hour train out of London. Some of the other girls have been there before and really enjoyed it, so I'm going to go there. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, great club is Molesey. And earlier today you joined me for the D final with the boys under 17 single sculls, which was just a nice match race between two, and that's what you'll be doing when you go race at Henley.
Yeah, exactly. I've been to Henley before, and yeah, the one-on-one racing is definitely really interesting, and yeah, it's very different for sure.
Awesome. So here we are for semi-final 1 of the girls under 16 single sculls. In lane 1 we have Samuel Marsden. In 2 Rotorua Girls High School. In 3 Hauraki Plains. In 4 Ashburton College. In 5 Queen Margaret. In 6 Cambridge High. 7 we've got Burnside, and in 8 we have St Catherine's College. Now we have got an early leader here while we're about halfway through the race. Let's zoom right in and get a closer look. That is lane 4 Ashburton College. Isla Moffat, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Heaford, so she is out there in the lead. What do you make of her?
Yeah, she's looking extremely long and strong here. I actually live with Justin's daughter, Veronica Wall, who won the, I believe, 16, 17 and 18 single when she was at Maadi. So, yeah, Justin's got a pretty good rap here, and it's looking like it's the same quality here.
Yeah, and for those watching through Rowing Hub, this is live. There's no delay. It is live. It's just that the fog meant that we started a little late. So we are, in fact, live. We are live with the girls under 16 single scull with Ashburton College in the lead. And then it would be Rotorua Girls sitting in second with Queen Margaret in third, fourth sitting with Hauraki Plains College at the moment. Or no, look at these outside lanes. Burnside would be up there, and so is Cambridge High. I mean, there's actually about 6 boats here vying for 4 spots. So this is quite the race we're going to have on our hands. 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the A final. Everyone else to the B. And so Ashburton, though, she is just sculling beautifully out in the lead. Second sitting with Rotorua Girls High School, and third place would only just be going to Queen Margaret, but we've got Cambridge High, Burnside and Hauraki right there. So we've got 4 scullers, going for 2 spots, but it does look like Queen Margaret and Cambridge High just starting to stretch out a little bit. They are battling with each other, pushing up as we get a good view of Burnside and Cambridge High and Queen Margaret. So moving through the 1500 metre marker, 500 metres to go. What would your legs be screaming at you right now?
I think they would be saying give up, but your head says absolutely not, and you just absolutely keep fighting all the way to the line. Yeah, Ashburton's done a really good job here of putting herself in a position where if there's a sprint happening, she's out in front and she's got somewhere to kind of go, which I always like to do in a race when I know people are going to be sprinting at me. So good on her for putting some distance between herself and the other competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a great race strategy, and we have seen many crews go with that strategy today as well. Get as much distance because you respect your competitors and you know that they are going to fight back at you. So if you can get a good distance, then you can help yourself out a bit later on in the race. But we are seeing Lily Cameron here from Cambridge High just push herself up into third and get about a half boat length lead over Queen Margaret, as we see Rotorua Girls is in second, but we're seeing Hauraki fight it out for fifth with Burnside High. But this sprint we're seeing from Cambridge High is really pushing her up on Rotorua Girls High School. So it is still Ashburton 1, Rotorua in 2, Cambridge High in 3, and Queen Margaret in 4. But the good battle Cambridge High and Queen Margaret is really pushing up on Rotorua. As long as they're in the top 4, they will be all good and progress through to the A final. So now we are well within the final 250, folks. We're actually approaching the 100 metre Ashburton. She'll be very close to the line, though, because she has just grabbed this race, has Isla Moffat, and she has just ran with it. but we're getting a great view there of Cambridge High and Queen Margaret. Here we are down at the finish line. It is Ashburton College. Well done. Well done, Ashburton College. Rode yourself nicely into the A final of the girls under 16 single sculls. Second place coming across the line now, and it is going to be Rotorua Girls High School. She did a great job early on. Great sprint there. Cambridge High for third. Queen Margaret for fourth, so they're into the A final. It's B final for Hauraki, Burnside, St. Catherine's, and Samuel Marsden. And yeah, as we just watched St. Catherine's cross the line there. So very shortly we'll be heading up for semi-final 2 of the girls under 16 single sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Croker Oars Limited. But here we have in lane 1 Avonside Girls, in 2 Huanui College, in 3 Aquinas College, in 4 Huanui number 2, in 5 Wentworth College, in 6 Ashburton, in 7 Pukekohe High School, and in 8 Burnside High. Now, Huanui College number 1, she did win North Islands, but it was Huanui College number 2 who had a fast heat, winning her heat in 8:36. And right next to her, she's got the third place getter from South Islands, from Wentworth, who did 8:34 in the heats. But who is in the lead? It is Huanui number 1, this gold medalist from North Islands. So she's currently in the lead with her teammate Huanui number 2 in second, and Aquinas College, Sophie Harrison sitting in third, and a great battle for fourth happening between Wentworth and Avonside Girls. So the race appears to be happening on the inside lanes as we move through the 1250 metre marker, 750 metres left to travel. What do you make of what you're seeing, Kate?
Yeah, everyone's looking really strong and long there. Definitely not as big of a distance between first place and the rest of the field here, but yeah, it's really, really interesting to see the progressions here. Huanui College doing really well out in front. She's looking really nice and long and strong there, and her finish position seems to be really strong, which is cool, and you can see that in the bow ball movement as it just kind of runs through the water nice and high, which is really cool, especially into the headwind that we can see here a little bit unfolding throughout the day.
Yeah, they're doing really great work, aren't they? They're making light work of this little bit of a breeze. I wonder if it has changed from that 2.03 metres per second we had earlier today that was coming from a westerly. But it is Huanui number 1 currently in the lead, with Huanui number 2 sitting in second place, in a great battle for third between Aquinas College and Wentworth College. And those are how the top 4 are currently sitting for semi-final 2 of the girls under 16 single sculls. This event sponsored by Croker Oars. Now, many of these girls will of course be Croker Oars. If you can see any pink sleeves halfway down the oars, that is a Croker. And there is the wind speed. Oh, it has increased. It has increased a little bit from 2.03 to 2.41. It will improve if it's a tailwind, but right now it is a westerly, so not quite a tail. But that is, so we are seeing the wind just increase a little bit. But these girls, for their first year in a single, are making light work of it. Doesn't seem to be phasing them at all.
Yeah, it's honestly seriously impressive, and I just think single sculling in general is impressive. I think being by yourself out there trying to motivate yourself without another crew person there to motivate it's honestly amazing. And whenever I'm in the single, I think, oh my gosh, how do people do this all the time? But yeah, it's an incredible skill to be able to motivate yourself out there. So good on all these girls. They're doing an absolutely wonderful job.
Yeah, as we just see the 2 scullers from Huanui move through the 1750 metre marker, followed closely by Wentworth College and Aquinas College. So quite the race heating up here in semi-final 2 with the girls under 16 single sculls. But as the 2 from Huanui, they obviously train next to each other that are in the lead, as we see Aquinas College just lift the rate there. She's really wants to get third place back. She's trying to push up and over Wentworth. as we're inside about 150 metres left to go. Look at that sprint from Aquinas.
Yeah, wow, that is seriously impressive here. All the girls have their rates up. I'm sure there's a lot of self-talk going on. Head down, go for the line. So yeah, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, as we just see the two Hunui scullers out in the lead there. They're not too phased about sprinting at the moment. They obviously just want to progress to the A final, and that's what they'll do as we come down to the finish line here. We see Huanui 1 cross the line in first, Huanui 2 cross the line in second, and Wentworth held off a fantastic challenge from Aquinas College to place third, Aquinas in fourth, but those four into the A final, and it will be B final for Ashburton number 2, Avonside girls, Pukekohe High School, and Burnside number 2. They will be in the B final racing again. And very shortly we are going to have a little break, and we will be back at 1 p.m. So there is a bit of break in racing. Just remember that we are 2 hours behind. So the race that was originally scheduled for 11 o'clock, the girls under 18 coxless pair, will be happening in just over half an hour at 1 p.m. We are in fact live. The delay is due to fog we had earlier today. So just to reiterate, the next race will be happening at 1 p.m. and that will be the girls under 18 coxless pairs semi-finals. Just a reminder, if you leave us, which you might do in the next half hour, to come back and find us through Rowing Hub. That is the easiest, most effective way to find us. And for those looking for the most exciting race of the regatta so far, the Coxsons race, you can head down to Rowing Hub to find that as well. Click on day 3 and go to 8 hours and 23 minutes and you'll be able to find the Coxsons race from yesterday. I won't give any spoilers as to who won, but it was quite an exciting race. And while you're at it, you may as well grab the Instagram and follow us out at altitude_HD. Like, subscribe and comment. We've got awesome content happening, plenty of photographers and videographers round the course, putting up awesome little bits and bobs of you out there having an awesome time at the 2025 Maadi Regatta. So my name is Meg and this was Kate. We'll be back at 1.
Awesome, sounds great.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Try to just follow the swell, but I'll never find this anywhere else.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
The 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be held in April at Orewa Beach, just north of Auckland, with all ages and abilities competing against each other and Mother Nature, with waves, wind and sometimes frustratingly soft sand.
I started for the sprint on the way back. The steering's going to be hard though. I think they're going to battle those first few hundred meters out there. So we'll have a bit of fun at the least.
Rowing in the ocean is a new level of intensity and excitement. With interest in the sport growing, it's been added to the 2028 LA Olympics.
When you've got a 1 metre wave that decides it wants to pick up your boat, there's not a lot you can do when a wave wants to do that.
The 2025 International Beach Sprint Champs will take place in Rio, so the Nationals in April will be where selections begin.
I think it's an awesome sport. It's I like to call it the BMX of rowing. It's new, it's exciting, there's a lot that can happen. A lot of it is luck, but it's definitely something that is going to be an amazing sport for the future.
And welcome back. We're just getting ready for semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. But that was an awesome video of coastal rowing. It's Meg and Kate Haynes here. So Kate, tell me about coastal rowing.
Yeah, well, it's a really, really epic new sport in the rowing world, and it's actually just been introduced into the LA Olympic sports as well, which is really exciting. Yeah, and we've had some epic past Olympians like Emma Twigg and Mike Brake also competing in the coastal rowing, which is really cool. And I'm actually for the first time going to be participating in coastal rowing. So if you want to see some really epic racing and some funny racing, come and watch.
Yeah, I actually jumped in on a coach's coastal race last year, Zero Fitness, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the champs are coming up soon, aren't they? They're in like a month or something.
No, I think it's next
week.
Next weekend. Yep, in Auckland. Yeah,
right.
it'll be cool.
So if you're interested in that, hit up Swift Rowing, guys. Hit up Beach Sprints NZ. That's where you find that. But for those just joining us, we are about 2 hours behind time. This race was scheduled for 11, but we had a bit of a fog delay, so we're just running exactly 2 hours behind. So this is semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. This event sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket Leamington, your local supermarket. I personally shop there all the time. But in lane 1, we have got Diocesan School for Girls, Kate's old school. We have got Samuel Marsden in 2, Waitaki Girls in 3, Westlake Girls in 4, St Margaret's in 5, Waikato Diocesan 6, St Margaret's number 2 and 7, and Ebson Girls in 1, and they're off to a fast start. So in this race we have got Westlake Girls, who did win North Islands, and St Margaret's, who did win South Islands, and they're in the middle there, and it looks like Westlake is off to a fast start. That's North Island medal winner is in the lead, followed closely by St Margaret's in second and Waitaki Girls in third. So, well, Pia, that was it your favourite boat to row, or just the one you spend the most time in?
I think it is my favourite boat to row, but I reckon if you're in a pair that clicks like these girls are looking like, it's phenomenal. I feel like the boat just really moves really nicely, and when you're super in sync, I feel like there's nothing better. So yeah, I'd definitely say the pair is my favourite event.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm loving the comments on the live stream. This is an awesome lake, isn't it? We are so lucky to be here on Lake Karapiro. But it is Westlake Girls who are leading this semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 coxless pairs, about half a boat length up over St Marg's. So quite the battle we're being treated to here between the North and South Island winners, with Waitaki Girls, who did progress through to this semi-final through the repechage, sitting in third, and it looks like Samuel Marsden currently in fourth, as we see St Margaret's start to push up. What do you make of that move?
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. I feel like when you get to that 250, crews usually try and get into their rhythm, get into that flow and that efficiency here, and the St Marg's girls look like they've done that really well. They're rowing really nice and long, really connected together through the water, and the bow ball's up and running. So they're doing really well transitioning into that race rhythm.
Yeah, they are transitioning nicely. That's exactly what you need to do towards the end of the first 500, isn't it? Is transition from the start to the race rhythm, as we see St Margaret's just move through the 500 metre marker about a half canvas ahead of Westlake, as that awesome graphic that we've got shows us. Just so you know, team, the graphics and everything is going to get better and better as we get towards the end of the week. But here we are, St Margaret's. St Margaret's are now stretching out to about half a boat length lead over Westlake girls in semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. How do you make what St Margaret's is doing really well there, Kate?
Yeah, they look really connected to the water. They're really efficient through the drive and then just letting the boat run forward there on the way forward, which is exactly what you want to do. Nice and strong through the pickup and then loose forward and let the boat work for you, really.
Yeah, really minimise disruption, isn't it? Yeah, you want to make sure you work for the boat and the boat works for you. But we are seeing good battle here happening for 3rd and 4th between Waikato, Diocesan, Epsom girls and Waitaki girls. So remember, it is top 4 to the A final, and we're also seeing Samuel Marsden there as well. So we're sort of seeing these 2 boats here out in front, but then there are 4 boats battling for those final 2 positions. But at this stage, it would be St Margaret's in the lead, Westlake in second, 3rd still sitting with Waitaki, and 4th sitting with Waikato Diocesan. So those are the front runners at the moment as we move into the middle kilometre. So St Margaret's obviously tried to push away from Westlake, but what do you make of the tenacity of this Westlake crew just holding on?
Yeah, I feel like they're definitely not letting them take an inch there. So yeah, they're doing a really, really good job, and it seems like Westlake are having really strong performances in both the men and women's pairs. We saw their men's pair doing really well in the semi-final today. So yeah, it's really, really epic for the school, and they're doing a really good job at just hanging with that boat in front and not letting them get away too much. So I think it's going to really come down to that last 500 metres to see if they can make a move there. But yeah, Westlake girls doing really well.
And they must be swimming in the water on the North Shore. But we are seeing Waikato Diocesan here just pushing up on Waitaki girls. So both of these crews progressed through from the repecharges yesterday. And in that Waikato Diocesan crew there, Angala has already won the semi-final earlier today for the single. So an athlete that can both scull and sweep. Do you think that's impressive, Kate? Or
yeah, I think it's really impressive. Yeah, I used to do a little bit at school of both, but I always think the girls in Royal New Zealand that can do both at the moment is super, super impressive, and I think it just shows your versatility and your adaptability. And yeah, they're relatively transferable skills in terms of fitness level, but the actual skill of the rotation of the sweep versus the 2 oars and the sculling where you're just upright it's really quite different. So it's very impressive that she's performing really well in both here at Maadi.
So for any of those under 15s or under 16s thinking they only row one side or they only scull, just remember the best rowers in our country are very versatile, and that's what you want to be. As we see Waikato Diocesan just move out, they've really got a good strong move through the middle of the race here, as we see them push out to be about 3/4 of a boat length lead over Waitaki. But the lead is still with St Margaret's over Westlake girls, and we're seeing a great battle here for 3rd and 4th between Waikato Diocesan and Waitaki Girls High School. And there we have the wind. It's slowly picking up. It's still sticking with that westerly direction, but we've now moved from 2.4 to 2.81. I wonder at what point in the day the trend will change. It's slowly increasing. So coaches with a keen eye for rigging might want to think about how they might change up their boats as the day goes on. But as we enter the final 500 metres, we see that crew from St Margaret's, they're really getting hold of it out the front, aren't they?
Yeah, they've really seemed to just push away here, and you can really see them reaching really long round that pin, really connected together, which is, yeah, really impressive to see, and Westlake girls doing a really good job to hang on, but it looks like St Margaret's are just slowly inching away and coming into this last 250.
Yeah, and this is certainly a very interesting race, as both these crews here, St Margaret's won gold at South Islands and Westlake girls won gold at North Islands. So quite a race we're being treated to as we come down to the final 250 metres, and we see St Margaret's start to just lift the rating there, don't they, as Westlake joins them on that. Wow, look at the sprints from these two.
Yeah, this is really, really impressive rowing here. They're looking still really connected, even though the rate's coming up. They're staying really nice and together, which is really cool. Yeah, very impressive. And Waikato Dye are actually looking really strong too. They've just brought the rate up. So yeah, it's spreading out a little bit, but they're coming in close to the line now.
Yeah, very much. It is spreading out a bit, but still, these top four, they got themselves into the top four early on in the race. Top four, of course, progressed to the A final, and these four crews here of St Margaret's, Westlake, Waitaki and Waikato Diocesan have just stretched out from the rest of the field. They certainly want to be in the A final, and of course that is the medal race, and once you only have to get there. Once you get there, the medals is anyone's business, isn't it? But let's come down to the finish line as we see them cross the line.
We have St Margaret's finishing there, and then coming up to the line, strong finish in Westlake girls for second.
Who's going to be third?
Oh, it's Waikato Dyer there crossing the line. Really tall and strong finish from those girls. And then we have Waitaki girls, yeah. Very impressive from them too.
Very good. Good job there. So they're into the A final. B final is going to be St Margaret's number 2 with a fast finish. And Samuel Marsden there. They had a great battle there for 5th and 6th. They will meet again in the B final. And they will also be joined by Epsom Girls Grammar and Dyson School for Girls. But now let's head back up the lake for semi-final 2 of the girls under 18 pair. Who have we got in this race, Kate?
We've got Queen Margaret's College 2, Twizel Area School 1, St Albert Grammar School 1, Craighead Diocesan School, Sacred Heart Girls College, Columbia College, Queen Margaret College and Nelson College for girls.
Yeah, and another good race because we had the 2 winners from North and South in the previous semi, but this time we've got Craighead Diocesan who came second at South Islands and Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton who came second at North Islands, as well as Twizel Area School third at Souths. But out in the lead at the moment, it is lane 4, Craighead Diocesan, with only half a boat length lead over Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton and Columba. Those two very much both sitting in second, along with that does look the green with the black stripe of Twizel Area School. So really those 4 crews there out in the front, with Mount Albert Grammar currently sitting in 5th. As we come down to the 1250 metre marker, it does look like Columba College making a play at first, trying to get up and over Craighead. But what are you seeing from these boats?
Yeah, it's looking very tight. You can see the bow seats here looking across, making sure that they're where they want to be and making calls to move them to where they want to be. So yeah, it's looking pretty tight here, but really good quality rowing here in the girls under 18 pairs. I raced this event in Maadi back in the day, and I really don't think we looked this good, so it's really impressive, really impressive from these girls.
When you raced in Maadi, were you bow seat or stroke?
I was stroke seat, but I was on bow side, so it was a bow sided stroked boat, and I had the foot steering, and I honestly found it so hard, so I'm super impressed with these girls. They're doing really well.
Yeah, they're doing a great job to stay in their lanes as they just wind up the intensity through the third 500 here, as we're just about to approach the 1500 metre marker. 500 metres to go. Craighead Diocesan in the lead as we move through that there. Yeah, Craighead Diocesan about a metre maybe over Columba College, and then it's back to Twizel Area School in 3rd and Sacred Heart Hamilton currently sitting in 4th, but they are pushing away from the rest of themselves, the field, pushing themselves into the top 4 qualifying spots for the A final. So what was your favourite race at Maadi back in the day?
I've got to say the girls under 18-8. Yeah, we won it in my 17 and 18 season, that 18-8,
nice.
Which was, yeah, I feel like those were honestly my best memories. But I think the special connection within the girls under 18 pair was also a huge highlight of me. And my time at Maadi. So yeah, really special. And it looks like these girls are doing an absolutely epic job. Columba College really coming up to these girls, and they look like they're just going to have to haul to the line, really.
Yeah, and I'm sure, just like you, many of these girls will also be in their schools under 18 eights later on in the week. But it is, yeah, Columba, they're having a great sprint there, but Craighead have seen that, haven't they? And Craighead are off. What are you liking about the catches from Craighead?
Yeah, they're really sharp, they're connected together, and yeah, it's really impressive that they probably just saw that crew coming up in their peripheral, and they've responded so well together. Their boat speed's up, they're locked in, those blades are super sharp, like you said before, and yeah, super impressive rowing from these girls.
Yeah, because certainly Columba made a play there, but Craighead saw it and they responded, as we are seeing Twizel at the top of the screen there. Twizel area school starting to push up. They're in a solid third as we move into the final 100 metres, but they are trying to push up on the second place that Columba is currently holding. Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton holding on to fourth place, but let's come down to the line and see how they cross it. Who's it going to be?
We've got Craighead Darcison coming in there, strong finish from them. And then we've got Columba College in second. And then on the inside, we've got Twizel Area School in third. And then fourth is Sacred Heart Girls.
Yeah, so those four crews nicely into the A final, the middle race. And here we see Mount Albert Grammar crossing the line. They will be in the B final. And they will be joined by Queen Margaret College 1 and 2. And Nelson College for girls. That is the results of semi-final 2 of the girls under 18 coxless pair as we watch Queen Margaret number 1 cross the line. This event, of course, sponsored by Fresh Choice Leamington, as we head up the lake for our next event, which is semi-final 1. Boys under 16 4. This event sponsored by Kawaka Clothing. And in lane 1 we have St Andrews, 2 on Wanganui Collegiate School, 3 Timaru Boys, 5 St Bede's, 4 St Bede's, 5 St Kentigins, 6 Westlake Boys, 7 St Bede's number 2, and 8 Wellington College. So under 16 boys, 4 here, and we've got 4 medalists from the North and South Island Championships. So out in the lead, I am seeing St Kentigins and St Bede's. We'll call them first equal at the moment. Second looks like it's sitting with Timaru Boys, and third third with Timaru Boys, and fourth with Wanganui Collegiate. But St Bede's were first at South Islands, and St Kentigins was second at North Islands, and they are having a fantastic battle out the front here. What are you seeing here, Kate?
Yeah, they're absolutely stroke for stroke, neck at neck at the moment, and it's always a bit tense when you're up against when the schools from the South Island and the North Island come together at Maadi, and it's the first time they've raced each other all season. So these guys are going to be really trying to beat the South Islanders here, and just learning about the tactics and not getting too frazzled within themselves. And these crews are looking really strong and not letting them get an inch. Yeah, very impressive rowing.
Often these early rounds in the regatta is more where you can learn, as you say, about the tactics of your competition, and then see if you need to adjust anything in your plan. As we are seeing St Kentigins just hold on to the lead, but St Bede's sort of with a lower but stronger stroke rate there, just pulling up. But St Kentigins, then they lift it again to try to stay ahead, and now St Bede's is starting to lift it. As you see the coxswains look at each other. I love it when the coxswains eyeball each other.
It's great. You can just see them looking over, and it's like, we've got you, bro. You know, it's so good. It's so cool, and it's really exciting to see them looking and trying to get ahead of each other. And they can't necessarily control the effort that the boys are putting in, but they can be trying to motivate them as much as possible. And yeah, it's really hammer and tong at the moment to the line for these boys. You cannot separate these two boats,
and that's what these two coxswains are doing. They are just calling this race superbly are these two coxswains calling it, as we see St Kentigins go again and just inching out to just get a couple of feet ahead as we go through the final 100-metre marker. Let's see what's going to happen as we come down to the line. St Kentigins with the lead, but the bow balls are surging. Some beads pushing up every stroke. St Kentigans holding on by the skin of their teeth. Some beads really driving long, strong strokes down on the finish line. Let's see what happens. And it is all St Kent's hold on. Well done, St Kent's and St Bede's. Both superbly rode there, both into the A final. Oh, wow, that was quite a race. And joining them will be Timaru Boys placing third and Wanganui Collegiate hold on to fourth. So they're into the A final. Well done. It'll be B final for Westlake Boys, St Bede's number 2, as we watch St Andrews College cross the line to join them in the B final, and Wellington College. Well done, boys. For those just joining us on the live stream through Rowing Hub, we are 2 hours behind time due to a bit of fog this morning, but luckily since the fog is lifted, we have had beautiful conditions. So if you're wondering what's going on, that is what is going on. Of course, stick with us on Rowing Hub to keep watching more exciting races. Don't just pop in for the one race of your mates. You never know, you might make a new friend watching the live stream or see someone else you recognise if you stay tuned, because like I say, across the last 3 days we have had 85,000 views from around the world of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. So it is of course a popular thing to watch around the world. So I'm Meg and this is Kate Haynes here, and we are heading up for semi-final 2 of the boys under 16 Cox 4. This event sponsored by Kaiwaka Clothing. And who have we got in this one, Kate?
We've got St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 1, Christ College in 2, Auckland Grammar School in 3, King's College in 4, Hamilton Boys High School in 5, Christchurch Boys High School in 6, Melbrook Boys College in 7, and Tauranga Boys College in lane 8.
Awesome, and we're having quite a race here, aren't we? Of course, 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the A final, and we're seeing 5 boats out the front. But the lead does look like it is with Christchurch Boys and Hamilton Boys. Those two really going at it, and right there with them is King's College. Those three are moving through at the moment together, and then it would be Christ College just holding on to 4th over St Thomas of Canterbury. But there really is nothing in it. So what an exciting race we've got.
Yeah, I mean, this is hectic. I feel like the last race we were toe and at the front of the field, and we are again here. So whoever gets into the final here, it's going to be an absolute amazing watch in the boys under 16 for the final. And yeah, this is absolutely neck and neck here. It is anyone's game. These top 3 leading now is super close, but right behind them are the other crews. So yeah, like I said, anyone's game in this race.
Yeah, and just before we were talking about the coxswains, and here we're getting a fantastic view of the Hamilton boys coxswain, Tory Arnold, as he calls his crew, looking left and right, either side of him at Christchurch Boys and King's College. What a moment we just caught on camera there of him doing that. That's awesome. Great content we've got here. We really get in the thick of it, don't we? As we see King's College and Christchurch Boys pushing up, but the lead is still with Hamilton Boys, about half a canvas over both Christchurch Boys, King's College, and 4th place sitting with Christ College, managing to maintain that half a boat length lead over St Thomas of Canterbury in that all-important 4th qualifying spot for the A final, as all of these boats now motor into the 4th and final 500 metres of this semi-final.
Yeah, they've honestly done an incredible job here, Hamilton. Oh, is it Hamilton? Yeah, Hamilton Boys in lane 5 to push away from here now. This last 500, oh, it honestly makes my legs hurt looking at these boys absolutely gunning it to the line, trying to get more and more seats. You can see the coxswain looking out there, and he's got clear water from the other boats now. Yeah, they're doing an absolutely phenomenal job here, Hamilton Boys, to push away here in the last bit. They're coming into the last 250 now, and you can see that shot of the stroke man there. The blades are really connected together there. Sharp catches, strong finish of the drive there. Really, really impressive rowing.
Yeah, it is. They're doing a great job as Hamilton Boys, and they were the gold medal winners at North Islands. So they are really trying to hold on to that title, as it were. But we're seeing a great battle there for second between King's College and Christchurch boys. It really is stroke for stroke, as we see Christ College still holding on to that all-important 4th place, just stretching out a little bit over St Thomas Canterbury, but still with 100 metres to travel. Anything can happen. Who's got a sprint? Let's see what happens. Hamilton boys are going. What do you make of that?
Yeah, again, they've just taken it up again. Super, super impressive from the stroke man there to just lead his crew home. Really, really strong there. So there's first place is Hamilton boys. Second and third, you couldn't call it between them. And then 4th place and last into the A final is Christ College with a really close 5th place of St Thomas of Canterbury. Then you go to Auckland Grammar, Marlborough boys, and then finishing Tauranga Boys College 1.
That was what an awesome race. And the first 4 there into the A final, second 4 into the B final. Sweet, and we are heading up for the next race, which is semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 novice double scull, sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. And in lane 1 we have Takapuna Grammar, in 2 Aquinas College, 3 St Cuthberts, 4 Hamilton Girls, 5 St Hilda's, 6 Sacred Heart Girls New Plymouth, 7 Craighead, and 8 Wanganui Collegiate. And it does look like lane 4. That lane 4, would you say? Yeah, lane 4, Hamilton Girls.
Yeah,
in the
Hamilton
lead.
Girls.
Yeah, they're in the lead at the minute. And second place would be sitting with St Cuth's. 2 very fast crews here. St Cuth's did get the gold at North Islands. I believe Hamilton Girls didn't race it though. And the St Cuth's and one of the girls from Hamilton actually raced at the novice events at the National Champs. So quite the race we're seeing between these 2 very fast novice under 18 double sculls. Currently sitting in 3rd would be Craighead Diocesan, and 4th sitting with Sacred Heart Girls of New Plymouth, 5th sitting with Takapuna. That is the order in which they're going through the 1K marker. 6th is a bit of a tie between Wanganui Collegiate and St Hilda's, and Aquinas sitting in 8th. But tell us about the sculling you were seeing from the front runners up here, Kate. Hamilton Girls and St Cuthberts.
Yeah, Hamilton Girls and St Cuthberts are really, really charging out strong here. I actually spoke and helped the girls in the St Cuthberts boat get on the water for their North Islands race, and they absolutely dominated it. But yeah, this Hamilton Girls boat is also looking super, super strong. So it's so epic to see these 2 crews rowing super, super well for novices. I honestly just can't believe that these girls are in their first year of rowing. It's super, super impressive. And you can see St Cuthberts here just lengthening out a little bit. They've just done a little bit of a move on Hamilton Girls. Yeah, they're just rowing really long, really strong through the water there. You can see the bow seat sitting really nice and tall. The stroke seat's doing a really good job of getting the catches in. So yeah, they're about 750 there, and yeah, pushing away really nicely there. But Hamilton Girls right behind them.
Yeah, Hamilton Girls had an early charge there, but St Cuthberts has really pushed back, haven't they? St Cuthberts there, Zara and Emily, coached by Kirsty Dunhill, and a very experienced coach and fellow commentator is Kirsty, and so she certainly knows how to coach a fast crew, and that's what we are seeing this crew of Zara and Emily do. I mean, they did win North Islands, so they're not too shabby. So it's still Hamilton Girls in second, St Cuthberts in first, and we are seeing, Craighead and Sacred Heart Girls New Plymouth rounding out the top 4 at the moment. But let's go get a nice close look at this St Cuthberts crew. St Cuthberts, of course, one of the newer schools into rowing. They've only been around a couple of years, but it doesn't matter how long your school has been doing the sport, you can still be up the front there, can't you?
Yeah, this is absolutely phenomenal rowing from these girls. I said it before, but I cannot believe these girls are in their first year of rowing. I know the bow seat there, Zara was in the crew that raced at the national championships down in Twizel as well, and they actually won gold there in the novice double with a different girl in the stroke seat. But yeah, they're having an absolutely phenomenal race here at Maadi in the semi-final of the girls novice double.
Yeah, they're going really well as they just stretch out their lead. Every stroke, they just get further and further away from the rest of the crews. It is still Hamilton girls in second, but it looks to be Sacred Heart girls from New Plymouth have moved up into third, and Craighead Diocesan sitting in fourth. Of course, 1, 2, 3, and 4 progress to the A final. 5, 6, 7, and 8 to the B final of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. As we're getting a good bird's eye view there, look at second and third place. But it is our girls from St Cuthbert's College just rowing away from the rest of the field, as we are now well within the final 250 metre marker, because there is the 100 metre marker as we go through that red buoy. So we're now into the final 100. We see St Cuthbert's lifted again, and Hamilton girls, we're getting a very big wide shot here of St Cuthbert's as we move down to the line. Very close to the end of this semi-final 1. For those of us just joining, remember we are 2 hours behind because we had an unfortunate booking with the weather gods. But it is St Cuthbert's across the line first. St Cuthbert's win semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Hamilton girls for second. It's Sacred Heart girls from New Plymouth across in third, and Craighead Diocesan in fourth. They will progress through to the A final. We're watching St Hilda's Collegiate cross the line there in fifth into the B final. Joining them will be Takapuna Grammar and Wanganui Collegiate, along with Aquinas College as they cross the line there. So that was semi-final 1 of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. This event sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. So obviously lots of fun at Maadi on the water. Anything stand out for you, Kate, off water?
Yeah, I feel like just walking around the boat park has been really epic. The vibe's been high. It's been really cool to see all the kids interacting and doing a really epic job. Yeah.
So in this race here, we got semi-final 2. We've got Marion College in lane 1, Burnside High School in 2, Wanganui High School in 3, Villa Maria in 4, Te Aha o Te Kurapo Namu in 5, Maclean's College in 6, Hauraki in 7, and Bethlehem in 8. So let's see who's out the front. It is the Orange Blades of Hauraki. Hauraki getting themselves into a nice lead, but right behind them, hot on their heels, is Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School currently in second, Villa Maria holding on to third, and Maclean's College currently sitting in fourth. So they're sitting in the qualifying spots. So here is Hauraki Plains. They're sculling very nicely. What do you make of that, Kate?
Yeah, they're looking good. I think this is definitely a tighter race than the last, but wow, these girls are doing an excellent job. You can really see these blades going in together and out together, and the girls behind just looking exactly the same. I think Villa Maria is doing an excellent job at those sharp catches, so yeah, it's very impressive rowing from these novice girls.
And that Villa Maria crew is a sharp crew because they did win South Islands. So they certainly know what they're doing as we're seeing them move through with a strong third 500. Hauraki actually qualified for the semi-final through the repechage. Have you qualified through the repechages before, Kate?
Yeah, and honestly, I think qualifying through the repechages is actually great sometimes because you get another race in that combination, another race in that high pressure situation of Maadi, and yeah, I think that every race you can learn so much from. So if you're going through the repechage, it honestly doesn't matter. Like we can see from these girls here from Hauraki having an absolute blinder. Amazing rowing from these girls.
Yeah, they're doing very well. Yeah, and just as you say, sometimes the extra race helps you find out more about yourselves and the competition to keep pushing you forwards. As we get a fantastic view of Hauraki, I've said it before, I'll say it again, we get a really up close and personal shots here at Altitude HD. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram at altitude_HD for more epic content. But it is Hauraki and Villa Maria battling it out here. Both of these crews battling it out for first at the moment in this semi-final, with Wanganui High School currently sitting in third and Maclean's College in fourth. They keep pushing away from the rest of the field, but there is quite the battle here, and you are seeing them look at each other, aren't you?
Yeah, they're eyeing each other up, looking in their peripherals, looking over their shoulders, making sure no one's getting out too far in front, and just eyeing up where they are. And Villa Maria did an epic move through that 500 to get in line with Hodaki, and now looks like they're pretty even from what I can see at this angle.
Yeah.
Oh no, look, Villa Maria's out in front. They've done another push through that 250. Their rate is up, they're strong, they're long, they're looking sharp together, and yeah, really, really strong rowing from them.
Yeah, they are just stretching away every stroke. Every stroke, their bow moves a few more inches. So Villa Maria really had a strong, well, I'd say second kilometre.
Yeah, very, very impressive. That third 500 is where that efficiency and fitness shows. So really, really impressive.
And like, we're getting plenty of feedback on the live stream as well from the Villa supporters, which is awesome to see as they come down into the final 100 metres here. Villa Maria holding on to the lead by a length and a half. Villa Maria, come on, Villa! That is what your mates are saying on the live stream. Everyone watching it through Rowing Hub. Villa Maria about 3 lengths lead as we come down to the finish line. Hodaki currently in second, but there is a fast finishing Wanganui High School. But here we are down at the finish line. It's Villa Maria in first. They progress through to the A final. Joining them will be Hodaki Plains, and fast finishing 2 crews here. It looks to be Maclean's in third and Wanganui High School in fourth. Into the A final, Maclean's are wrapped. Great work, team. Burnside fifth into the B final as we see Marion College there, and it is Bethlehem College into the B final. 7th place going to Te Aho o Te Karapiro Namu. They're into the B final along with Marion College. Great work, everyone, in the girls under 18 novice double sculls, sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. Now, coming at us very fast is the boys under 17 double sculls semi-final. This event sponsored by Kebabalicious. In lane 1, who have we got?
We've got Whangarei Boys High School, St Thomas of Canterbury, Sacred Heart College of Auckland, Hodaki Plains College, St Paul's Collegiate School, New Plymouth Boys High School, Christchurch Boys High School, and St Paul's Collegiate School.
Yeah, and they are rowing beautifully. We've got 3 crews sort of pushing themselves out into the lead here, and it does look like it is St Paul's. St Paul's currently in the lead, only just though over Hodaki, and New Plymouth Boys sitting in third. St Paul's did win North Islands. New Plymouth Boys High was second. Hodaki though, they're certainly shooting up there, aren't they? We just saw a fast Hodaki. Are we going to see another one, Kate?
Yeah, I mean that women's double got through the repechage and then made it into the A final, and with a second place, and we're seeing another strong Hodaki crew here in the boys under 17 double. Yeah, they're just lifting their rate slightly now coming into that last 500. They're looking really clean and long through the water and really nice and efficient. But St Paul's are really not giving them an inch with that little comeback there. They just looked over their shoulder. This is some incredibly tight racing in the boys under 17 double.
It is. Oh my goodness. They've probably filled themselves up with a couple of kebabs from Kebabalicious, who is the sponsors after all. But it is, a great battle between St Paul's and Hodaki out the front there. New Plymouth Boys holding on to third, but the all-important battle for fourth, it seems to be happening between St Thomas's of Canterbury and Christchurch Boys. So that will be the final spot there in the final. But back with the leaders, it is St Paul's only just over Hodaki as we enter the final 250 metres here. Hodaki lifting their rate. Look at that sprint.
Wow, they're looking super smooth on the way forward. Their boat is running and flying here. St. Paul's doing a really good job too, but wow, Hauraki is really, really winding to the line. Excellent rowing from these guys.
It is awesome, eh? Considering they weren't on the podium but at North Islands, but they are charging up. New Plymouth holding on to 3rd and 4th, currently sitting with Christchurch Boys, but only just over St. Thomas's of Canterbury. Well within sprinting distance, I would say. So I wonder what's going to happen inside the final 100. But it is St. Paul's that have pushed themselves back into the lead. St. Paul's were North Island winners, and they want to hold on to that title of being the fastest North Island crew as we come down to the finish of the boys under 17 double sculls. And it is St. Paul's across the line first. Well done. Fantastic race they had from Hauraki in second. 3rd, New Plymouth Boys, but the all-important final spot in the A final is going to go to Christchurch Boys. Held on to that. Well done, Christchurch Boys, but great sprint from St. Thomas of Canterbury. They'll be in the B final along with Sacred Heart Auckland, Whangarei Boys, and St. Paul's Collegiate number 2. A very fast race we had there in semi-final 1 of the boys under 17 double sculls, sponsored by Kebab-alicious. You had many kebabs yourself from there, Kate?
Yes, short answer to that. Probably once every second week. I like to go on a Sunday. Yeah, you can't really beat a good Kebab-alicious kebab.
Right, you heard it, team. If you want to see Kate Haynes this Sunday, head down to Kebab-alicious as we head to semi-final 2 of the boys under 17 double sculls. In lane 1, we have Cambridge High, 2 St. Peter's, 3 Wakatipu number 2, 4 Wakatipu number 1, 5 Glendowie, 6 Wanganui High School, 7 Maclean's, 8 Francis Douglas. And it is Wakatipu 1 and 2 were 1 and 2 at South Island. So let's see what's happening here. There's certainly a yellow boat of Wakatipu out in the lead. So as we move through the 1K marker, it does look like Wakatipu number 1 is in the lead with a good battle there happening between Glendowie and Wanganui High School for second. 3rd place currently sitting with Maclean's, 4th, but it is also St. Peter's School down in lane 2 there, very much battling for that spot. So we're going to have another very exciting race here in semi-final 2 at the boys under 17 double sculls. So let's take a look at these crews, a bit of a closer look. What do you make of the drive phase of Wakatipu?
Really, really strong and connected and super long. You can see the time through the water is actually quite a lot, and it just means that they've got a really good grip on the front of the boat, and then they're driving it really long through the whole way to right to the finish where their blades pop out. So yeah, they're looking really efficient, really strong coming into the last 500 metres.
They really are, as they hold on to the lead, does Wakatipu, with Glendowie in a close second, with a real battle happening between Glendowie and Wanganui High School there for second and third. They're really pushing up as we get a bit of a look there at St. Peter's, who's making a play for 4th, but they are trying to hold off charges from Cambridge High School and Wakatipu number 2. But here we are checking out the leaders, first and second. Wakatipu in the middle there, Wakatipu High School in the lead. Glendowie currently in second, holding off Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School putting in a good move. And 4th, we're still having that great battle. I would say 4th is with Maclean's. They've got about a half a boat length lead over St. Peter's at the moment. But nothing a final sprint can't change as we enter the final 500 metres of this race. We are seeing Wanganui High School and Maclean's push up a little bit on Glendowie, and we are seeing that great race between St. Peter's, Cambridge High and Wakatipu number 2 on the inside is really pushing up those 3 crews. So some races spread out as the race goes on, but I suspect this race is going to condense as the race goes on. Have you been in many races like that?
Yeah, and most of them are all semi-finals, to be honest. I feel like semi-finals, that top 4 spots is super, super brutal. If you're not in the top 4, you're not in the A final, and you don't have a chance of that medal. So, yeah, these crews, these top 4 right now are looking like they are moving closer to Wakatipu, and Maclean's College is really having an epic sprint here. Their rating is up. They're looking strong and on top of the boat. Yeah, extremely, extremely impressive sprint coming into this last 250.
Yeah, McLean's is doing an awesome job there. They're really trying to push up and over Wanganui High School as we move into the final 250 metres here. Is McLean's going to be able to get Glendowie? We will find out. As you see in the background there, the Guardian, that big boat slowly moving up. It's actually the sponsors. So, sponsor event at Maadi team, and you get nice and up close and personal to the action. But it is McLean's here. McLean's that is travelling beautifully inside this final 250 metres to now be only half a length down off Glendowie. Wakatipu High School with the win. A nice, comfortable, low rate there as we're inside the final 100 metres. Glendowie holding on to second. McLean's third. Wanganui High School sitting in fourth, but let's come down to the finish line and we see Wakatipu High School number 1 across the line in first with a beautiful high balance. Lovely rowing there from those boys into the A final. Second place is going to Glendowie. Third, McLean's with that awesome sprint. Fourth to Wanganui High School. They're into the A final, but a great race there that we'll see repeated in the B final between Wakatipu number 2, St. Peter's, Cambridge High, and Francis Douglas, as well as Hastings boys we did have out there in lane 9. Sometimes we have 9 boats because why not? Let's all get in on the fun.
Wow, these races have been super, super tight. It's so exciting to see. And I feel like the anticipation is definitely building for Friday and Saturday finals.
Yeah, so now we're heading up for a D final. So a D final with the girls under 17 single sculls.
Yeah, okay, so in lane 2 we've got St. Hilda's Collegiate. In lane 3 we've got Cambridge High School 1. Lane 4 Otago High School. And then in lane 4 Te Awamutu College 1.
Yeah, and so we saw a D final earlier today in the boys under 17 single sculls that was very match speed. It was only 2 boats, but by golly, by gosh, they were tit for tat the whole way. So we're expecting to see another good race here in this D final with the girls under 17 single sculls. Of course, this event sponsored by Laszlo, and it looks like Cambridge High School currently in the lead, and she is certainly rowing a boat, a Laszlo boat there that will have the words winner on it because someone from Cambridge High has won the A final of the under 17 sculls before, and off the top of my head I believe it's going to be Tegan O'Dwyer. But it is Cambridge High School there currently in the lead of the D final here, with Te Awamutu sitting in second, equal with St. Hilda's College and Otago Girls sitting in fourth. That is the way they are moving through the second 500 metres here. So obviously we don't have much wind on the course today. It's a nice light low 2.81 metres per second. But if it was a bit windier, it would feel a bit more like coastal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would indeed. But I think, yeah, these girls are super lucky with these conditions. I feel like all week it's been pretty nice, minus the fog in the morning with the delays, which is why we're 2 hours behind schedule. They've had pretty good weather. Very, very lucky.
Yeah, very lucky indeed. I do recall one Maadi Cup that I was rowing at. I think it would have been, I'm showing my age here, 2006, down in Twizel. And we sat until 1 p.m. watching the fog leave and come back and leave and come back. But
Wow.
It was still fun. But here we are getting a great view of that winner's boat that Laszlo so graciously donates to the winners of the under 17 single A final. So Cambridge High School has had Tegan O'Dwyer through there in recent years, winning that boat for their school. And so how lucky is Mackenzie Lawton, coached by Craig Roger, that she gets to row in such a nice boat in the D final here of the girls under 17 single sculls.
Yeah, and she's looking super long and connected out front there. Really, really impressive rowing here.
Yeah, it is really good. They're certainly doing something. I mean, it is their home lake, isn't it?
It is indeed. They're out here training, well, I guess most days really for school rowing. So yeah, this is a little piece of home, a little piece of comfort for the Cambridge High School sculler here.
Yeah, and most races I try to mention a coach or two. I am a coach myself. Coaches, I know it's a tough week. Make sure you do something for your own well-being. Maybe go for a walk and have a quick coffee, have a catch up with a coach from another program. You might learn something, and it's always good for your brain and your legs to stretch your legs. But it is Cambridge High School here, Cambridge High School in the lead, but we are seeing Te Awamutu College there just pushing up. Te Awamutu doing a fantastic job to just keep her boat within touching distance of Cambridge High. St Hilda's Collegiate sitting in third, and Otago Girls in fourth. So these scullers are having a very strong third 500, aren't they?
Yeah, Te Awamutu just really showing the fitness in the training there through that all gruesome, grueling third 500 here. So yeah, she's doing a really good job to stay really long and strong through that third 500, and I think she's got a little bit of overlap there now with the Cambridge High School sculler in lane 3.
Yeah, she certainly does. Te Awamutu here putting in a good shift. Do the mahi get the treats, as we say. She is doing very well as Maiara Moimoi from Te Awamutu, coached by Ayla Mexted and David Potts. As we are now well within the final 500 metres. Still Cambridge High got the early lead. She's maintaining that, but certainly the Te Awamutu College sculler is pushing up, and she's bringing with her St Hilda's Collegiate, Bonnie Turner, coached by Jazz McIntosh. As we row past Rowing New Zealand, watching some people have a bit of a swim there. There's plenty of people working away in the Rowing New Zealand building, and I'm sure they're watching right now, although they could be looking out the window. I'm sure they're waving at us. So Rowing New Zealand, of course, looking to see the next up-and-comers in the races we are having over the next 3 days. This is, of course, day 4 of 6 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. For those just joining us, we are 2 hours behind due to a bit of fog. I tried to not book the fog, but I got my booking wrong and I accidentally clicked that button. But hopefully tomorrow we'll see different conditions, as we see Te Awamutu just get a little unstuck there, but she does a fantastic job to pull it back. It's never about the mistakes you make, team. It's always about how you respond to them. And Te Awamutu College sculler here, Maiara Moimoi, is doing a fantastic job at responding beautifully. She just has showing some true resilience as she sculls better and better with every stroke. She didn't lose any of her lead there, and that is the mark of a good sculler. So great work from Te Awamutu College, as we still see Cambridge High School hold on to the lead in the final 100 metres of the D final of the girls under 17 single sculls. But what a sprint we are seeing happen from St Hilda's Collegiate. And Te Awamutu, she lifts it again. What a great job she's doing there, really sprinting for the line. Down on the finish, we are, as we see, Cambridge High School through the line for first in this D final, second. Both two awesome sprints happening here, and it is Te Awamutu. Well done, Te Awamutu second, St Hilda's third, and Otago Girls High School will come through in fourth. And wow, how exciting is this racing?
Well, yeah, all these finals have just been so close, and everyone's just really committed right to the line, which has made for some absolutely epic races, and I absolutely love a good sprint. It's so entertaining to watch for the spectators, and it's really good fun to commentate too, I must say.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So
it makes me want to go out there and race, to be honest. Yeah, except when it looks a bit painful and then my legs just feel a bit jelly-like watching.
Fair enough. All right, what have we got here?
So we have the girls under 17 single. Lane 1, we've got Wentworth College 2. Lane 2, we've got Samuel Marsden Collegiate College. James Hargis College, Lane 4, Burnside High School, Marion College, New Plymouth Girls High School, Queen Margaret College, and then ACG Strathallan.
Yeah, that is who we have got in the C final of the girls under 17 single scull. And it looks to be the early lead is with Lane 3, James Hargist. Second place would be sitting with Queen Margaret. Queen Margaret currently holding on to second. Third sitting with Marion College. And fourth sitting with ACG Strathallan. Fifth would be Burnside. and 6th sitting with Wentworth. That is where they're currently at. This is a C final for the girls under 17 single sculls. This event sponsored by Laszlo. So if watching on the live stream, of course, through Rowing Hub, keep going all day, team, because you just never know what race is going to pop up that might pique your interest. And right now, the race that is piquing your interest is the C final with the girls under 17 single scull, as we get a great close look there at Zara Magasiva, coached by Oliver Fahey from Queen Margaret College. Fun fact, I once coached Oliver Fahey in a New Zealand representative team. So great to see him now coaching the next crop of up-and-comers. As we see Zara there really putting in a bit of a burst. She is just trying to push up ahead of the sculler inside, down on the inside there. James Hargest. Oh no, that's not James Hargest. Yeah, pushing up on Samuel Marsden, I think. But nope, it is James Hargest. Wow, it's really confusing me. What do you think, Kate?
No, I feel like it's confusing because they're making racing so tight for us to watch. It's super, super exciting. Yeah, all these finals have just been so close and, yeah, really exciting to spectate, as I said before. Yeah, and all these girls are looking super, super sharp, really nice and long out front. Their finishes are nice and tall and connected, and you can just see the boat soaring really there, and it just super, super tight, and these girls are just working so hard. It's anyone's game coming into this last bit here.
Yeah, we've got 3 really nice scullers here from Queen Margaret, Marion College and James Hargest, just really pushing out stroke for stroke. So these 3 really making it difficult for themselves and each other, but that's what we're here to do, to produce an awesome race, and everyone here going for their personal bests, of course.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that that's really important to remember this week with like all the hot competitors. So yeah, everyone's just doing such an epic job, and we can really see these girls working hard. You can see them looking over their shoulder, seeing how fast they're going compared to their competitors, and we can see lane 7 here coming out, Queen's Margaret College, and then in second we have Marion College as well. But again, just super, super close between these two. You can hardly separate them here.
Yeah, they're pushing away a little bit from that James Hargest. So James Hargest now in third, but the battle for first and second between Queen Margaret and Marion College is heating up, isn't it? As we're inside the final 100 metres.
Yeah, these girls, again, nothing is separating them. They've got their head down, absolutely gunning it to the line. No one's giving each other an absolute inch here. Everyone is working as hard as they can. But I think we can see lane 5 here. Marion College has got the edge coming into that last bit. Here we come into the finish. We're about, yeah, okay, and Marion College just won, and then second we have Queen Margaret College. Third we have James Hargest College, and then fourth we have Burnside. Fifth we have coming in ACG Strathallan, and then second is Samuel Marsden College. And then coming into the finish looking really strong here is Wentworth College. Amazing work to all the girls in the girls under 17 single in the C final.
Yeah, what a race that was. That was awesome. So next we are heading into the semi-finals for this very event. So we do run the C and D finals alongside the semi-finals, Friday and Saturday, just A and B finals. So in lane 1 here of first semi-final, we have Taupo Nui Atea College. In 2, King's College. In 3, Pukekohe High School. In 4, St. Margaret's. In 5, Onslow College. In 6, Gisborne Girls. In 7, Columba College. And in 8, John Paul College. So this is a semi-final again. So that means 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the A final, 5, 6, 7 and 8 into the B. And it does look like lane 4, Queen Margaret, out to a very strong lead there, with Gisborne Girls currently sitting in second, only just though over Onslow College for third, and sitting in fourth would be John Paul College with about a length, only a length though, over the other 4, Taupo Nui Atea, King's College, Pukekohe and Columba. So anything can happen over this next 500. We've got 1k left to go, but this next, 750 left to go, but this next little bit here is when people really finish off their third 500 nice and strong and carry that momentum through to a fast finish. So let's see what happens. But that's St. Margaret's. Sculler, what do you make of her?
Yeah, she's looking really, really long and strong here. I think that, like you were saying, from that 750 to the 500 is such a crucial part of the race where people can really show their fitness, show their hard work in training and just step away from the field. And it looks like she's doing that really, really well here.
She is. She's doing an awesome job as she comes through the 1500 metre marker. So that's still St. Margaret's in first, Gisborne Girls is currently in second, Onslow in third, and John Paul only just managing to hold on to fourth. But we are seeing King's College in lane 2 doing a good push. Only a length though over Taupo Nui Atea, Pukekohe and Kalumba. As we get a good close look here at Claire Ruston from Gisborne Girls. Claire Ruston currently sitting in second. We can see St. Margaret's Scouts there just to the right of the screen. What do we like about what Claire Ruston's doing?
Yeah, she looks like she's got a super, super strong finish into that bow, looking super, super strong, which is really, really impressive. You can see that leverage of her body moving from the front to the back of the boat, and yeah, that's really propelling the boat forward. So she's doing such a good job in second place here and pushing away from third really, really nicely there.
She's doing a great job at pushing away from Onslow College there, Olivia Martin, but Olivia Martin hanging on nicely to third place as we go and get a good close-up of St. Margaret's moving into the final 250 metres here. So that is Scout from St. Margaret's. And what do you like about how she drives?
Yeah, I think you can see her leg speed super fast here, which just means that she's accelerating really, really well here into the finish. And you can see her bow ball at the back of the boat really sitting up nice, which means that basically she's really efficient and really accelerated into the bow. And she's doing a really good job, clearly winning this race by a length of or so of clear water coming into the last 50 metres or so.
Yeah, she's doing a great job as she pushes away from that 100 metre marker. And Claire Ruston currently sitting in second. Third sitting with Olivia Martin of Onslow College. And fourth still sitting with Lucy Gaston of John Bull College. But we are seeing a fast finishing King's College down in lane 2. But down on the finish line, it is St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's through to the A final. Joining her will be Gisborne Girls High School. She crosses the line. Yes, Claire, happy. Love how happy you are about that. 3 goes to Onslow College and fast finishing here. But I do believe John Paul College managed to hold on to 4th place. It'll be B final for King's College, along when she'll be joined by Pukekohe High School, Kalumba College and Taupo Nui Atea. So that is how the semi-final 1 of the girls under 17 single sculls, sponsored by Laszlo Boats, finishes. Next up, we've got semi-final 2, and this will be the last race that I'll be joined by the lovely Kate Haynes. So anything you want to tell the kids about Maadi really quickly?
Oh, I would just say enjoy it while you can do it. Honestly, my fondest memories of rowing were at Maadi Cup, and yeah, I look back at it and I just think, oh my gosh, I just loved it. So make sure you just really embrace this week, no matter how you go, whether you win or lose, just make sure you're enjoying the process and yeah, just have fun and enjoy it really.
And would you encourage them all to look into doing a club season if they're leaving school?
Yeah, I definitely would. I mean, if you enjoy rowing at school, you're going to enjoy rowing at club. And I think that it's just such a great thing to do alongside your university or whatever you choose to do next. So yeah, I definitely recommend looking into club rowing. And National Champs is such a good time. So yeah, it's another really special regatta that I've made super memories from. So yeah, I definitely encourage everyone finishing rowing this year to look into club rowing for sure.
Yeah, Nationals is another awesome event. Of course, our team here at Altitude HD also live stream all of that. But here we are joining semi-final 2 with the girls under 17 single sculls. And I'll give you a little secret, it's going to be a tight, fast race here. In lane 1, we have St. Hilda's, 2, St. Paul's Collegiate, 3, Wakatipu High School, 4, Kashmir, 5, Hauraki Plains, 6, King's College, 7, Glendowie, and 8, Wentworth. Now, why I think this is going to be a fast race, because 6 of these scullers, they were the medal winners of North Islands and South Islands. That's right, we have got the top 3 from the North Island and the top 3 in the South Island. all in one semi-final. Only 4 of them will progress to the A final. So let's see who is in the lead. It does look like King's College is having a good battle here in lane 6, but I do believe it is the sculler from St. Paul's who is currently in the lead. King's in second, and we are seeing third place sitting with Kashmir, fourth with Hodaki, and fifth with Wakatipu. So very fast scullers as we move through the 1500 metre marker, 500 to go. So St. Paul's Collegiate about a length lead over Kings. Then it is back to Kashmir and Hodaki very much locking horns for third, and Wakatipu in a very close fifth. You must have been in a race this nerve-wracking before, Kate?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, again, like I said, semi-finals are just so cutthroat and so brutal, and especially in a single scull where it's just you in the boat. You have to motivate yourself and keep pushing along. So absolute kudos to all these girls out here and in the previous semi-final. And we can see that Kashmir is out in front, and then we have an absolute close call between all of these crews.
Yeah, Kashmir really pushing up there into, she's just pushing up over Kings, and she's bringing Hodaki with her. So those ones really pushing up for second, third, and fourth. St. Paul's still maintaining, well, actually, she's pushing away a bit, I think. St. Paul's now is getting a bit of clear water, isn't she?
Yeah, very impressive sculling from her.
But we are seeing Wakatipu moving up there too.
Yeah, and in a single scull boat, it's just you, so you can move pretty quickly. So, yeah, it's still anyone's game coming into this last 250 metres. It's really closing in. This is the type of sculling that we like to see here at Maadi Cup, and this type of ruthless racing. It is absolutely amazing.
It is going so well. And St. Paul, she needed to get that bit of extra clear water because we are seeing the King Sculler start to lift her rate, start to sprint. She really wants to hold on to the top 4. But Wakatipu there, Wakatipu is really pushing up. Paige here, Paige Savita Williams from Hodaki had better look out because Wakatipu, Lucy Clark, is finishing very strong. So we've got 5 boats for 4 spots. One of these will miss out to the A final. At the moment, St. Paul's holding on to the lead. King's currently in second, equal really with Kashmir, as we see a really strong finish from Wakatipu. Look at the sprint she is doing, well within the final 100 metres now as we come down to the line. Let's see who's going to get those 4 spots in the A final. Very coveted spots. It is St. Paul's across the line first. Wakatipu. Oh my goodness, it was Kashmir second, sorry, and then Wakatipu and Kings both across the line for third and fourth, and Hodaki Plains, a valiant effort for the B final for Paige Savita Williams, but wow, that was quite a race as we watch St. Hilda's cross the line in 6th, joining into the B final. I always knew that was going to be a hot race, and they did not disappoint. Glendowie into the B final there in 7th, as Wentworth will finish. There's Wentworth across the line in lane 8. Wentworth also into the B final. So we're going to have another little break in racing. There is another little break in racing. That's us. Hi. And this was Kate Haynes. You're heading off, but
yes,
you might
I am
be back.
Indeed. Yeah, I should be back doing some stuff tomorrow and Saturday. So the finals we're really looking forward to. It's going to be pretty hot by the looks of those semi-finals. So yeah, really looking forward to it. And yeah, you'll be hearing my voice on the live stream.
Awesome. Well, thanks, team. Stay with us. Come back to this live stream through Rowing Hub. Remember to come back through Rowing Hub. We will see you shortly when racing recommences.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talked to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication and coaching. How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will in a huge way affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it, and ultimately their success as well. So I try deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby. We don't want to do that, so I call it the entering of the water, or the protection, or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maadi Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that, and it was generally the younger ones who just said, to hell with it, look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
It's the biggest secondary school sports event in the Southern Hemisphere, the Maadi Regatta, right here at Lake Karapiro. For coaches of school rowers, it's the big one. So where do they like to watch the action?
I go down the hill if it's here and I get under the trees in the shade because I don't like the heat, but I can see the course.
I pace. I'm a pacer, bit of a yeller.
Most of the race I'll hide away until the last 500.
I guess I like standing down this end because I can see the end of the track. I can see right down the course, but I can see the way that we're finishing.
I like watching from the stand, but I definitely won't watch the first 1,000.
I'm quite often just pacing up and down near the pontoon, near the podium.
Find out where Gus stands to watch Maadi Cup. He's got quite big legs. Is this it?
Yeah.
You stand here?
No, sit.
You said it was in the shade.
Oh, it normally is by the afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So talk me through it.
Well, I can see down there and see the colours, and you can see the white boys at the 500, and I can see the 1,000 metre boys down there. You can see the rower boats across there.
Okay, so looking at those boats, who's doing well? How do you possibly know?
Lane 4 and 5 are up, but you would almost expect that. But lane 7 is up more than what you might expect from a lane 7. That's almost equal with lanes 4 and 5 at the moment.
I'm nervous. I feel like sometimes I'm more nervous than the boys. Like, they've done all the work, we've done all we can, and all we can do is put them on water and hope they execute the race well.
It's school racing. You get to the end of the season. That's what you work for. It's a very prestigious regatta, a lot of history.
For us as coaches, it's hopefully seeing the fruition and the development of some really good people. And I mean, that's what we're about. We want to make fast boats, and we don't talk about medals or winning.
Our group of kids that we've got right now are just great top to bottom in terms of their character and how much work they put into it. You know, not only are they performing well out on the water, they're quite often quite high achievers academically, and about 70% of our squad has part-time jobs that they balance around their rowing.
I tell a lie, occasionally I've sprinted along the bank when I've really thought we're in the medals and had to have a bit of a yell with the rest of the troops.
Semi-final 1 at the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. For those just joining us, we are 2 hours behind just due to a bit of fog this morning, but we are checking out here our lane 1 crew, which is Villa Maria College, and in lane 2 we've got St Andrews, 3 St Paul's, 4 Wanganui High School, 5 Ashburton, 6 Cambridge High, 7 Hamilton Girls, and 8 Maclean's, as they row away very fast from the start, did that Villa Maria crew. So we get to follow this race right from start to finish. Semi-final 1, girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry, who you can find down there on the bank selling many awesome gibbets. But we're about 100 metres in, and the early leaders look to be lane 3. Looks to be lane 3 from St Paul's Collegiate, currently in the lead, only just over Wanganui High School and Ashburton College. They would be the early top 3. Of course, this being a semi-final, top 4 into the A final. 4th, I would say, is currently that Villa Maria crew that we saw on the screen just moments ago. But just behind them is St Andrews and the rest of the field, really. Cambridge High, Hamilton Girls and Maclean's. So very tight racing as we row through the 250 metre marker. Now, we do have many fast crews. Of course we do. This is a semi-final. This is the top 16 crews in the country. But we have got the North Island winners, St Paul's Collegiate, and they are currently in the lead. And hot on their heels is Wanganui High School, who were 3rd at North Island. And right behind them, Ashburton, who did win South Islands. So when you say their credentials, it's possibly no surprise these 3 are in the lead. And of course, their times from the heats were within 4 seconds of each other. So three very fast crews here. But we are looking at St. Paul's Collegiate, as that graphic there shows us. St. Paul's about half a length lead over Wanganui High School, who have about a full length lead over Ashburton. That is the way they're currently sitting, and we are seeing St. Andrews there in lane 2 pull up on Villa Maria as they move through the 500 metre marker. So now all the crews are well and truly into their race rhythm. They've got going, they've wound it up, and now they are just running at the rhythm that works for them. This is their race pace, their race speed, and we are seeing a very fast Cambridge High School crew there. So 3 crews out the front, but then we do have the other 5 crews really sitting together. So they will be battling out for that all-important 4th spot and final qualification in the A final. So we currently do have St. Paul's in the lead, Wanganui High School in 2nd, Ashburton College in 3rd, and you can throw a blanket across the rest of the field. But this is semi-final 1 of the girls under 16 coxed quadruple scull. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry. So I hope not too many of us left us, or if you did, you came back to the stream through Rowing Hub. That's the easiest way to find where we are, and just stay tuned for more exciting racing as the day unfolds. But we're seeing a fantastic move here happening from Wanganui High School as they just inch up a little bit on St. Paul's Collegiate. These 2 crews would have, of course, battled it out at North Islands only a few weeks ago, and they're having a little bit of a rematch now as we see Wanganui High School, just push up a little bit there to be about a 1/3 of a boat length now down off St. Paul's. But St. Paul's keeping the rate just ticking over nicely. St. Paul's nice and high rate as Wanganui High School matches that. And you can see the coxswains lying down in the bows there. I wonder if these 2 coxswains competed in the coxswains race yesterday. How exciting that was. But here they are doing their normal job again as St. Paul's holds the lead as we move through the 1,000 metre marker, just holding about a canvas of a lead over Wanganui High School. So St. Paul's there with the H3 on their bow, travelling very nicely. They're holding on to the lead by all that they need to. They don't need much more than that. As you see them just make a little play, a little push against the move that Wanganui High School did. So we're in the 3rd 500 now. The 3rd 500 is where we need a nice strong 500 to try hold our position or push up a little bit as we see the rest of the field, and we've still got Ashburton travelling well in 3rd. 4th place would be just sitting with Cambridge High School, but only just over the likes of Villa Maria, St. Andrews and Hamilton Girls. Hamilton Girls crew did have a very, very fast repecharge yesterday. So I wonder if they're going to have that fast sprint again in the semi-final. Of course, the top 4 make the A final. But as we move through the 1250 metre marker, so we have about 750 metres left to travel, we are still seeing St. Paul's Collegiate hold on to the lead with just a little bit, about a 1/3 of a length over Wanganui High School. So Wanganui High School doing very well there to keep within touching distance, because if you maintain some overlap, some of your bow over their boat, anything can happen in the final sprint. But we are seeing St. Paul's. St. Paul's, obviously, as they come down towards the end of this 3rd 500, have got a little move in here, haven't they? Because they are now just stretching away every stroke. St. Paul's now 3/4 of a boat up over Wanganui High School as we move through that nice Milford buoy. Milford, of course, our Livestream partners, as we move through the 1,500 metre. So 500 metres left to go. St. Paul's with a nice 1-length lead now over Wanganui High School. So St. Paul's obviously went there at about the 600 to go. They really pushed down a little bit more power, and you get that power first, and then you use that momentum on your wind in the final 500 metres here. But it is St. Paul's. St. Paul's maintaining the lead in semi-final 1 of the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. Wanganui High School holding on to 2nd, and there is a great battle happening for 3rd and 4th. But it is St. Paul's Collegiate here, just stretching out to a little bit of clear water as we row down past Rowing New Zealand. everyone in the buildings there, of course, watching this racing with much anticipation. As we approach the 1750 metre marker, 250 metres left to go. We see St Paul's there going through first with a length and a bit. So some clear water over Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School holding a strong, long and strong rhythm and rate. But it is St Paul's Collegiate who are just stretching out. This second kilometre has really been the kilometre of St Paul's. They have really put down the hammer and just rode away from the rest of the field. And we would expect nothing less from the current North Island title holders. They will be certainly looking to try win the Cup on finals day for this, the Bethlehem College Cup. They certainly want to get their names engraved on it, don't they? But we're now 100 metres to go down within the final 100 metres of semi-final 1 of the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry. As we see St Paul's here, St Paul's about to row through the line, and there goes St Paul's. They take the win, semi-final 1. They'll be in the A final. Expect a fast race from them again. They will be joined by Wanganui High School, who is going to join them in 3rd and 4th. It does look like Ashburton held on to 3rd, but the battle for 4th is really the race that matters in semi-finals, because 4th gets you into the much coveted A final, and it is our local girls from Cambridge High School that take the 4th. Well done, Cambridge High, into the A final. It will be B final for Hamilton Girls, St Andrews, Villa Maria, and Maclean's College. That is semi-final 1 of the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. Okay, and here we are for semi-final 2 of the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry. So in lane 1 we have Dustin School for Girls, in 2 ACG Tauranga, in 3 Wellington East Girls College, in 4 Wakatipu High School, in 5 Cashmere, 6 Craig Dawson, 7 Westlake Girls, and 8 Hamilton Girls. So we are seeing it is the yellow boat from Wakatipu. They are currently in the lead there. They were second at South Islands, and currently in second place is Wellington East Girls College, doing a fantastic job there, with ACG Tauranga locked in a battle for 3rd with Cashmere High School. Of course, Craighead sitting right there in 5th. Now we're seeing 5 crews here, 5 crews, and 4 of them will progress through to the A final. We're getting plenty of people on the live stream cheering their friends on, which is awesome to see. Keep watching, team. You'll see many other fast races, as we're seeing right now in semi-final 2 of the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. It is Wakatipu High School as we move through the 1250 metre marker. Got about a half a boat length lead over Wellington East Girls, in turn another half a boat length lead over Cashmere, and then a good battle between ACG Tauranga and Craighead Diocesan for the much coveted 4th and final qualification spot into the A final. But let's get a good look here at Wakatipu High School. Wakatipu High School sculling beautifully. You see all of their blades in a nice even parallel every stroke. There's no blade out of time there. So Wakatipu High School sculling beautifully. I've just been joined in the commentary by Mark. Say hi, Mark.
Yeah, hi, Mark Watson here. How are you? Look, boy, I tell you what, it's great to be back, isn't it, at another Maadi Regatta here, this time obviously in Karapiro, as we are just watching what is really just remarkable depth and talent, athleticism. And I can tell by having watched the stream back in Auckland myself, it's been a very, very good 4 days. And I guess the story that comes out of it, rowing in this country, is certainly in a very, very healthy place.
It sure is, as we see a fantastic battle here heating up for that 4th and 5th place here. So we've still got Wakatipu in the lead. Wellington East girls battling it out with Kashmir for 2nd and 3rd. Craigie Justin just maintaining 4th, but ACG Tauranga there really pushing up. So we'll see what happens as we come down to the final stages here of this semi-final.
Yeah, key thing here isn't here, Megan, that we start to now look at the form. I'm a big believer, don't look at facial expressions when it comes to fatigue. Start looking at the form. What are you seeing here amongst these top three crews?
Yeah, well, what I'm seeing is some really good sculling. They're all very much in time with each other, because if one person pushes at a slightly different time to the other 4, then that does just upset the rhythm a bit. But these crews, there's none of that happening here. They're really driving nicely as we enter the final 250 metres.
Yeah, lane 5 just looking like a little bit of momentum coming on here, just starting to get that bow ball, just almost half a boat length lead now. This is where concentration needs to kick in for all of these athletes.
It sure does. Kashmir there putting in a great move. I wonder if Wellington East there will put in a bit of a move back. But still, Wakatipu are sculling nicely. They really do come forwards to the same point every stroke.
Yeah, great to see Wakatipu, Dunstan, that area of the country really starting to develop rowers now. And I've been really impressed over the last 3 or 4 years with the meteoric rise of Kashmir High School, you know, to sit alongside, I guess, the more traditional schools in that part of the country.
Yeah, Kashmir have really come through. And that's what's great about this Maadi Regatta. We've got 160 schools, so it just keeps growing.
Yeah, unbelievable. And it just gets stronger and stronger, doesn't it? And what a tough sport it is. And I tell you what, I always ask the question, did these kids misbehave at school and they were made to row? Or do they actually volunteer to do this? Because I tell you what, it hurts, and it hurts a lot, as you know.
It does, and we see Wakatipu cross the line there in first, and then it's going to be Kashmir second with Wellington East. And who is going to get fourth? I do not know. Somewhere between ACG Tauranga and Craighead. We'll have to check road on that, because wow, quite a sprint there from those two crews. So we'll have to figure out who ends up in the A final. But man, this racing is going fast.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? And that's the beautiful thing about rowing, is just the precision in which the event organisers get races underway. You can do a lot of different sports around the country, but rowing is about precision. It is about performance. It's about no compromise, not just as an athlete, but also in terms of just actually the regattas themselves and getting the crews underway. Of course, Megan, we are counting down, of course, to the big ones. Saturday afternoon, of course, the Levin Jubilee Cup, and then the Maadi Cup, and oh boy, the eights. And I guess a lot of these athletes that we've seen here also competing in those eights, but if they have in fact gone through the finals or the B finals, I guess the big question is the recovery side of it.
Oh yeah.
How quickly can they recover? Which of those crews athletes have been able to flush the lactate, been able to recover, be able to get back in, but also have the mental fortitude to go to that place again and again and again?
Yeah, you absolutely do. You've got to make sure your recovery process is on point. You know, as soon as you finish one race, it's all about thinking the next race. And I'm really looking forward to those eights, because the repecharges for them yesterday were really something. That race that St Thomas of Canterbury had to hang on.
I just caught up with the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. Really remarkable school. $35,000 they raised in 6 weeks. Sold 700 cheese rolls, they were telling me, as part of the funding. Anyway, girls under 18. Single sculls. This is the D final. We've got Bethlehem College represented by Nicola Smith. They're in lane 2. We've got ACG Strathallan in lane 3. Hamilton Girls High School start in 4. Taupo Nui Atia College in 5. Te Awamutu College will start in 6. The Maida Wentworth College in 7. And we do get underway in this D final.
Yeah, we certainly do, and they are off to a fast start, and it does look like the ones there in the middle, Hamilton Girls and ACG Strathallan. ACG Strathallan seems to be pushing out a little bit in front, just over Hamilton Girls, with Te Awamutu currently in 3rd, and then we've got a good battle happening there between Taupo Nui Atia, Wentworth and Bethlehem.
Yeah, Megan, I'll get you to talk us a little bit through the single scull. So we know in the eights and the bigger boats, you've really got to try and get that speed up through the first 500. They're not a boat that you can decelerate or accelerate quickly, but the single sculls it can be a little bit more tactical. So the key thing here, and I use a line, I mean it with the greatest degree of respect, you do not want to confuse ability with ambition. You've got to be measured in how you approach this 2,000 metres as a single sculler.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you want a fast start, but you don't want that to then impact the rest of your race. You know, you've got to make sure you understand your body well and what it can handle so that you can really squeeze on as the race goes on. But if I can just throw back to that previous race, semi-final 2, the girls under 16 sculls, it was Craighead that got that 4th spot, only just over ACG Tauranga. So
What was that margin?
Oh, that margin was
The difference between a good night's sleep and a bad night's sleep?
yeah, probably. Something like that. Very close. One wink, I would say.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's like that, isn't it? It can just come down to the smallest of margins. As looking, I think our athlete there from, is it Bethlehem or ACG? Just trying to pick up there.
Lane 3, yeah,
Lane
ACG.
3, in fact, ACG. So that is Lucy Cottier, coached by Mike Ruterman and Ron Neighbour. So the coaches, they'll be sitting there nervous as well. They take responsibility, don't they, if things don't always go well for their charges, and they sort of, you know, often live and die by the results. Down here in lane 6, also performing nicely out of Te Awamutu College is Casey Lee Baker, and looking really good. Nice long strokes, looking nice and relaxed at the moment. So just starting to take control early on as they come up to the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, they are. That Te Awamutu sculler is looking very nice and long and relaxed, isn't she? She's certainly got onto her race rhythm. She's done her fast start, and now she's just finding her rhythm so that she can just stretch away as the race goes on. But I'm sure we'll see many attacks come from the other scullers in this race.
Well, it's interesting though, isn't it? I mean, you've got to, I guess training is a rehearsal for race day, so you've got to train the way you expect to race. So you will see some athletes who might be a little bit conservative through that first 1,000 metres and maybe look to negative split the second 1,000. You'll have others who just want to go out, take it hard, try and dictate the pace, and maybe just see if they can psychologically just damage their opponents. So everyone's slightly different in their approach.
Yeah, certainly. And we are seeing Wentworth College sculler there just trying to put a bit of psychological pressure there on Te Awamutu as she just lifts her rating. So you'll see she's just doing a few more strokes than Te Awamutu. She's getting a little bit more higher rating, a bit faster. So that's why she's just pulling up on Te Awamutu. But Te Awamutu doing a great job there of holding her off at this moment.
Yeah, I'll get you just to have talk a little bit about the technical component here. Like swimming. Swimming is very much a sport that's based on good technique, and if you start to fall apart, you've just got to think about technique, making sure your exit's staying nice and long. You know, a lot of people look at rowing and go, okay, this is a little bit of mongrel here. You just got to just smash your way through the water. But just how technical is the single sculls? How much of this comes down to good technique?
Oh, so much. I like to say when you're out there in a single, you're just sitting on top of it. So imagine just balancing on a Swiss ball with your feet off the ground, but then now move your feet away from you and towards you, and as well as moving your hands in and out. It's quite difficult, but that's what you're doing because you are just balancing on top of the single, which is of course on top of water. So yeah, you really do need to look after the boat and make sure you're minimising disruption, and that is what the sculler here from Wentworth is doing quite nicely as she just pushes through to take the lead, and Te Awamutu sitting in second, but Wentworth is just really looking after the run of the boat. That's what we call it, the run of the boat, as she moves from the finish back up to the next stroke. She's just doing that beautifully, and that is what is just pushing her through Te Awamutu there. And we've got ACG Strathallan currently holding on to the 3rd place position.
So Wentworth College represented by Kayla Paladin, coached by Chris Brake. And so here we go. Now let's just have a look here. This is that all-important 1,000 metre mark. So now we start to get into the business end here. You can probably bluff your way through the first 1,000. You certainly can't bluff your way through the second 1,000. And now this all-important third 500 metres. This is where it can be incredibly strategic. But just starting to see a little increase in stroke rating there coming from Kayla Paladin. Now just starting to make her surge. So that's clearly the strategy here. And wants to maybe, clearly no rear vision mirror here. A little bit of peripheral vision, but out of sight, out of mind. At some point, maybe one of these 2-3 paddlers or rowers will say, hey, you know what, second is good enough today.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's almost like she heard you there, Mark. She said, oh, no, I was just getting started, and the second K is really going to be mine, because she really just started pushing away there as you were saying it, didn't she?
Yeah, it's great to see. I love the tactics. It is so tactical, but as we've said, this boat is a boat that you can accelerate much. You can pick the pace up. Very hard to pick up an 8s boat, and they used to say if you're leading through 500 you're generally going to win the 8s. Well, it's not the case here. Really good little fight back across there coming from the AG Strathallan athlete of Lucy Cottier. So she's just beginning to now get her bow ball up, maybe starting to move, pushing for that second place. So really good race developing between the ACG paddler and the athlete out of Te Awamutu College, which is Ada Williams. So it's very much game on for second and third, but at the moment, Wentworth College in control.
Yeah, very much in control. And yeah, that is a great battle there, isn't it? ACG Strathallan really moving up on Te Awamutu, and Hamilton Girls holding on to 4th place at the moment in a good battle for 5th between Bethlehem and Taupo Nui Atea.
Yeah, interesting here, just looking at Bella McCarthy from Hamilton Girls High School, really starting to now just see if she can just find that second gear. Just when I thought she's starting to pick it up, we automatically see Te Awamutu, Casey Lee Baker, decide to gear it up again.
Yeah, she has. She's really worked hard early on in this race, and she really wants to hold on to the work she has done and not let any of these other scullers come back at her.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this a lot over the next 2 days too, but just in terms of the steering mechanism on these single skiffs, just talk us a little bit through how they are actually keeping their boats in a straight line.
So it's actually just pressure through the oars. So basically they've just got their fin that holds them steady, holds them upright, and then it's up to them to push a bit harder through the foot plate with either their left leg or their right leg, which will then put a bit more pressure through that oar, and then that'll just turn them ever so slightly. So it's actually just putting a little bit more pressure through one side or the other, and that's what turns them. In like the pairs, that's where we have a bit of foot steering, but in the singles, it's just a bit of extra pressure through the blades. So you can.
And I'd imagine that when you get fatigued, when you've got the bonfires in the arms, and as I like to say, the razor blades attacking the lungs, that requires a little bit more concentration. Not always that easy to do, is it, when you're under that sort of level of duress?
No, you've got to keep 5% of that concentration into the things like steering, and is the umpire telling me I should be doing something else right now? Or, you've got to keep 5% of your attention to there while you put 95% of your attention to power and working the boat.
Now they'll be getting maybe a little bit of a psychological lift here. Now they're starting to come into that zone, that last 200 metres or so, with the tents and their alumni and their schoolmates, and knowing that, hey, I've only just got to, and they'll be counting, I guess, the number of strokes left. They'll be aware of how many strokes they're probably pulling throughout this 2,000 metres, whether it be in an 8 or as a single sculls, and they'll be there saying, hey, with 100 to go, I know that I've only got to suffer for, 50 or 20, 30 strokes.
Yeah, something like that. But I find whenever I try to guess, I always get it wrong, and you always go 5 more, 5 more, and another
please,
5.
not another 5, please, not another 5. I can't do this any longer.
Yeah, but you do. You just keep
you
going.
do, don't you? But you also know that second, third, fourth, everybody's going through it, aren't they? Whether you're at the back end of the race, front end of the race, the emotions and that hurt side of it, it's economies of scale.
Yeah, and certainly this regatta is still an achievement, quite an achievement to be here in the D final, and everyone, of course, striving for their personal best. And that's certainly what the Wentworth sculler there is doing. She's just really pushed out from the 1K marker, as we're seeing a great sprint happen there from the Hamilton girl. She's starting to push up against Strathallan and Te Awamutu.
Yeah, good finish. Really nice job here being done in this D final, and it is going to be Kayla Paladin, who is just going to row away with us and just puts another little bit of surge on and says, yep, got this comfortably. And this will be a really nice stepping stone for her. Obviously, we don't know the background of a lot of these individual rowers, but some of them will be relatively in their infancy still, and they've certainly got a long way to go in terms of their development as we go across the other side and see ACG Strathallan, Lucy Cottier finish in second place, and then Bella McCarthy, really good strong finish from her out of Hamilton Girls High School to round out our top 3. And fourth place, it will be Kaylee Lee Baker of Te Awamutu College, and then across there in lane 1, it is Nikala Smith of Bethlehem, another one of the schools in the Tauranga Bay of Plenty region. So well done to all of our individual scullers in that girls under 18 D final.
Yeah, and Ada Williams from Taupo Nui Atea finishing 6th there. She's got some friends watching on the live stream yelling, go Ada. So how awesome is that all your mates can watch from around the country?
Oh, it's great camaraderie, isn't it? It's just wonderful camaraderie. As we now move on to our next of our C finals, we'll have Cambridge High School in lane 1, St Cuthbert's in 2. Christchurch's Burnside High School will start in lane 3, the might of Whangarei Girls High School in 4, Avonside Girls High School out of Christchurch in 5, James Hargis College will start in 6, the All Might of St Margaret's College in lane 7, rounding out our field of 8, it'll be Emily Flowers out of Tawa College.
And it is currently the sculler from St Cuthbert's that is in the lead as we move through the 1,000 metre marker. So St Cuthbert's in the lead, Tawa currently sitting in second, and a great battle for third here happening between James Hargest, Whangarei Girls and Cambridge High School.
Yeah, interesting tactic across there, coming out of lane 2 at St Cuthbert's College. Samantha Bradley, she has very much decided that she just wants to go from the start, look to just try and put a bit of doubt in everybody else's. Some like to just set the tempo, dictate terms rather than be dictated to. The question has, does she have the ability? Does she have that endurance over the back end, over that last 1,000?
Yeah, well, that's what we're about to find out as we see the scullers from James Hargest, Whangarei and Cambridge High School push up on the sculler from Tawa College. But let's go get a closer look at Samantha Bradley. She is, of course, coached by Dylan Burton. He's done a couple of age group teams for New Zealand himself in the past and in the sculling discipline. So Dylan certainly knows how to scull a boat well, and that is what we are seeing Samantha do here. She's just got a lovely long stroke, and when she puts the blades in, she really gets connected and then starts with a very strong drive.
Yeah, nice to see that little stroke connection there as well. And it's interesting you talk about the coaches, but boy, they are just so fundamental. You've got to have growth in your sport, but you've got to make sure you're developing your coaches at the same time. And what I love about the sport is so many former rowers get back involved in it at some level. I remember Mike Stanley, of course, a member of the men's 8 back in 82, 83 when they won the World Championships. I understand it's his son now who's coaching the Westlake boys 8, who have a real chance of winning their 4th Maadi Cup on Saturday afternoon. And that sort of those sort of storylines just seem to just constantly carry through rowing, whether it be a Māori level, at a university level, obviously at a club level.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I'm quite excited to watch Westlake keep rowing that 8A. They're going well. But this is the C final with the girls under 18 single sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. And we're just seeing, St Cuthbert's holding on to that fantastic lead with James Hargest in second. And third, a great battle happening between Cambridge High School and Tawa College, with Whangarei Girls right behind them.
Yeah, dominant display though here coming from Samantha Bradley out of St Cuthbert's. Really is out of shot now at the moment, so she is well and truly gone. And I guess when we do focus back in on her, we'll have a look at the form, see if much has changed from what we saw maybe through the first 250, 500, what we now start to see at the 1,500 metre mark, and that'll be a good sign. But looking pretty good out there, still looking nice and balanced, not a lot of head or shoulder movement. Nice job being done by this young athlete out of St Cuthbert's.
Yeah, and of course St Cuthbert's one of the newer programs, only been going a couple of years, but we're still seeing many of their crews up the front of fields. So it is great that we're getting more and more schools involved in the great sport that is rowing.
Yeah, another one of the Auckland schools. Of course, the diocesan up there, not too far away. Auckland Grammar School, Lepson Girls, all the thing. And one of the schools, and again, I don't mean to keep referring back to the boys' side of it while we're watching a girls' single sculls race, but of course St Peter's College out of Auckland, another school that's got a really good program going that traditionally haven't been a rowing school. So you've got St Cuthbert's, you've got St Peter's, and it's great to see it, isn't it? We talked also about St Thomas out of Christchurch, another school that is now just starting to, I guess, create a little bit of legacy for future students.
Yeah, and that's what we're here to do, is produce that legacy. I certainly went to a school that has a bit of legacy, St Peter's, just down the road here.
St Peter's of Cambridge.
Yep, St Peter's of Cambridge.
School. Yeah, boy, I tell you what a remarkable school that was. I went there once to cover some college first 15 rugby, an equestrian centre, a golf course, you name it, you had it. I just sit there and then the headmaster was telling me you guys walk 5k every day because you had to walk between buildings and stuff. A remarkable school. Anyway, the focus back here on Samantha Bradley of St Cuthbert's College. She is going to come down here and she is going to comfortably win this girls under 18 single sculls C final. Again, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation, and what a wonderful performance, very much from start to finish. It's been an exhibition. It's been nothing short of a demolition, and well done to her. Big moment for her picking up this C final. And now, who picks up second place? Across the far side, is it? Oh, we're going to have to wait. No, it'll be here. It will be very much St James Hargest College. And that's Ellen Norman. She'll pick up the silver medal. And then across the far side, Sienna Frethi out of Cambridge High School. Georgia Candy out of Whangarei will end up in 4th place. It'll be Amelia Flowers out of Tawa College who will be in 5th. And so a small but very boisterous crowd watching these final three come in. We might just have to go to a photo finish here. That's what we love, don't we? And I think it's out here in lane 7. So it might have been Hannah Jones out of St Margaret's College, another one of the schools with a really good rowing program. And from there, we cut live back into our next of our single sculls races, and it is the girls under 18 semi-final. Now the first 4 progress to the A final, the rest will go through to the B final.
And in lane 1, we have got Nelson College for girls. In 2, Craighead Diocesan. 3, Columba College. 4, Onslow. 5, Waikato Diocesan. 6, Wanganui High School. 7, Mount Aspiring. And 8, St Peter's. So it is lane 5, Waikato Diocesan and Galakani. She did win North Islands, and she was also first in one of the quarterfinals that we had earlier today. So, of course, all these athletes have already raced today in the quarterfinals.
So we are arguably looking here, aren't we, at the best individual rowers at this amongst our girls at this year's Maadi Regatta. And that's what I love about it. The thing with this sport, isn't it? You can't lean on anybody else. You can't sort of reassure everybody else. I think sometimes when you're in a 2-person, 3-person, 4-person boat, you don't want to let anybody else down, so you can give it your best. It's easy to let yourself down, and I think that's what makes this probably, really, okay, we can look at the 8s, but these are the blue ribbon events, these single scull events. You cannot hide here. You cannot talk your way through it. Religion, race, creed, whatever. It knows no names.
That is right, and Galakani just has about a 3-boat length lead over Onslow, and they both were winners of quarterfinals earlier today. 3rd place sitting with Nelson College, with a good battle though with Wanganui High School. So it's very tight here. Only just behind them is, of course, Craighead Diocesan. But let's get a closer look at Angala. She has got a nice low rate. She's actually already, this is her 3rd race today. She was the quarterfinal for this, the semi-final for the under 18 pair, and now she's got a 3rd semi-final. So she is really, you spoke before, Mark, about recovery and looking after herself. So she's obviously got some good processes there that means she can come back time and time again.
Yeah, and you'd like to think that through high school, by the time they get to the under 18s and they're starting to push towards A finals, that those warm up, warm down protocols are established, but also the little things. You can't out-train a bad diet, the recovery side of it, the rest side of it, and knowing what works for you. And everyone is slightly different.
Yeah, absolutely. But Angala, although she's got the low rate, she is still just holding on to her lead, possibly stretching her way a little bit. So that is where she's got really strong strokes. She's really effectively looking after it. Also, the run of her boat. So in between each stroke on the recovery, what I really like about Angala is she really does look after it. There is absolutely no disruption to the hull of the boat as she moves through the 100-metre marker.
Yeah, just see that little bell ball. She'll be just backing off here now. She'll know that she won't want to burn too many matches. She'll want to make sure that she just gets through to that final. Won't want to burn too many, and we know that the first 4 will go straight through to that A final. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We will just zoom around, see if there is anybody still in those outside lanes that is potentially challenging those other 3. In fact, we are starting to see that. So, but nobody will deny this very good athlete out of Waikato Diocesan, and Galakani. She will come down and comfortably qualify for the final.
2nd looks like Onslow. 3rd, very happy 3rd place from that sculler that looked like Craighead.
Yeah,
and then Columba. So, yeah, very rapt they were with that race. And they should be, because they're in the A final.
Yeah, Isla Crawford there out of Craighead Diocesan. And, of course, we've got Kiara Patterson out of Columba College who finished. And we do apologise if sometimes we can't quite pick it up. Sometimes it is difficult with the different angles to pick up the different lanes. But come finals time, I guarantee you, folks, it'll be nothing but perfection from the rowers and hopefully from us as well. As we now look at the girls under 18 second semi-final, St Paul's Collegiate will start in 1, King's College in 2, St Andrews in 3, Diocesan School for Girls in 4, Marion College in 5, St John Paul College in 6, Barradine out of Auckland in 7, the Maida Christchurch Girls High School in 8. Of course, Christchurch winning their first Levin Jubilee Cup last year in very, very emphatic fashion. So you just wonder what that's done for the program in Christchurch, at Christchurch Girls High School.
Yeah, and it does look like the sculler from St. Paul's down in lane 1. Amber Church is currently in the lead with just about a half a boat length over Sibylla Thompson from Dawson School for Girls. Now, she did win one of the quarterfinals earlier, and same with the sculler just outside her. Marion is currently in third, fourth, sitting with King's College, and then we're back to St. Andrews and John Paul College, but it is St. Paul's.
Yeah, and just having a look there, it doesn't look like she's rating that highly, just starting to now just almost feels like she's just starting to paddle it a little bit through sort of quicksand, through concrete, because we're starting to see a real surge here now coming out of both Diocesan School for Girls, that's Sibylla Thompson, and also Charlotte Peterson out of Marion College in lanes 4 and 5. So it is Marion College, it is Diocesan School for Girls, and they are now starting to make their move.
They sure are, and those two are really pushing against each other, and that is what is pushing them up on St. Paul's. So these three really just out the front together. That's St. Paul's, Dawson School for Girls, and Marion. Of course, Marion was the winner of South Islands just a few weeks ago. I love Maadi Regatta or Nationals for the club rowers when the two islands, you race your own island all season and you come together.
I know, and then you're sitting there and you're going and you look at the results and you go back and you go, okay, we've got St. Margaret's, we've got Rangiroa out of for the girls for the Livin Jubilee Cup. Then you look at the winners out of the North Island and you go, can we compare? And you know, of course, you can look at times, but times mean nothing. Environmental conditions can change things so quickly. And then you're saying to yourself, does that form hold for the next 2 weeks? Who's sort of trained right through and who's going to taper in the last 2 weeks, who already peaked, and things can change, and so that's what makes it so exciting. But very, very good performance here from St. Paul's Collegiate and Amber Church, coached by Rachel Pollock and Roy Pickard, and still just training, probably about a boat length lead at the moment. Now it's got to hold it together though. This is where concentration, this is about maintaining really good form here, and I guess that's where the endurance kicks in, and which one of these athletes has recovered from those quarterfinals, plus whatever other events they are doing at this Maadi Regatta.
Yeah, because certainly we did see that challenge from Dawson School for Girls and Marion College Sculler, but Amber Church from St. Paul's also saw that challenge and she responded well. But we are now seeing the Sculler from King's. She's really pushing up. She certainly wants a place in the A final. She is getting now a length up and over St. Andrews to try and be in the all-important top 4 placings.
I'll ask you this, are they wanting just to get a place in the final, or are they wanting to get a good lane draw in that final as well?
Oh, the absolute dream is a good lane draw. Absolute dream.
But you don't want to be in too many matches, do you, necessarily? And that's the question I guess I'm asking. How hard do you push versus getting the good lane draw, but also just saying, you know what, I just need to make sure first and foremost I've got my mojo come final time?
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a balancing act. So that question that you're asking, that exact question, is what will be going through their heads pretty much every stroke, and keeping, and also, well, where is my competition? Because you don't want to hold anything back and then you end up out of the final, you know?
No, absolutely. So down here in lane 5 out of King's College, in fact, we've got Marion College at the moment, and it's the bottom of the screen, is it? Mm-hmm. It is...
Yeah, so Marion there doing
Charlotte
a really good move
Peterson
to push up. But down on the finish line here, it does look like St. Paul's has held on to her lead. So St. Paul's goes through first, Marion in second. It is going to be Kings in third. She had an awesome sprint.
And pretty happy
Dawson
too.
School,
So
yeah.
absolutely delighted to get through, which is what we want to see, isn't it? I mean, you know, just to make a final is a remarkable achievement, let alone trying to win a medal. And I know, just talking to the St Thomas school earlier, who were in that Maadi Cup final for the first time, just to get to the final, what a buzz for those young men, and obviously those schools that get through to the Livin Jubilee Cup, and just to actually be part of the final, knowing how big the crowds are, what the occasion is, the history of both events, and right there.
Yeah, here's the spectator bank. Give us a wave.
It's pretty quiet down there, actually, to be honest. It's a pretty quiet afternoon. I went to see my old alumni, Old Man Albert Grammar School, and there was pretty much no one there. Speaking of which, they'll start in lane 6 in this one. Christ College in 2, Garran College in 3, Te Awamutu College in 4, Tauranga Boys College in 5, that's their second crew, Mount Albert Grammar in 6, first ever winners of the Maadi Cup back in 1947, St Kennigan's College in lane 7.
Yeah, so this is the D final, isn't it? And the boys under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. Early lead sitting with Garran College. Second place would be with Tauranga Boys at the moment. Third, Christ. Fourth, Te Awamutu, in a good battle between Mount Alban Grammar and St Kitts for 5th and 6th.
No love lost there. It's purely in a sporting sense. Yeah, good rivalry between Mags and St Kitts and a lot of sports.
Yeah, of course, as we move through the 1250 metre marker. But it is Garran College, Miko Harding, that is holding on to a 1-length lead over Tauranga's Josh Eade. These scullers, of course, have had a very good regatta to push themselves into the D final. They've already raced earlier today in the quarterfinals as well.
Well, one of the hardest things that schoolboy and schoolgirl live, isn't it? You just kids develop earlier than others. So often you're going to get bigger kids or stronger kids at the same age, and other kids are going to be later developers. And so it is sometimes tough on those that maybe haven't physically developed or still have a lot more development to go in terms of trying to be competitive. But as I say, you work on the technical stuff. You can always build the athlete later on. So while these athletes are in this D final, haven't made the A final, that's not to say that we cannot see them 3 or 4 years from now rowing still at the highest level in the sport.
Oh, absolutely. And it's very important to work on that technique first. I've seen many school kids, the smaller ones in under 15 and under 16, but absolutely nail the basics, just come through and they just bide their time basically, but just get better and better, and then they build up. But we are seeing a good move here from St Kitts, moving into 4th position. But we'll go and check out the leaders. So that's Garran College and Tauranga Boys. Tauranga Boys rowing in what looks to be a winner's single. So someone from his school has won the under 17 single at some point in the near past.
Well, it was the young lady last year out of Mount Albert Grammar School who won Mags, actually a red boat, for winning that under 17 single sculls. And that is again another that will be up again for the winner of this under 17 A final.
Yeah, but here we are seeing Garran College, Miko Harding. He's holding off a good charge from the Tauranga Boys sculler. But let's go look at Garran College, Miko Harding. He's just keeping it nice and light and bright. He's just ticking over every stroke. And he's really giving it a strong finish there as we move into the final 250.
Yeah, Megan, talk us through here. What are you going through? Like in golf, you sometimes say to someone, just keep soft hands. You know, you are starting to hurt. You're starting to fight a little bit. You know, the lactic acid's building up. You know this is a sport that's still governed by hydrodynamics, therefore it is about good technique. What are some of those little triggers that they're just working on mentally that they're saying to themselves?
Well, that same coaching point works for rowing too. Keep soft hands. Oftentimes, you give a human being something to hold on to, they grab onto it with all their might. But we actually do want a nice soft hands so that we can have the force go down through the lower half of the body, as we see Tauranga Boys there really push up. He's trying everything to get one up over Garran College as we move into the final 100 metres. Tauranga Boys is really trying very hard.
Yeah, good race here. So it'll be Miko Harding of Garran College hanging tough, fighting all the way through. He'll just be hoping he can get that momentum, counting those strokes down in his head. He'll come down, he'll pick up this D final. Will he? Big surge coming on the line. Wait for this one. No, he ends up by half a boat length, so well done to Miko Harding of Garran College, and then Josh Eade, the silver from Tauranga Boys College, and then it will be Keegan Jordan of Te Awamutu College, who moved from 4th into 3rd, and then Christ College, Franco Gara will end up in 4th place.
Yes, that is the D final for the boys under 18 single sculls. As next we'll head to the C final of the same event. This event, of course, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. And who have we got here? We've got St Paul's in 2. We've got 2 St Paul's.
Well,
Look at that.
yeah, I'd like to think they can gang. I'm not sure it's like a bike race. If you've got 2, you can team up. But you've got Wellington College. You've got the Maida Takapuna Grammar there on Auckland's North Shore. Whero out of the Waikato. Gisborne Boys High School, great to have them here. Wentworth College out of the Hibiscus Coast. And Ngurawahia High School, great to have Ngurawahia too. Some of these smaller little communities having a rowing program. Often you won't see them in the big boats, but you'll see them in the smaller boats. And we are underway. Good even start here too.
And it does look like Ngurawahia Kahurangi Hagi is in the lead. So that is awesome to see a small school program in the lead in this C final.
Well, I'll often say this about Pacifica and Māori students. I think they're amongst the best athletes in the world. We want to see more of them getting involved in the sport of rowing. And let's just hope here that Kahukura Hagi can do something really special here for Ngurawahia. Having a look at the form here, Megan, what are you noticing?
I really like how he gets hold of the water. He really does make sure he gets connected before he pushes. Oftentimes you'll see people sort of slip through the start of the stroke, but you can see he really gets on, and I can tell by how the tension that I'm seeing through his body, there's good tension, it's bracing. He's bracing his core as he holds on, and then he drives his legs, and he's driving really hard with them and then swinging his hips open at the end. Sometimes people will swing their hips open a bit early, but not this sculler here from Ngaruawahia. He's really holding them as he drives.
And we'll come back and I'll ask you the same question if he still in fact is leading with 200 metres to go, and if we do start to see that change in form tour when fatigue does kick in, because that is often a good sign. But very much control here at the moment, really good form being shown. Just has a wee look over, knows that he's starting to approach that critical threshold, that 1,000 metre mark, and then boy, I tell you what, it is game on from there. That is when it's not just physical, it becomes mental.
It sure does, and Kahukura is doing a fantastic job here to hold the lead in this C final of the boys under 18 single sculls. Onifero Area School currently in second, a good tussle for third and fourth between Gisborne Boys High School and Takapuna Grammar. Wellington College, Takapuna Grammar currently holding on to fifth.
Yeah, good to see Takapuna Grammar, of course, a school that has had a rich history in the sport at Maadi Regattas over the years. But, you know, these days, neighbours with Westlake Boys High School, Rangitoto, Rosminnick, so many schools on that Auckland North Shore, I guess, trying to all get the athletic talent that resides in that particular part of Auckland. But boy, this is good, isn't it? It can be a lonely, lonely sport, single sculling. You're out there on your own, no one to give you that little bit of a reassurance, no one to lean on, no one to share the nerves with. Keeping that boat nice and straight, bow ball still nice and high out of the water, so good form being shown.
It sure is. And Kahukura from Ngaruawahia here, he certainly went out early and he got that early lead, and he's managed to just maintain it as we now approach the final 250 metres of the C final with the boys under 18 single sculls. Onifero still sitting in second place. He's also doing an awesome job there, and it looks like Gisborne Boys have just nudged his bow ahead. Gisborne Boys in third and Wellington College in fourth.
Well, Onifero and Ngaruawahia pretty much neighbours, I think. They're sort of Waikato regions, so they'll be sort of lovely to have this rivalry. Got to have rivalries. I always say this to stay number one. Trainers, if you're always number two, there's always someone pushing you. And really good display here being shown too. Really good form being shown here in lane 4 as well by Takapuna Grammar athlete Leonardo Barkas, is it, in 4?
Yeah, that is Takapuna Grammar there down in lane 4. Gisborne giving a good push though against Wellington College, trying to hold on to third place as we see Wellington College really challenge him for that. But we are now well within the final 100 metres. Very shortly we'll head down to the line to see Ngaruawahia High School cross the line. It's Kahukura Hagi from Ngaruawahia. There he is. He crosses the line in first for the C final. Well done. That would be 17th in the country. Quite a mean feat. Onifero for second. It's going to be Gisborne for third and Wellington College for fourth. Awesome to see so many of those scullers absolutely wrapped with their results as they cross the line, as we see Takapuna Grammar cross the line in fifth, then down to St Paul's Collegiate, one of their two scullers, having a good battle there with Wentworth.
Yeah, Wentworth, private school there, up in a small school up on the Hibiscus Coast, just north of Auckland, towards Orewa, if you're not familiar with the region, as we now just go down this absolutely magnificent Lake Karapiro in the Waikato region, town of Cambridge, as we get ready for the semi-final to move into the A final. The first 4 will progress. Otamoto College out of Tauranga in 1, Maclean's College out of Auckland in 2, the Maita Whakatane High School will start in 3, second of the Maclean's College athletes in 4, Hamilton Boys High School, the might of the red and black in 5, St Kevin's College in 6, Pukekohe High School in 7, and in lane 8 it is Tauhara College, their representative Joseph Williams.
Yeah, and we did see a fantastic race earlier today from Hamilton Boys High School. Corbin and Maclean's College, they both won their respective quarterfinals. But it is Maclean's College. It is Maclean's College Nathan. That's who we're seeing currently in the lead. Second place. Oh, it's very much, I think, with Otamoto, but very tight between them and St Kevin's Whakatane as well, and Hamilton Boys only just sitting in 5th at the moment.
I ask you this, Megan. We've talked about the ability to turn things around and having to recover. They're not just in the single sculls. They could be pairs, they could be in doubles, they could be in fours. How early on, I mean, obviously warm-up really important too, to make sure you get your warm-up nervous system right. How early on in an event do you know whether it's your day or not? And can you, during a race, turn things around? Can you hit can you do something to maybe switch yourself on if for whatever reason you're feeling a little bit flat?
Absolutely. I think you know if it's your day from the second you push off the pontoon. There is nothing like a beautiful push off. You've like your whole crew, whether it's the single or the 8, you're all on the same page. You know exactly what you're doing, and you know from that first stroke of the warm-up how you're feeling. But absolutely, that does not happen every time. That probably happens 1 in 100. Most of the time, you've got to talk to yourself to make sure you improve, as we are seeing Corbin Campbell there from Hamilton Boys as he starts to push up. He was in 5th moments ago, but now he's pushed up into second.
You can tell throw a blanket over 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. Nobody's going to deny Nathan Strachan through this first sort of 1,000 metres out of Maclean's College. Coach Martin O'Brien will be sitting there nervously. Then we go across to Arthur Crimmins across there in lane 1 from Otamotai. And then in lane 3, it is Travis Talpos of Whakatane. And now the hurt starts to come on here in lane 5. Corbin Campbell, Hamilton Boys High School, just starting to get that bow ball in front. Maybe a third of a boat length in 2nd place, but still 2 to 3 boat lengths behind our race leader, Nathan Strachan, out of Maclean's College.
Yeah, that McLean Sculler is just doing a beautiful job. You know, he got himself his lead early so that he could watch the race unfold behind him, and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. But we haven't yet seen him lift the rate, so I guess he's comfortable with this amount of margin. We'll see what happens in the final 250, though.
Yeah, just looking at the 3 sitting in there, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Maybe just Arthur Crimmins there from a Motai, just starting to struggle a bit, just starting to see that just maybe starting to shorten up a little bit. Dropping back to 4th place. Now the big push coming here from Corbin Campbell out of Hamilton Boys High School, looking to just try and secure that 2nd place finish. They know that the top 4 will go through to this final, but a big surge again coming back in lane 3. Travis Talpos of Whakatane says, I'm not done yet. And maybe just a little bit of psychological warfare going on here at the moment. But it's going to be all lane 4, Maclean's College. Nathan Strachan, very comfortable indeed.
Yes,
just starts to dial it down. He knows, doesn't need to burn too many matches, just wants to get through here, bring that heart rate down, try and flush a little bit of the lactic acid. And a nice race for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. It is very much Travis Talpos of Whakatane, and then it is Hamilton Boys High School in 5. And as we do go to the line, it will very much be Maclean's. It will then be Whakatane.
And the other 3 for 2 spots, I'm not sure.
We're going to send you up into the tower, Megan. You can have a look at the photo finish.
Yes, we will have to wait and see between Otamoto, Hamilton Boys and St Kevin's, all with very fast finishes.
And really nice finish too coming down here.
From Pukekohe.
From Pukekohe High School, Kyan Robinson, another school that's just trying to establish a bit of a rowing program. And sometimes their legacy is that they were the pioneers within that school in terms of trying to get something going. And when athletes maybe from that school start winning things in years to come, they can look back and go, you know what, it was the likes of Kyan Robinson that got the program going. And so we now have our 2nd semi-final, 4 going through to that A final. Scots College in 1, St Patrick's College in 2, St Peter's College of Auckland in 3, St Thomas of Canterbury in 4, Wakatipu High School in 5, Dunstan in 6. What a wonderful battle that'll be. Wanganui High School in 7, and the Might of Tauranga Boys College in 8. The who's who, North versus the South, and then those little internal battles going on. Looking forward to Dunstan versus the likes of Wakatipu.
And it does appear to be Wakatipu and Tauranga Boys out in the lead at the moment. I would say Tauranga Boys has it a little bit over Wakatipu, with Dunstan sitting in 3rd in a great battle there for 4th, but it's currently sitting with the sculler from St Thomas of Canterbury.
Yeah, St Thomas of Canterbury. Again, Carter Baxter, coached by Paddy Dowling, doing a really nice job sitting there currently. And so we've got the athlete out of Whakanui, Jake Newton, coached by Alan Duff, and Dave Dudley currently leading this race. Whakatipu in 2nd, Dunstan in 3rd. Big challenge now starting to come from St Thomas of Canterbury. They're now moving into 2nd place. It's Whakatipu who drops back into 3rd. as they come through that 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, these scullers, as we're seeing. Yeah, Jake from Wanganui High School out the front there. He's got quite a comfortable rating, so does the St Thomas of Canterbury sculler. So maybe these two had a little chat beforehand and decided to get in the front and then just hold it at a manageable pace.
Well, talking to the crew out of St Thomas of Canterbury, they're saying they train on the Selwyn River, not on the Avon River. Only a school of around 700 students. Have been only rowing for the last 20 years, so really starting to establish themselves. And we saw Cashmere. Cashmere's been a real big surprise in the last sort of 4 or 5 years in terms of secondary school rowing. They've got a very good program going out of Christchurch, and so why not? Why can't it be St Thomas of Canterbury as well? Joining the likes of Christ College, Christchurch Boys High School, the likes of St Margaret's, Rangiruru, and those more traditional schools. But it's Wanganui at the moment. Really, really nice job being done here by Jake Newton. Just has a wee look over. Says, look, I think I'm in control. I'm looking okay here. I don't want to be in too many matches, but I've got another gear to go to if I need to.
And it's awesome to see the support on the live stream. Billy Simpkins from St Peter's College has got some mates here watching, cheering him on. I mean, he is in a good battle for fourth right now with the sculler from Dunstan High. So if you're down on the banks there, make sure you do go cheer on Billy in person.
Yeah, I love St Peter's College, being a Mount Albert Grammar boy, another one of our great rivals, and really nice to see them. Made their first Maadi Cup final a couple of years ago, third last year, narrowly losing out to that silver medal by St Bede's. They're back in another Maadi final, rowing out of the West End Rowing Club there in Auckland, so nice to have representation from St Peter's, Wakatipu, Dunstan, and of course St Patrick's College. And we've got Tauranga boys as well there, but at the moment it is all Wanganui High School. Really, really comfortable here for Jake Newton. He knows he's got around 250 metres of this journey remaining, and looking very comfortable. Form hasn't really changed in this back 500 to what we saw through that first 500.
No, so he's certainly managing his energy levels as we see the Wakatipu sculler put in a bit of a burst to push off up on St Thomas of Canterbury, and it is Billy Simpkins from St Peter's College currently holding on to the fourth place, but only just over Dunstan High School. It's very close there. Of course, 5 sculls we are currently seeing on the screen. Only 4 will progress to the A final, and just like the first semi-final, we had a very tight finish, so let's see what happens here.
I've got to get myself onto the Dunstan High School bucket hats. I said that last year. I love the Dunstan High School bucket hats. If you're listening Dunstan High School, we want 2 in the commentary position, please, and we'll talk about Dunstan all day, even if you're not in a race. We're easy to be bribed, but I want the Dunstan bucket hat. They are very in vogue. They're very fashionable. Wanganui High School going to come down and take this one and take it comfortably. Jake Newton, and then in second place, Carter Baxter out of St Thomas of Canterbury. Congratulations to him. And then looking like around in our top 3, it will be Harry Lightfoot of Whakatipu, who's bluffing, who's still got a few cards to play in that final. And then coming down now out of St Peter's College, well done to Billy Simpkins. And Billy, to your mates watching on the live stream, love it. Love the camaraderie. Love the tribalism, boys.
The support definitely helped him, team. Good work. And just throwing back to that previous semi-final, the top 4 ended up being McLean's, Whakatane, Odomodai and St Kevin's. So Hamilton boys will be in the B final along with Pukekohe, Tauhara and McLean's number 2.
Now, just a message to Dunstan. I'm not sure what their velocity is, but aerodynamics kicking at 17 kilometres an hour. I'm not sure that the bucket toweling hat, if it comes down to 1/100th of a second, is necessarily going to be the difference, but they do look great. And sometimes look good, feel good, don't you? It's that whole sort of placebo effect as we look back down. Magnificent Karapiro, our next race already underway. This is the girls' novice 4, and we've got Wanganui Girls High School. We've got my apologies, Whangarei in 1, Wanganui in 2, Whakatipu in 3, St Hilda's Collegiate in 4, Wanganui High School in 5, Sacred Heart Girls College in lane 6, St Peter's School of Cambridge in lane 7, the Maita Takapuna Grammar School in 8, the girls under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls.
Yes, and of course this event is sponsored by Maita 10 Mega Cambridge. If you happen to lose your spanner, you know where to go to get a new one. But it does look like I'm seeing some yellow blades in the lead there. So that is Wanganui High School. And just behind them in second is, of course, my old school, St Peter's School, Cambridge. But a great battle happening for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Who were your great rivals when you were at school? Who was St Peter's of Cambridge's great rival? Was it Cambridge High School down the road? Was it Waikato Dio?
Oh, stuck in my heart. I will never forget that quad from Villa Maria. You know who you are, Olivia Ling.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, you've got to have rivalries, don't you? I keep saying it, you know, you look at the great, you know, Pete Sampras, Andre Agassi, you look at them all, don't you? You've got Rangiru, you've got St Margaret's on the girls' side down there in Christchurch, and really nice job being done here. I do like the look here of the St Peter's crew of Cambridge. You do just feel that at the moment they're just biding their time. Look, I mean, we talked a lot about, well, we've mentioned the 8s, and, you know, they're a hard boat to take up another gear. You really want to get the speed off the line early. What's the case here with these Cox quadruple sculls? Are they a boat that you can dial up quickly? Are they a boat that you can sort of take up a gear in a second or so?
Yeah, so certainly the quad is a nice light and bright boat, but being a Cox quad, it just adds a little bit more weight, but of course it's useful weight. We love that coxswain. They do all the steering for us. And so it really does, it depends. You practice your start, you practice it to be able to just pick it up a little bit more every time you go.
Okay, now obviously we're going to talk a lot about the role of the cox too, and everybody will have a slightly different way, but they're a little bit like you talk to Steve Williams, who was the caddy for Tiger Woods for a long time, and he said, look, it wasn't about yardage to the hole, it was being about a psychologist, knowing to say the right thing, knowing what to say at the right time. What is the fundamental role of the cox, and what are the rowers wanting to hear from the cox?
Oh, that's a hard question because it really is crew dependent. But certainly you want your cox to be positive, because you tell a human not to think about a pair of scissors, that is immediately what they're going to think about. So you should never focus on what they need, what they're doing wrong. Absolutely find the problem, but tell them all about the solution. It's best to just keep telling your crew, we're doing a great job here, but we could be better if we did this. And that is certainly what the Wanganui High School coxswain is doing, because they are just stretching out their lead, as we see Wanganui Collegiate down there in lane 2 really push up to have a good battle with St Peter's. Are locked in a battle for second at the moment, and fourth currently sitting with Wakatipu, as Sacred Heart Girls from New Plymouth is currently in 5th.
And if you look, you put your eye across these 5 crews that we currently see at the moment, technically, are you seeing much difference? Are the boats set up differently from one boat to the next? What are some of your observations here?
To be honest, it's all very similar. And of course, this is the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls, but none of them look like novices.
No, it's remarkable, isn't it? It's a sport that is, again, technical. It's hydrodynamics, so I often use the expression, you can play all the golf in the world you want, but unless you've got a good swing, you're not going to shoot a low score. And water-based sports are similar. We can make you row fit, we can make you swim fit, but if you want to be swim fast, row fast, then you've got to have good technique, and clearly you've got to have great cohesion. And we're starting to see that really nice push here coming from your old school, St Peter's College of Cambridge. And you're allowed to have an old school, and you're allowed to be proud of your school, okay? We all are.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're actually coached by Kaylin Wren and Peyton Barnard, who, believe it or not, I coach her at the club level.
There you go. So across there on the far side too, we're now starting to see the Whanganui Collegiate team in second place. And then again, St Peter's of Cambridge down here, currently sitting in 3rd. But big challenge also now starting to come on the inside here from Wakatipu High School. They'll know that we've got the top 4 will go through to that A final, so they'll just be aware of that. And these 4 crews are just starting to run out of real estate for that crew currently sitting in 5th place, which is Sacred Heart Girls, but it's going to be Wanganui High School are going to take the win. Whanganui Collegiate's going to finish in 2nd place, St Peter's School of Cambridge 3rd, and Wakatipu High School will finish 4th. They'll go through the A final, be B finals for Sacred Heart Girls and Takapuna Grammar and Whangarei Girls High School.
As we just saw a bird fly across in front of the drone there. So we've got many friends in the sky.
Yeah, guys from Altitude HD doing an absolutely wonderful job, and special thanks, of course, to Milford for their ongoing support of rowing, and all of those commercial partners that have got on board with the Maadi Regatta.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely give us a follow at altitude_HD on the Instagram. Give us some likes. There's some awesome content being made by the team that's running around with cameras. As we're heading back up the lake for semi-final 2 of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge. Now, we will have this race, and then there will be another little break in racing.
Now, did you mention Villa Maria as being your School of Rivalry. Yep. Now they're in the sea. You've got to be nice to them, okay? Villa
All
Maria,
right, I'll
okay.
try.
In for I love Villa Maria. Okay. We can be good cop, bad cop, okay? So we're going to have Marion College starting in 1, Craighead Diocesan in 2, Otago Girls High School in 3. Villa Maria College will start in lane 4. Hamilton Girls High School in 5. Out of Christchurch Burnside High School in 6. Otamotai College out of Tauranga in 7. Out of Hamilton Hillcrest High School. So the first 4 will go through to the A final. The remaining schools and crews will end up in that B final. So these are the novices. As we saw at the first semi-final, you would not know that if you had just switched in and we hadn't told you they were in fact novice crews. So 2,000 metres. I have this line and you'll hear me say it a lot, you'll get sick of it, but maybe not so much in some of these races, but 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope and 250 metres of truth.
Oh, I love that.
You can use that one.
I will.
And you do not want to confuse ability with ambition. You have to, as we say, you've trained one way, you've got to race the same way. You can't train one way and then expect to tune up and race a different way. So if your game plan is about the first 1,000 metres, then you've got to make sure you are steady.
Yeah, and here we are just in the blocks, checking out Marion College. They look very ready, don't they?
Yeah, another program that seems to just constantly, their name appears in a lot of the big races, Marion College. They're clearly doing some good stuff, and they're coached by Tori Cox, and that crew involves Asher Clark and Charlotte McLaughlin, Annabelle Carter, Ava Thomas, Lexi Fakori houses their Cox.
Yeah, and these crews are sitting at the catch, so that's the front. When you got your shins nice and vertical and your hands outstretched in front, blades as close to the bow as possible, which does mean when they sit there that we are very close to getting started.
Yep.
Although I am seeing some fun hand signals from the people standing on the pontoon.
You've been here since Monday, obviously. Have you seen any sort of major environmental factors that the crews need to be aware of? Has there been any sort of feedback from the rowers saying that one lane's maybe more favoured than the others?
No, it's been beautiful, to be honest. The weather has really been nice to us. As we can see, we're holding consistent at that wind speed of earlier it was 2.84. So it's now down to 2.81. So the wind is actually just settling a little bit, which I'm sure everyone who's left to race today will be keen to hear about. And it looks like we've got the crew in lane 9 there. You can see just off. That's Wanganui High School number 2. You can see them in the outside. They're not actually being held. So possibly it's just taking a minute to line these boats up. But that Wanganui High School crew is doing a fantastic job because it's definitely a little bit tougher. But they're doing a really great job there as this race looks really underway because the umpire is holding up a white flag.
Yeah, we do say they're novice crews, folks, so this is a case of, it's not quite as simple. A lot of inexperienced rowers here maybe have only been rowing, possibly even as little as 8 or 10 weeks in terms of getting themselves ready for this. And so, just trying to keep that boat in a straight line and parking it up, if I can use that layman's term.
Yeah,
Technical
and the
side of it as well.
The wind is a bit of a westerly at the moment, which is basically a little bit of a headwind, which...
So if we're looking at the television, people watching this, that's basically coming from right to left, straight into them.
It sure is, and they're off. Fast start from all 9 of these crews.
Yeah, really good start coming there in lane 3 from Otago Girls High School. Got away quickly to lane 5 as well. Hamilton Girls High School looking to try and get out quickly. Fairly even though. Lane 2, Craighead Diocesan get away to a very good start as well, but at the moment it is all lane 5. It is Hamilton Girls High School who have the smallest of leads through that first 100 metres.
They sure do, and Hamilton Girls saw good things from them at North Islands in this crew as well, so I'm sure we'll see another strong race from them here. But it is Hamilton Girls in the lead with a few feet only over Craighead Diocesan currently in second. Otago Girls in third had a very fast start, but we are seeing the likes of Burnside and Otamotai just start to pull up on them as well.
So lane 5, it is Hamilton Girls High School, Tiana Hill Brown. We've got Pianika Emery, Ayla Klein, Mila Williams, Sam Gardner is the cox. Their coaches, of course, Georgia King and Ben Kersip. And so, doing everything asked of them so far at the moment. They'll just now want to try and just settle things down, bring that stroke rating down a little bit, look to try and length out, go into what we probably would call a really high aerobic state at the moment before they then start to dial it up and start to go into the hurt box.
That's certainly what they're doing as we approach. We're about sort of 400 metres in, which is when we do move from the anaerobic system into the aerobic system. So that's when we've really got to get those lungs going. The lungs will start to burn as we see Hamilton girls now stretch out to about a half a boat length lead over Craighead and Otamodi. That Otamodi had a really fast start there, and they've really pushed on.
Otago girls also doing really well there in lane 3 with the blue bow. And yeah, fairly even, isn't it, really? I mean, it's still anybody's race at the moment as they do come through that first 500 metres, and comfortably at the moment it is Hamilton Girls High School by about half a boat length lead. Lane 2, Craighead Diocesan School, but the challenge is now starting to come on the inside in lane 3 as well from Otago Girls High School. Otamoto College here down the bottom of the screen, still in control, still looking to try and just steady out, look to lengthen out, look to just keep that rating where they want it. Let's talk about rating. So type of rating that they'll be rating, okay, middling novice crews, but what sort of rating will we see them say through the first 200 metres versus what we might see maybe through that 500 to the 1,000 metre mark?
Oh, certainly these crews would still start off very fast. That'll be starting off in the high 30s, might even see a 40 hit on the stroke coach out of the start, but then they will sort of bring it down onto their race rhythm to be more of somewhere between sort of a 32 and 36 through the meat of the race, but the wind, so sometimes with a bit of a tailwind you might try to keep it a bit higher for a bit longer, and in this bit of a headwind you might just drop it down a little bit more just to help you squeeze on. But we are seeing Hamilton girls there hold the lead, but it is my arch old nemesis from Villa Maria that are pushing up now into second place. Villa Maria doing very well.
Let's talk about I do a lot of work in cycling, and the headwind is a cyclist's worst enemy. I remember down here 2 years ago we called one of the greatest races in the Maadi Cup history, 1/500th a second. They had a tailwind that day. I think they went sub 540 over the 2,000 metres, which is a world-class time, but they had the wind behind them. What stroke adjustment do you need to make into a headwind? How do things change from having a tailwind to a headwind technically?
Well, definitely you want to make sure you finish off the stroke in a headwind. Like, you want to really finish into it and make sure you don't cut your stroke short, because that can be a real issue there. So you really do want to make sure that swing, and you do hold on to it, just hold on to the water a little bit longer, and that is what just knocks your rate down a bit. But we are seeing Hamilton girls here hold a nice lead with Villa Maria in second and Craighead in third.
Yeah, just saw Villa Maria there, just a slight angle there, just not quite getting that boat 100% straight, and that's just one of those little technical things, possibly due to the wind, or again, the fact that they are novice crews. Are the steering mechanisms on these boats, is that controlled purely by the cox?
Purely by the cox, and they're down there, and most of these boats in the bows and the front, but then of course the wires run alongside the inside of the boat all the way to the stern there, and there's a little steering post at the stern. So rowers, when you're moving your feet, you've got to make sure that you don't accidentally catch the steering wires, otherwise they'll annoy your cox, and as we see the wind speed just pick up a little bit there, so possibly that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, Villa Maria now just starting to dial it up again. They've now moved probably about half a boat length now ahead of Hamilton Girls High School, so they've made their move as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark. So a really good little battle beginning to ensue here, and we could come down to the smallest of margins, and so don't underestimate the importance of keeping your boat straight. You know, if you're talking about a tenth of a second, we've seen Maadi Cups and the Vin Jubilee Cups over the years being separated by less than a second, so all of these little things can add up.
Yeah, and some crews do prefer a head, some prefer a tail, and some prefer a crosswind. I don't know who the crazy people are that prefer
the
crosswind.
big strong ones.
Yeah, but that might be this Villa crew. See, they might prefer just a little bit of a headwind.
So
it certainly worked for them.
But I guess the moral of the story is, doesn't matter how bad the conditions are, as long as you're not going to sink your skiff, get out on the water. Don't go indoors on the bad days. Go in with the windy days, get out there, get amongst it. So Villa Maria College here doing a really, really nice job. Really measured performance so far. It's been quite controlled. They've been quite strategic. Didn't go out too quickly through that first 1,000 metres, just starting to build nicely, looking to try and just lengthen out, trying to stretch that bungee cord to the point where maybe it just breaks, and Hamilton Girls High School say, you know what, we'll take second in this one.
You know, Villa Maria doing a really nice job. The middle K here has really been theirs, hasn't it? Once they got up and running, they just had to get onto their race rhythm. That's really what has pulled them through. So that tells me that they have got a very effective technique that they are rowing because once they've got up to their race rhythm, they've really just run away from the rest of the field. As we see Hamilton girls keep a nice high rate. Hamilton girls, seen many of their crews with high rates. They like to rate high, and it is working well for them. They are holding on to second as these two crews just stretch out away from the rest of the field, with Craighead currently sitting in a nice, comfortable third. But the real race here is for fourth, and we've got a bit of a race going on between Marion on the inside, Odomodi, Burnside, and Otago girls, all of them going for fourth at the moment.
Yeah, we'll come down to that back end, won it through that 250 metres. Now we just start to see Hamilton Girls High School looking to try and just fight back here, looking to increase their rating. But I tell you what, they're asking questions here of Villa Maria College. Villa Maria comfortably answering those questions and in control here. And at what point does the Cox here for Hamilton Girls High School say, look, just dial it down, girls. Let's just make sure we get through. Let's not burn too many matches. We're in control. Second's okay right now. Let's see if we can reverse things come finals time in 2 days.
Yeah, but it really is this crew from Villa that is just stretching out as Hamilton Girls maintain strong second and Craighead in third, as we check on the rest of the field to see what's happening with that fourth place little race. We're seeing a strong finish from the likes of Marion College, Burnside and Odomodi. But down towards the finish line, we've only got about 30 metres left to travel. Let's see them cross the line.
Yeah, Selena Clemo, Sarah Nicholson, Sophie Taylor, Maya Naporta and Tiana, in fact, Elisa Clark, the Cox, will get the job done for Villa Maria, and they will go through to that final, as will the crew out at Hamilton Girls High School. Now, the race for third, fourth and fifth. Let's bring out our cameras. Let's bring out the photo finish. It's looking like it'll be Craighead Diocesan who will finish in third comfortably. Maybe the photo finish for fourth. Coming down here in lane 5, though, it'll be Otamotai College.
That's 6. That's
lane
Burnside.
6, Burnside High School. My apologies. So Burnside High School go through. Well done to them. Well done to the school out of Christchurch. And the rest of the crews will end up going through to that B final. But another really good race, another really good display. And I think this message we've seen is you would not know that these crews are basically in their novice years. As we now have a look at our next race, and this is semi-final of the girls under 18 quadruple sculls, is it?
Oh, yeah.
And our apologies, just getting our paperwork right with the graphics.
I think there's a little bit of a break. I think we have got a little bit of a break before this race. It's due to start at 3:55.
Okay, folks, if that is the case, in fact, next race to go at 3:55. We do encourage you to go around, have a look at some of the exhibitors, have a look at some of the commercial partners and some of the fan engagement zones.
And if you do leave the live stream here, make sure you do find us again through Rowing Hub. That is the easiest place to find the live stream to watch the remaining finals here of semi-finals, sorry, of day 4. As we travel along with those cars.
Yeah, I tell you what, beautiful region, is it? You just want to go and ride your bike. Anyway, folks, we'll take a wee break. We'll be back shortly. Enjoy it. You are watching coverage of day 4 of the Maadi Regatta 2025, courtesy of Milford.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
With the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Champs around the corner in April at Orewa, we speak to David Ballance about the new sport that's creating such a buzz.
There's running, there's sprinting on the beach, there's turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun.
Keep going!
Yeah, it's really just growing. Every time we do an event, we get more participants and more participants. It's really building momentum.
If you look around here today, there's people of all different shapes and sizes, ages, juniors through to masters, and that's the exciting part about coastal, the accessibility as you show up to the beach. The boats are all here for you and you get going.
Okay guys, so when the flag drops, the run is going to start from the beach.
Yeah, the waves just make it a lot of fun, especially, and then there's that whole thing, how do you punch through the wave going out, and then how do you perhaps wait a little bit and pick up a wave and then accelerate to try and stay on the wave to surf into the beach. The New Zealand National Beach Sprints Champs is on the 5th and 6th of April. The details on Row It. A lot of fun, some great competition, some close racing, and a lot of tired but very happy rowers at the end of it.
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand's Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school, just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Taupo Nui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the Emerging Scholarship with rowing, and the amount has doubled from 5,000 to 10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Wazell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport that you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there would like to just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
And what do you think of rowing?
I love rowing.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's brought us all together as one big friend group. You get up really early in the morning.
That is true.
the girls under 18 quad sponsored by Carriage and Partners. We will come back to you after that. I think we've got the boys. Then we'll have a 20-minute break until the boys under 18 double. I believe Meg will be on then. And that should pretty much wrap up the afternoon. But here come those quads. They're starting to row into the blocks now, so I'll be back with you shortly.
You are watching live coverage here on day 4 of the Aon Maadi Regatta. And it has been a remarkable day of competition, and it continues, because up now we've got the girls under 18 coxed quadruple sculls, the first of 2 semi-finals, with the first 4 crews going through to the A final. 2,000 metre stretch of water, a very famous stretch of water in the history of rowing, both here in New Zealand and of course internationally as well. As we look across this and just starting to sense that wind just starting to pick up a little bit there, Megan, just starting to see a little bit more of a wave on top of the water. That might be a little bit exaggerated, but certainly a headwind as we look at this field. And it's Nelson College who will start across the far side in 1, Dunstan High School in 2, Twizel Area School in 3, Marion College in 4, the Mitre Cashmere in 5, Wellington East Girls College in 6, Diocesan School for Girls in lane 7, rounding out our field of 8, Wanganui High School number 2 crew.
Yeah, this is going to be a great race, as all semi-finals are, and they are off. So a fast start from all 8 of the crews here. It does look to be Diocesan School for Girls taking the early lead, only just over Wellington East Girls, and then it would be Cashmere in 3rd, and the rest of them are all really together at this stage, but Nelson travelling very fast.
Yeah, Nelson College across the far side, maybe just a little bit of a slow start, got into their work now, but still fairly even. One of the more even races we've seen is very shortly they'll approach that, well, through the first 250 metres, come up to that first marker, which will be the 500 metre mark. That's about setting that early rhythm, that early tempo, getting that rating nice and high, and then looking to try and just lengthen out through that second 1,000 metres or through that 500 to the 1,500 metre mark. But it's still anybody's race. It is still down here. It is Diocesan School for Girls, Wellington East College, and then I tell you what, you go across a couple, you've got Marion College also having a very good race across there in lane 4. Twizel Area School now starting to make their move as well. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't guess who is going to make the top 4 spots at this point in time, could you? Because they're all shifting and changing.
I was going to probably sort of break into, it's like you almost do a little bit of racehorse commentary, couldn't you? Dunstan on the inside, followed by Twizel, Marion a length and a half back, it's Cashmere, followed by Wellington East Girls. But, of course, it's rowing and
anything can happen.
But anything can go, but sometimes it is. But like calling a horse race, isn't it? There you go. So
we are seeing, though, they are just pushing away a little bit from Nelson College, and it does look like Cashmere is just starting to put their bows in front at the moment.
I tell you what, that's one school that has just had such a good rowing program over the last sort of decade or so, really establishing themselves. And it just wasn't 1 year or 2 years. It's well and truly entrenched in that school now. And boy, what a wonderful job they are doing now, just starting to lengthen out, looking to try and just edge their way in front. Maybe a third of a boat length lead, but still coming across there in lane 3, Twizel Area School, also having a very good race. And then down here in lane 6, outside of Cashmere, we've got Wellington East Girls College. That's Olive Squire, Rahui Powdrell, Gracie Marshall McCaskey. Ella Omega is their cox, and my apologies.
Ella Wellington from Wellington.
Yeah, Ella Wellington. We've got Selma Smith, their cox, and they're coached by Stacey Tamlin and Nathan Wallace.
Yeah, they're doing very well, but it is still our crew from Cashmere in the lead as Twizel Area School really push up there. They're really pushing up into second along with those girls from Wellington East Girls College. A good fight for fourth between Diocesan School and Marion.
What I'm liking about what we see out of Twizel, what we've seen out of Dunstan, Wakatipu is, the areas, I guess, that have probably in the last 10 years really started to establish themselves in rowing. How good is that for the New Zealand rowing program? We're no longer just relying on the Waikato and the Auckland regions, etc. to develop our national program. We are truly nationwide now. We've got these smaller pockets, these smaller regions, tapping into their natural resources and saying, hey, we can develop world-class rowers, which has got to be good for the program as a whole.
Oh, absolutely. The more diversity, the better in all walks of life, really. I remember the day, well, I don't remember, I wasn't born yet, when women were only allowed to row 1K, I heard of those tales before I was born. But it is, and that was just a silly rule, wasn't it, looking back?
Well, look, you go back to Erin Baker doing the Hawaii Ironman, winning in 87 and 91, you're going, hang on, Mitch, you can swim 3.8, ride 180 kilometres, run a full marathon off the back of it. Hey, let's just get rid of the stupidity and let's just make this let's give our girls a little bit of credit, and it's great to see. And boy, I tell you what, you
credit
look at
to this Cashmere crew.
Yeah, but I mean, you just look at our women's program internationally, look at what we achieved at the Olympic Games in both Paris and in Tokyo.
Yeah, definitely, especially the mum double, how good was that?
I sometimes say it, when you've got all day to train, you take all day to train, and then sometimes when you suddenly get kids come into it, you've just got to find the time, don't you? There's urgency creeps in. And so, remarkable trying to balance motherhood and a sport like rowing.
Yeah, but here we are seeing Cashmere just stretch out their lead as they've now got clear water as Twizel Area School pushes up into second, only just though over Marion, Wellington East and Diocesan School for Girls. We're seeing, and right there as well as Dunstan High School. So we're still seeing 6 crews vying for 4 spots.
Yeah, now it's mental fortitude here. It's about belief. The role of the coxswain is really important here now, instilling that belief, just asking for those subtle little changes, asking for that little increase in ratings. And we're now just starting to see a little bit of a push coming across there on the far side from Twizel Area School, beginning to make their move. Just as we say that, though, it's still Cashmere High School, just lift to the occasion. And down here, bottom of the screen, just starting to see the next of our crews just start to come into the mix as well.
Yeah, they are really pushing up. But that Twizel area school crew there, coached by Calvin Maker and Sarah Henderson, really, they have just, it's inches. It's a game of inches is what they're doing. They're not doing massive moves, but they're just doing sort of one stroke at a time just to get a little inch, and that's what's paying off for them.
Yeah, and that sometimes can be enough, just those little things, just build it up over the 2,000 metres, an inch here, an inch there, and obviously it ends up being significant by the time you get down this course, but it's still game on, coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. So now we do start to approach that threshold where it's not just physical, it does become mental now. The hurt really starts to kick in, and it's about maintaining that cohesion, maintaining that form, being able to block out that pain, leaning on each other.
As Marion now stretches out into a firm third, but there is still that battle for fourth between Dunstan and Wellington East girls, and Dawson School for girls still isn't out of the mix yet. It is going to be a very fast finish here as we're well within the final 500 metres, as we get a nice close look there of the Twizel School that is holding second, and the Marion sitting in third, and Dunstan who's trying to contest for fourth.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating as we do just swing around and even up just to get an idea of exactly who is leading on a slightly different angle here. This will give us a much better perspective. There's one crew out here in front though, looking pretty comfortable. Absolutely just crushing everybody at the moment. Maybe 2 boat length lead. Really good performance.
Yeah, this Cashmere crew, they've just got a nice, long, strong rhythm as well. That's really working into this little bit of a head breeze that we have here as we move into the final 250 metres. Twizel still holding on to second place, but we are seeing Marion College really lift it. They're pushing for second, and so is Dunstan, Wellington East girls as well. And there is quite the race here for these top 4 spots.
Oh, I just looked there briefly, thought, oh, Dunstan looked like they're in a little bit of trouble, and then we just suddenly saw them turn it up another gear. Just as they did that, then Marion College decide to turn it up as well, but they'll also know that they'll go through to that final way, just being in that top 4. But at the moment, nobody is going to deny Cashmere High School. This is a very, very good performance indeed, and now just starting to power it back up. We're starting to see Twizel Area School looking to try and get out by half a boat length over Marion College, who currently sit in third place.
Yeah, but it is that Cashmere crew. They look very controlled. This is very much their race that they've held on to from the start as we see them come down to the line. So Cashmere into the A final. Joining them will be Twizel in second. Marion cross the line in third, and fourth. Oh, that's a photo finish, I think, somewhere between Dawson School and Dunstan. But we'll definitely wait for the official results on that, because our camera isn't perfectly lined up with the photo finish camera. So we do need to wait for KRI for that one.
Yeah, unofficially, I felt Dio might have got it, but you mentioned the angle, so we won't confirm anything like that. But I tell you what, it can be a tough one at times, can't it? It can be hard races to call, smallest of margins. We will confirm those results for you shortly, folks, as we get set for the second of our semi-finals. Queen Margaret College will start in 1, King's College in 2, St Paul's Collegiate in 3, St Peter's College of Cambridge in 4, Craighead Diocesan School in 5, Whanganui High School in 6, Otago Girls High School in 7, St Paul's Collegiate, their second crew, will start in lane 8.
And it is awesome to see on the live stream we've got some supporters from Cashmere watching. How good, how nice was your quad there? It sculled beautifully. But it is here semi-final number 2. It is the crew in lane 4, St Peter's School. They did win North Islands, so that is good to see them up there. And currently sitting in second is St Paul's Collegiate. Third would be sitting with Craighead Dawson, who were third at South Islands. But a great battle for fourth happening between Wanganui High School and King's College.
You've been a part of the St Peter's Cambridge School rowing program previously. Talk us a little bit about how that program looks. How many days a week historically are they training?
It's changed a little bit throughout the years.
And I'd imagine most schools are similar.
Yeah, but I don't think they do anything too different. And I think that's what I've found with any school program I've been involved with, is no one does anything crazy. Everyone thinks, oh, what are they doing there? They must be doing something. But it's actually just that every school program that you see at the top is doing the basics right. And they'll be making sure everyone gets plenty of rest and recovery in between each session as well.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that they're still young athletes, and you can talk about endurance work and base mileage and all the rest of it, but they've still got to recover, they've still got to go to school. They're first and foremost there for an education, and that is that balance. As we go back to the front though, St Paul's School doing a really nice job. In second place here, Craighead Diocesan looking relatively comfortable as well. You seen any change in form there, Megan, from the crew out of Craighead?
Well, Craighead are really just keeping it very strong. They're not lifting their rate, but they don't need to. See, what they're doing is making sure they do connect and drive very well, and that is what has just pushed them ahead of St Paul's there up into second, and they are really coming for St Peter's, but St Peter's still holding on to the lead. I've been a part of a few fast St Peter's under 18 quads myself.
Yeah, you talk about that. I mean, you're relying on 3 other rowers and a cox. I mean, obviously, we talked earlier about whether you're having a good day or a bad day, but you've got to try and get 4 athletes almost peaking at the same time. It's a real challenge for the coaches, isn't it? And so every athlete has a responsibility to be to each other in terms of, you know, what they do off the water and what they do on the water in regards right from nutrition right down to warm-up.
Yeah, and that's where I think as well, a big event like this, everyone tends to stay together. You stay with your team, and that helps you keep your accountability a bit more, you know. We're all making sure we're going to bed at the same time, making sure we're all eating well and drinking plenty of water as well, because got to stay hydrated. But we are still seeing St Peter's hold the lead, as we do see Craighead Diocesan now lift the rate a little bit to try to push up, but St Peter's are seeing that and they're responding. St Peter's there being stroked beautifully by Olivia Henry, and she is definitely one of the mentally toughest athletes I have seen in recent years, is Olivia Henry.
Yeah, and you'll see it over the next 2 days, folks. Throughout the heats and the semi-finals, often it's shoulders down. Come finals time, it'll be shoulders up. It'll be who's got the head like granite, who's prepared to hurt the most, who has recovered. And this is a really good response, a really good psychological message that this crew is sending to their other schools who will be watching this, those from that first semi-final, and obviously those that are involved in the second semi-final. So don't underestimate the psychology of it as well, not just the physical side of it.
Yeah, and we are seeing a really good sprint here happening from King's College. King's College are trying to push up over St Paul's, but St Paul's still holding on to third. But King's College very fast inside the final 100 metres here as we come down to the line. It's still St Peter's with a length over Craighead Diocesan as we come to the finish line. There is St Peter's through the line. Well done, St Peter's, into the A final. Joining them will be Craighead. Third position is St Paul's going to hold on. It does look like they do. And fourth will go to King's on the inside there. Very fast finish from King's, managing to get up and over Wanganui High School, who will be in the B final. And we've got plenty of support on the live stream from the previous semi for Twizel. Yeah, Twizel, as we watch St Paul's number 2 cross the line into the B final. Along with them will be Queen Margaret and Otago Girls.
Yeah, Twizel also wonderful hosts, aren't they, when it is held every second year down there at Lake Ruataniwha. Very much the host town as we look here in Cambridge and Karapiro.
And that previous semi-final, the results are in, and it was...
Who got fourth? Who got fourth?
Well, who was your guess again? Who was your guess?
I think I went with Diocesan.
Well, you're correct on this day. You are correct. Diocesan did get fourth and are in the A final. Dunstan fifth into the B final.
I'm always reluctant, but sometimes I will make a call, but I'll always say unofficially. You can say, okay, so you cannot hold me to account. Unofficially.
Clip that, team. You heard it. Unofficially.
Everything's unofficial. There you go. Anyway, great to have so many schools on the colours of another Maadi Regatta. Of course, the 78th year of the Maadi Cup, and of course the Levin Jubilee Cup started back in 1981, so I think we're up to the 46th year of that as well. Now we're going to take a break. We're back at 4:20 with our next race, which is the boys under 18 double sculls. We'll have semi-finals for that. That, of course, is brought to you by SL Racing. First 4 will go through the A final. The rest will go through the B final. We'll have 2 semi-finals for you. That's in around about 10 minutes from now. In fact, yeah, in around about 10 minutes' time, we will come back and bring you live coverage of that.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, give them all the encouragement that they need, but the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you'll be really to support.
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents are reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, it was like with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house, sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support, and they're amazing. Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, more communication, but I think it's as much about understanding each other. We need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. What is important, what are they trying to achieve, and how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport.
The kids enjoy it, that's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just told to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance and we're stoked with all the boys out here today, and big thanks to Alan. Cheer.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, it's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. If they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that, sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up. And we're always there for them to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and they've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them, just think about what's coming next.
Rowing is a family. You're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Oh, so you can't hear what they say?
I could, but I can't now.
Oh, yeah, nothing's being said right now.
No, but I couldn't hear anything in the last 5 minutes.
Okay, and we're back with semi-final one of the boys under 18 double sculls. This event sponsored by SL Racing. You're just seeing Otago boys on the screen there. Just sit ready. So we will be underway in mere moments.
Yeah, Henry Lucas, Ben Thompson there, coached by Lauren Gibb. On there inside in 1, we will have Tauranga Boys College. Outside of them in lane 3, Dunstan High School, as that list does come up. Lane 4, we'll have Whakatane High School, Wakatipu High School in 5. And I tell you what, we're going to talk a little bit about what is so intriguing about this as we have got underway. Nelson College in 6, Pukekohe in 7, Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu in lane 8. Now, Megan, talk to us about what happened earlier between Whakatane High School and Wakatipu. They haven't raced each other, but they come in with one thing in common.
Well, the one thing they have in common is 7:11. That is the time that they each won their respective heats. They got the same time. And of course, Wakatipu are the South Island winners and Whakatane is the North Island winners. And we see Whakatane here out to an early lead, about half a boat length over Wakatipu. And we're seeing a strong start from the inside crew there, Tauranga boys.
Yeah, Tauranga have gone out very hard, and I just wonder here how much psychological warfare we are seeing. Both crews will be aware of what they're capable of. The Whakatane crew of Yelta Stuke and Max Smith, their coach Simon Smith, and Whakatane of Travis Talpos, Ash Schultz. That's in fact the Whakatane crew. Wakatipu is Sebastian Watson, Harry Lightfoot. Now, they'll be aware of what they've done. Now, who wants to send a message coming to finals time? Who wants to get that psychological lead and just put a little bit of doubt in their opponent's heads? Shouldn't underestimate equally too. Very good performance here coming from Nelson College in lane 6. That's George Maloney, Ollie Hawkins. Their coaches are Tony Crosby and Bob Gilchrist.
Yeah, so they're doing very well, but it is Whakatane with the high rating, and we do see many Whakatane crews really hold a high rating off the start and, well, through the whole race, to be honest, because they also do it again at the finish. But they are getting a nice challenge there from Wakatipu. Wakatipu just pushing up, so Whakatane still holding on to the lead, but Wakatipu only a few feet behind them, and we still see that Tauranga Boys college crew really hold on to 3rd place. Otago Boys currently sitting in 4th, and then Dunstan and Pukekohe there currently sitting behind them.
Yeah, well, this is where you've got to control your emotions. We talk about this, yes, under 18, and still relatively, still might be some of these young men might sort of look like physically mature men, but they're still relatively inexperienced when it comes to sport. Got to control the emotion. You get too much of an adrenaline rush, it'll pick you up, but also bring you down. But it is Whakatane at the moment who are more than just happy to dictate the terms early. What I do like on their outside, though, is the fact that Wakatipu are now just sitting there poised. They're happy just to sit almost on the shoulder here, just half a boat length back. You do feel that possibly tactically they might look to make their move, or will they just simply say, you know what, we're happy just to make it through to this final, we're happy not to burn too many matches, about to see that strategy play out as we come through the first 500 metres.
Yeah, well, you definitely did see that crew from Wakatipu put in a little bit of a kick out of that first 500 metres, but Whakatane responded beautifully, as we're still seeing Tauranga boys. Tauranga boys there just pushing up. Sometimes it can be tough when you're in an inside or outside lane, lane 1 and lane 8, and the race is happening in the middle, but it's not tough for this Tauranga boys crew. They are very much keeping tabs on that race and going with it.
Yeah, and that Tauranga boys college team of Tyler Nelson, Wilson G, their coaches are Richard G and Nicola Austin, so incredibly well coached. They'll just be wanting to stay in the fight now, but we just now start to see this Whakatane crew just start to stretch that bungee cord, but still sticking with them, still in the fight as Wakatipu, Sebastian Watson, Harry Lightfoot, saying anything you can do, we can do. We're happy to match you stroke for stroke as they come through that 1,000 metre mark.
Yeah, so through the 1,000, it looks like Whakatane goes through first, half a length over Wakatipu. Both of these crews out in front with a bit of clear water over Tauranga boys, currently sitting in third, but they are getting a good challenge there from Otago boys and Pukekohe High School. And then Dunstan would be sitting in sixth, with Nelson College 7th, Te Aho o Te Kurapō Namu currently sitting in 8th. But it is these two from Whakatane. They did win gold in Northern Islands a few weeks ago that are still holding on to the lead. Kept a high rating the whole race, but it's working for them.
Yeah, wonderful to see, but they'll also note that they've already raced, they've got a busy weekend, they've got to make sure that they recover. They'll have Saturday to recover, so it's all about, yes, you want to send a message to your opponents, you want to put a little bit of doubt in their head, but you don't want to do it at the expense of burning too many matches and then not recovering and finding yourself a little bit flat when it really does count, and that is at finals time. So Whakatane doing a really nice job here, now out to about a boat length lead, a little bit over, and still in control. However, I will suggest here that Wakatipu look very measured in the way they are rowing.
Yeah, Wakatipu do. They're just holding on to a rate that works for them, and they've got a very strong finish there, does Wakatipu. They really make sure they do finish off each stroke before taking the next one, but Whakatane just keeping it a little bit lighter and brighter, as that appears to be the style of rowing that works for them, as we're now well within the third 500. This is the 500 where you've got to go to work, and these crews certainly are, as we see Tauranga boys still hold on to third, but a good challenge coming from Otago boys.
I like the way Tauranga went out aggressively too. I think sometimes if you're not necessarily coming in as a favourite and you've got crews that are used to winning, put a little bit of doubt in your head, take it out and just maybe ask a few questions early. It can backfire, but also set yourself up, empower yourself, saying, hey look, we just want to try and get through to this final, and they're still doing a really nice job at Tauranga. And then just on there inside Otago Boys High School, I think it is still in the mix there in lane 2. And then as we mentioned, we've got Whakatane out here in front, Wakatipu currently sitting in 4th place, so in 2nd place. So it is all Whakatane at the moment. They're going to come up to that 1750 metre mark. And it is then, well, just 200 metres, 250 metres through to the finish line. I think both these crews will be just happy with where they're sitting. I think they'll be comfortable just to sort of dial it down a little bit, lengthen it out, just maintain some good form, knowing that in 2 days' time, that is when they have to empty the tank.
Yeah, and this Whakatane crew is doing a fantastic job here. They've started with a high rate and they've maintained it. So that lets me know that they are very fit. Plenty of training under their belt, as Whakatane now come down to the final 250 metres here of semi-final 1 and the boys under 18 double sculls. This event sponsored by SL Racing. I'm sure a few of these crews, of course, will be in an SL boat. It is still Wakatipu holding on to 2nd, and Tauranga boys managing to just hold on to 3rd over Otago boys. Of course, Pukekohe High School in lane 7 still putting in a good amount of work too.
I just do sense here, though, looking at Wakatipu, that they are still holding something back here. They look very, very relaxed and very comfortable, and I think Whakatane have decided that, well, they just want to send a message to everybody else that we're 2 boat lengths better than everyone else, and you're going to have to deal with that come that in 2 days' time. So maybe different strategies playing out here in the semi-final, but what a really good race for 3rd and 4th beginning to develop across there with Tauranga Boys College and now Otago Boys High School. Otago Boys High School have moved up into 3rd place, and Tauranga now having to hang on to see if they can make their way through to the final, but nobody is going to deny Whakatane comfortable winners this first semi-final. They'll move through to the A final, as will Wakatipu, who will finish in second place. Wakatipu, the South Island champions. And then it will be Otago Boys High School, who will finish in third. And rounding out our top four, moving through to the A final, taking that place will be Tauranga Boys College. Then we've got Dunstan High School and the famous bucket hats. And then we've got the likes of Pukekohe High School. Really good performance here coming from Nelson College as well. And a big round of applause as they will come down to the finish line very shortly. Will be Logan Lands and Flynn Sattler from Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu, who will finish in 8th place.
As we now head back up the lake for semi-final 2 with the boys under 18 double sculls. In lane 1 we have Otago Boys High number 2. In 2 St Paul's Collegiate, 3 Maclean's College, 4 it's St Kevin's. In 5 we have Wanganui High School, 6 St Peter's School, 7 Waitaki Boys High School, and 8 another St Paul's Collegiate number 2. And initial thoughts, it's very close.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to go lane 5 here at the moment, just looking at that shot. Do not quote me here, folks. Wanganui High School of William Hurd, Jake Newton, just looking like it will angle up now, but it does look like, in fact, it might just be Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School, of course, have won a Maadi Cup. Wanganui Collegiate, probably the most successful Maadi Cup school in terms of the Maadi Cup itself. Back there in lane 4, on their inside, it's St Kevin's College, and then just on their inside, currently in second place, Maclean's College of Alex Fahey and Nathan Strachan.
And then, yes, St Paul's doing a nice job sitting there in 4th. So these 4 possibly pushing themselves out a little bit as we move into the 2nd kilometre. But it is still Wanganui High School, William Hurd and Jake Newton, who we saw not too long ago in the under-18 singles. Of course, many people in these doubles will have also raced the singles, and they did win their heat earlier in this event. Wanganui High School also the silver medalists at the recent North Island Champs. And just on the inside, St Kevin's were also silver at South Islands.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? The busy schedule, like tomorrow afternoon obviously culminates with the Dawn Cup for the fours for the girls, and then the Springbok Shield for the boys. We know that those crews are probably going to have to double up and race for the Levin Jubilee Cup and race for the Maadi Cup. You know, do you sacrifice one to try and win the other?
Well, I think that coaches should think about that as they put the entries in, you know, because we do want to make sure that our kids can make it to the end of the week. So tend to be, coaches will sort of think a little bit about that. They need to think of the whole racing load, not just is this child doing 3 races, but if they're in these smaller boats, then they're going to have more rounds, so maybe they only need to do 2. But we're seeing a good challenge here coming from Waitaki Boys. They're really pushing up and bringing with them St Peter's School.
Yeah, Waitaki Boys down there in lane 7, that crew of Ned Newlands Carter, Lachlan Wright, coached by Ivan Doherty. They're starting to make a little bit of a move, trying to really challenge Otago Boys High School for that 4th place, but at the moment nobody is going to deny Wanganui High School. They've been in control pretty much from the start of this race as they come through the 1500 metre mark, so they've got 500 metres of this journey remaining. On their inside, still St Kevin's College of Cooper Lynch, Patrick Spillane, coached by Ivan Doherty. So Ivan Doherty's busy across a couple of schools there, St Kevin's College and also Waitaki Boys High School.
Yeah, and we've got plenty of support on the live stream through Rowing Hub at the moment coming for St Kevin's. Go St Kevs.
Yeah, great to see, isn't it? The camaraderie, the alumni, the old boys, old girls of the different schools who still have that connection. And boy, I tell you what, this is going to be a fascinating final when it does take place on Saturday. Just looking at what we have seen, this is the 2nd semi-final. The earlier semi-final with Whakatane really dominant in that. And now Wanganui High School looking to try and make a statement as well. And they look very comfortable. Form remains good. Just starting to lengthen it out. Look like they've still got another gear to go to if required.
Yeah, Wanganui High School just fine-tuning it there as we enter the final 250 metres of this semi-final. It is still 2nd place sitting with St Kevin's. A good battle there between Maclean's and St Paul's. And, of course, we can't rule out Waitaki Boys and St Peter's either. All of these crews travelling very fast towards the line.
Yeah, a small crowd, but still a very vocal and passionate crowd. Looking forward to welcoming home their fellow student body as they do come down to the line here. And so these 4 crews will make it through to that A final. Really good performance from all of them, and you do just sense that the order we're seeing here might not necessarily mean too much come finals time. Some will be I guess keeping their cards close to their chest, maybe just holding something back. Good fast finish though, coming back here on the inside from St Kevin's College.
Yeah, as we come down to the line now, you just got to book your ticket to the A final, then anything can happen. So on the finish, it does look like Wanganui through in first, and then it was St Kevin's in second, but we'll have to check the results for the rest because we did see a very fast finishing Waitaki boys there. So yeah, there were sort of 5 crews in the mix there for 4 spots. Will it be St Paul's, McLean's or Waitaki boys for those final 2?
I won't call that. I won't even call it unofficially, okay? I will not call that. I won't even call it unofficially. There we go. So, and that last of our crews just coming down, crossing the line, getting wonderful applause too. So, really good performance there coming from the Otago Boys High School team.
Yeah, and that rounds out the semi-finals for the boys under 18 double sculls. My name is Meg. I'm off for the day. I'll see you again tomorrow. I'll leave you with Mark for the rest of the afternoon and this next event, which is the boys under 16 single.
Absolutely. Here we go. We've got 8 coiled springs that have exploded out of the starting gates here. We've got Pukekohe High School in 1, Wakatipu in 2, Tauranga Boys College in 3, Timaru Boys High School in 4, Napier Boys High School in 5, Hauraki Plains College in 6, Ashburton in 7, Burnside High School in 8. So Jack Keltene out of St Peter's School. We've got Matthias van de Keulen out of Wentworth College, Christopher Snyman out of St Paul's, Jack Hurley's representing New Plymouth, Adam Albert May, Whakatane, Oliver Colassi representing Francis Douglas College. We've got Joseph Dudson, out of Wanganui High School, and then we've got Tyler Warren out of Glendowie College. And it's lane 5 who are getting the job done at the moment, Whakatane, Adam Albert May, so continuing the form in the smaller boats that we've seen from Whakatane throughout the first 4 days of this regatta. And just out on his outside, Francis Douglas College, Oliver Colassi. So Colassi, again, looking pretty comfortable. They'll all be aware of what is required. The first 4 go through to A finals. My apologies, in fact, that is semi-final 1, so we do apologise, guys, just having a few little difficulties here. So Pukekohe High School in 1, Wakatipu High School in 2, Tauranga Boys College in 3, Timaru Boys High School in 4, Napier Boys in 5, Hauraki Plains College in 6, Ashburton College in 7, Burnside High School in 8. And so it is lane 5 at the moment, in fact lane 4 at the moment. It is Timaru Boys High School, George Talbot, leads this first semi-final. On his outside, it is Carlin Johnson of Napier Boys High School, coached by Matt Mannington. Lane 6 out of Hauraki Plains College, Blake Leach, currently sitting in 3rd place. Second at the North Island Championships was Blake. First in the South Island Championships was George Talbot out of Timaru Boys, who currently leads. Battle of North versus South, and of course you take it down to a micro level and it's the schools that regularly compete against each other within their own regions where there's often a lot of rivalry. And you expand that out to regions and to islands, and then of course if they do progress through the international ranks, country versus country. So George Talbot still looking relatively comfortable. No real head movement. Not starting to see the shoulders drop at all. Around about that 1600 metre mark, approaching the 1750 mark. Big challenge now starting to come on his outside here from Carlin Johnson of Napier Boys. Came in with the fastest time, or second fastest time, a time of 8:01 in the heats. Fastest time was Corin Brown out of Tauranga Boys College, 7:56 in lane 3. Yeah, really nice even race this one. Could see a little bit of a close finish here. You'll be aware though that the 4 do go through, so these first 3 scullers doing it pretty comfortable as long as they can just hang on here, maintain that form. They will go through to that final. It is still George Talbot though, South Island champion. Half a boat length lead. Carlin Johnson, Napier Boys High School on his outside, currently sitting in second. Blake Leach, second at the North Island Championships out of Hauraki Plains College, currently sitting in third. Down here in lane 7, we've got Joseph Dudson out of Wanganui High School, looking to try and take that 4th spot and qualify for that AIM final. But as we do just come down to that final 20 metres, it will be George Talbot, followed by Carlin Johnson, Blake Leach. And so those 4 athletes will go through to that A final. You are watching the under 16 single sculls. I do apologise if there's some confusion there at the start with the different crews and the different schools. We will now go through to that second semi-final. St Peter's will start in 1, Wentworth College out of Auckland in 2, St Paul's Collegiate in 3, New Plymouth Boys High School in lane 4, Whakatane High School in 5, Francis Douglas Memorial in 6, Wanganui High School in 7, Glendowie College in 8. Great to see Wanganui, Francis Douglas, New Plymouth all within that Taranaki Manawatu region. St Paul's Collegiate out of Hamilton. Christopher Snyman from St Paul's there by the looks of it in lane 3 with the smallest of leads. Good performance coming from Oliver Colassi out of Francis Douglas in lane 6. Adam Albert May, Whakatane lane 5. Currently sitting in 4th place, looking to try and challenge for 3rd. Christopher Snyman of St Paul's Collegiate currently sitting in 3rd place. On his outside though, Jack Hurley, New Plymouth Boys High School. And now the big challenge comes from lane 6, Blake Leach. And my apologies, Oliver Colassi. So it is Oliver Colassi, lane 6, out of Francis Douglas College. Who has about a quarter of a boat length lead. Over Jack Hurley of New Plymouth Boys High School. Then Christopher Snyman of St Paul's currently sits in 3rd. Adam Albert May, Whakatane High School, sitting in 4th. If it stays this way through the last 500 metres, all 4 crews will go through to that A final. And all 4 look pretty comfortable. The 2 actually has the confidence now just to back off a little bit, to control the competitive nature, saying, you know what, I'll let you win the battle. I want to ultimately win the war on Saturday. But now really just starting to row away with this. We've got Oliver Colassi out of Francis Douglas College. Really good performance. Just under a boat length lead. Big surge now. Starting to come from Jack Hurley though. Hurley looking to maybe just close it up. Maybe just wants to see if he can psychologically, if I can use that word psychologically, look to damage Oliver Kalassi, saying, you know what, you had this race in control for most of it, but I found a way to run you down. Just as we say that though, we do start to see Kalassi begin to just lift it again, looking pretty comfortable. Really good performance coming from Christopher Snyman of St Paul's Collegiate, now comfortably in 3rd place. Just starting to struggle a little bit, but still maintaining good form. Abbott Albert May out of Whakatane High School, 3rd at the North Island Championships, currently sitting 4th. Will go through to that A final if it stays this way. Big fast finish though, coming from Christopher Snyman, looking to try and grab 2nd place. And now moves into 2nd place for the first time. Gets that bow ball narrowly ahead of Jack Hurley out of New Plymouth. But nobody is going to deny this 2nd semi-final winner. Oliver Kalassi of Francis Douglas College will take the victory. Christopher Snyman 2nd. Jack Hurley out of New Plymouth Boys High School 3rd. And Adam Albert May out of Whakatane will round out our top 4 and move into that A final. Across the far side now coming down. Out of St Peter's College is Jack Kelsonet, coached by Joseph Aldridge and Jasper Mailing. Now we see Joseph Dudson of Wanganui High School and Tyler Warren of Glendowie College also finish the 2nd semi-final of the boys under 16 single sculls. And now it is the girls under 16 double sculls. We'll have Hillcrest High School in 2, Whangarei Girls High School in 3, St Catherine's College in 4, Otago Girls High School in 5, Westlake Girls in 6, and Mount Albert Grammar School in lane 7. So good to see Westlake and Mount Albert Grammar, 2 very famous rowing schools. Lane 3 at the moment. Possibly Whangarei Girls High School with the lead. Mount Albert Grammar looking to try and react down here in lane 7. Currently sitting over there. In 2nd place, St Catherine's College of Beatrix Beard-Smith and Anastasia Graham. Otago Girls High School currently sitting in 3rd. Jamie Stibb, Harriet Rowe. 2nd place, St Catherine's College. Beatrix Beard-Smith, Anastasia Graham, as mentioned, coached by Mariana Taylor and Rose Smart. Whangarei Girls High School currently leading Ruby Stonix, Sienna Southall. Can be a lonely sport at times, it is tough. Nice thing about the doubles is you can lean on each other, you can just reassure each other, talk to each other, help each other with the mental side of it. Now through 1500 metres, this is where things can change oh so quickly. This is where strategy plays out. This is where it can be incredibly tactical. A lot of crews love to play the tactics between the 1000 metre mark and the 1500 metre mark. About maintaining good form here, good technique. The importance of cohesion, connecting those strokes. Now we start to see big challenge now coming from St Catherine's College, starting to put and apply the pressure on Whangarei Girls High School. Might just see for the first time a little bit of a lead change in Catherine's College. Otago Girls High School there, lane 5. So St Catherine's College edging ahead now over Whangarei Girls, Ruby Stonex, Sienna Southall. Do they have anything left here? Do they need to have anything left? Simple case of just trying to make it through to that final. Really nice job being done here by St Catherine's College. Mount Albert Grammar in lane 7 though, also beginning to make a little bit of a move as well, out of shot at the moment. Out to the left hand side in lane 7. Just having a wee look around. St Catherine's College. They'll be starting to talk to each other. We're okay, we've got this. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. Now, looking for Mount Albert Grammar to maybe start a little bit of a surge if they want to. They'll know they'll go through to that A final. Nobody is going to deny, though, the brilliance of St Catherine's College in this first of the semi-finals of this girls under 16 double scull, sponsored by SL Racing. In fact, it is the D final, so this for the D final, and coming down to grab this. Doing it very comfortably and a really good performance in Catherine's College. Well done to Beatrix Beard-Smith and Anastasia Graham. Otago Girls High School. Westlake Girls, nowhere to be seen at the moment. Fast finishing Mount Albert Grammar. But it will be St Catherine's College. That'll be Mount Albert Grammar in second. And across the far side, Whangarei Girls High School. Good performance here coming from Otago Girls. Now we'll bring you the girls under 16 double sculls C final, sponsored by SL Racing. Got King's College in 1, Pukekohe High School in 2, Rotorua Girls High School in 3, St Paul's Collegiate in 4, Takapuna Grammar in 5, Craigie Diocesan in 6, Cashmere High School in 7, Mount Aspiring College start in lane 8. And as they start to make their way up to the 1,000 metre mark, there's King's College of Danielle Dryden, Zoe Plowman, who lead by about a boat length over Takapuna Grammar of Stella Bradley, Mila McKendry. Lane 2, currently sitting in 3rd place, Pukekohe High School of Hinimoa Hark and Brooke Harris. Lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate of Anaya Bansal and Beth Dingle. They currently sit there in 4th. But still across there, the King's College team. Really looking to dial it up, really looking to just apply a little bit of the power and a little bit of the hurt here. Really good race for 2nd and 3rd, starting to develop. Plenty of urgency now starting to come from Takapuna Grammar, looking to try and increase their rating, looking to see if they can just bridge that gap to King's College. But can King's College answer the questions being asked of them as they come up to the 1,500 metre mark? It is King's College, followed by Takapuna Grammar School. Performance still from Pukekohe High School. Really good performance from Hinimoa Hark and Brooke Harris. Their coach Ashley Clapp will be absolutely delighted with this performance. Movers though Still across here in lane 5, Takapuna Grammar looking to try and just dial it up, looking to see if they can just close the gap here on King's College. Got to be careful because Pukekohe now fast finish from them as well. So still a very good race for second and third, but King's College starting to power away with this. As we come down and approach the 1750 metre mark, just as I say that, we do start to see Takapuna Grammar just dial it up another notch. So Kings versus Takapuna in this girls under 16 double sculls C final, sponsored by SL Racing. Who wants this the most? Which one of these two crews runs out of talent first, folks? King's College, though, they've just gone to another gear, and you just sense maybe Takapuna Grammar in that desperation to try and close that gap. Might have just popped a little bit, because here come Pukekohe High School. But it'll be King's College who will come down and pick up this C final. Takapuna Grammar, is it? Ooh, just now we bring the camera around a lot closer than we thought on the angle. So Takapuna Grammar School, Kings, Takapuna Grammar, who wants this? And it will be King's College comfortably. Takapuna Grammar second, Pukekohe High School third. That's how it'll finish in the girls under 16 double sculls C final. So up next on the program are the girls under 16 double sculls semi-final 1. The first 4 teams progressing to the A final. Then we'll bring you the girls under 16 double sculls semi-final 2. Following that, we will have the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls, 2 semi-finals. And then the last 2 races, and the formal races following that on day 4 here, which will involve the girls under 17 double sculls, the D final, then followed by the C final. And we'll have the girls under 17 double sculls semi-finals. We'll have 2 of those, with the first 4 crews progressing through to that A final. As we have a look at the field for the girls under 16 double sculls. So this is the D final. So we've got Gisborne Girls High School in 1, first of the semi-finals of the under 16 double sculls. Queen Margaret College in 2, Burnside High School in 3, Cambridge High School in 4, Samuel Marsden Collegiate in 5, Wellington East Girls College in 6, Whakatipu High School in 7, Avonside Girls High School in lane 8. So Samuel Marsden Collegiate, lane 5, Charlie Fitzgerald, Imogen Hill, coached by Jamie Fitzgerald. Have about a boat length lead as they come down through to the 1750 metre mark. On their inside it is Cambridge High School of Kate Kugelheim, Lily Cameron. Lane 6, it is Wellington East Girls College, Lola Story, to Bea Leonhardt. So we often talk about it, 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope and 250 metres of truth. We've approached that threshold. Really, really good race in this semi-final. Good strong finish coming down here in lane 6 too from Wellington East Girls College of Lola Story to Bea Leonhardt. So it'll be Samuel Marsden College, Charlie Fitzgerald, Imogen Hill, who will come down and move through to that A final on their inside. Cambridge High School, Kate Kugelheim, Lily Cameron. Down here in lane 6, it is Wellington East Girls College. Our girls under 16 second semi-final. So Gisborne High School, Queen Margaret College, Burnside High School, Cambridge, Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Wellington East Girls College, Whakatipu High School, Avonside High School. We do apologise, guys, if we're just having some difficulties with our race schedule in terms of what we're seeing versus what we've got here in front of us. So it's Cambridge High School who do lead this in lane 4 at the moment. Kate Kugelheim, Lily Cameron. So we do apologise to the previous race. Then we've got Samuel Marsden Collegiate. So the race that we thought previously is in fact this race. We do apologise to those crews involved. So first 4 will go through to the final. Second 4 in this race will go through to that B final. But we good strong performance here from Cambridge High School, Kugelheim and Cameron. Not a high rating, really good distance per stroke, just connecting those strokes, a lot of power in it. See on their outside here, Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Wellington East Girls College. So it's still Cambridge High School. Comfortably in control. It's through the 1750 metre mark. Been a remarkable week of weather, and it's only going to continue as we do count down to the 46th running of the Levin Jubilee Cup and the 78th edition of the Maadi Cup set to go Saturday afternoon. Levin Jubilee Cup, the penultimate event. Of course, the Boys 8, the Maadi Cup, the last event on the program, set to go at 5 p.m. on Saturday. Great to have the camaraderie of the schools and the student bodies out here supporting all their athletes. Okay, boys under 18 novice cox quadruple sculls, sponsored by the University of Waikato. Semi-finals, first four progressed through to that A final. Auckland Grammar number 2 in lane 1. Timaru Boys High School, second at the South Island Championships in 2. St Peter's School, first at the North Island Championships in 3. Wanganui High School, third at the North Island Championships in 4. St Paul's Collegiate in lane 5. Wakatipu High School, lane 6, third in the South Island Championships. Lane 7, Maclean's College, and lane 8, St Thomas of Canterbury. Of course, St Thomas, for the first time in their history, will have a crew in the Maadi Cup final. It's been a remarkable 20-year history in the sport of rowing, a young history, but starting to really establish themselves amongst the bigger names when it comes to rowing in Christchurch. Really nice job being done there by St Peter's School of Cambridge, which includes Matt Carey, Josh Garrett, Bradley Vander Beelge, Matthias Everett, Jade Noonan the Cox, across there in lane 2, Timaru Boys High School, Thomas Crawford, Charlie Cooper, Parker Anderson, Josh Sadler, Ned Brown there, Cox. Auckland Grammar across the far side in lane 1, struggling a little bit with the pace at the moment. Really good performance also coming from Wakatipu High School, third at the South Island Championships. Flynn Weber, Liam Major, Liam Feely, Zebby Jarvis, Ballanote and the Cox. First four through to that A final. St Peter's of Cambridge in lane 3 have gone clear, folks. Lane 2. Timaru Boys High School looking to still try and make their move. Lane 6, Wakatipu now starting to dial it up, looking to try and move into second place. Really looking to try and challenge Timaru Boys High School. But St Peter's of Cambridge will go comfortably through to the A final. That is a wonderful performance. An absolute demolition, really. Looked like they did it comfortably as well. It might be just one of the most complete displays we've seen here on day 4. Now coming down in 2, so move through to that final, Timaru Boys High School. Wakatipu High School finishing in 3rd by the looks of it. We'll confirm those results for you shortly, folks. As we then bring you the second semi-final of the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls, sponsored by the University of Waikato. We'll go back up magnificent Lake Karapiro and confirm those schools in the second semi-final. So Christ College in 1, Waitaki Boys High School in 2, St Peter's College of Auckland in 3, St Peter's School of Cambridge in 4, King's College of Auckland in 5, Mount Aspiring College out of Wanaka there in 6, Lindisfarne College in 7, John McGlashan College in lane 8. Boy, some wonderful, wonderful schools there with such a rich history across so many sports. Of course, the first 4 in this will join the previous 4 in that final on Saturday. So the 2 St Peter's schools, St Peter's College of Auckland, lane 3, St Peter's School of Cambridge, one of the local schools there in 4, and it looks very much like they are in control. The other crew having won that first semi-final, so showing plenty of depth in their rowing program. Currently seen in 2nd place, St Peter's College of Auckland, they're in lane 3. Fairly even then for 3rd, 4th and 5th, not much in it. This will come down to mental fortitude over the back half of this race as they come up to that 1500 metre mark, is it? But it is St Peter's of Cambridge. In fact, through the 1000 metre mark, St Peter's of Cambridge already a boat length clear. They will have a clear strategy here. They will not want to burn too many matches. They want to try and keep their powder dry. They want to keep some money in the bank. They'll know that, hey, it's all about what happens on Saturday. That is the big one. Lane 8 here down the bottom of the screen, John McGlashan College, first in the South Island. We know they've got a fast finish. Keep an eye on them. On their inside, Lindisfarne College. We've got King's College here, currently battling for 3rd place, currently probably sitting in 4th. On their inside, St Peter's School of Cambridge, who have about a boat length lead. Then St Peter's College of Auckland, building on their recent success, making a Maadi Cup final for the first time in their school's history 2 years ago, and arguably the greatest Maadi Cup final of all time, where St Bede's got up and beat Hamilton Boys High School by 1/500th of a second. And so now King's College, that crew of William McKellar, Connor Irwin, Will Iverson, Xavier Lindstrom, Charles Lewis, their Cox, and of course coached by Harry Lynch and Waldo Singleton, looking pretty comfortable as well here at the moment. Now we do just start to see John McGlashan College, South Island champions in this boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls, looking to try and make their move, looking to try and see if they can negative split through the second 1,000 metres. At St Peter's of Cambridge, boy, I tell you what, we saw a remarkable performance from their other crew in that first semi-final. We're seeing a very, very good performance from, well, their second crew in the second semi-final. But can they hold on now? Every time we talk about novice crews, it comes down to experience or the lack of experience. So pace judgment. How much do they know about themselves individually? How much do they know about themselves collectively? Can they hold it together? Really, really easy to go out too quickly. Get caught up in the moment, the adrenaline picks up, it'll pick you up, but it'll also bring you down. It's all about good form now. Starting to push hard. St Peter's College of Auckland there, looking to try and move into second place over the Auckland rival King's College in lane 5. It's still King's College who are second, St Peters of Auckland third, but it's St Peters of Cambridge out in front by about 1.5 boat lengths. Really starting to just dial it up, getting their instructions being given to them by Sophie Sinclair, their cox. And they look good, form looks great. So we have just seen that wind at times just pick up. It is a headwind. So you're not going to see particularly fast times. Things can change, of course, over the next 2 days. But St Peters and Kings, if it stays this way, all will go through to that final. Who wants the psychological edge, though? St Peters of Cambridge in the first semi-final, now in the second semi-final. I'd have just said to the rest of the schools who end up making this final, hey guys, you're racing for third because we're pretty confident we've got gold and silver wrapped up. But we know how strategic it is through semi-finals. We know how strategic some coaches are in terms of saying, hey, let's just get through, let's not burn too much energy, let's wait until Saturday and then let's leave it all out there. But it is St Peters of Cambridge who are very much in control. Now we just start to see St Peters of Auckland, small Catholic school in the centre of the city, just starting to get their bow ball in front of King's College. King's looking to try and respond here. Might be novices, but you can't stop the competitive side of these young men. But it will be St Peters of Cambridge who will come down comfortably in the second semi-final. And then across the far side, St Peters of Auckland, and then King's College of Auckland in third. Waitaki Boys High School, or possibly Christ College over there on the far side. Picking up that fourth spot, it will be in fact Waitaki High School of Samson Isbister, Sean Lucy, Cash Patterson, Ike Newlands Carter, and their cox George Smith. Now I'll bring you the under 17 double sculls D final, sponsored by Top Notch Calves. We've got Hamilton Girls High School in 2, Hauraki Plains in 3, Cashmere High School in 4, Rotorua Lakes High School in 5, Samuel Marsden Collegiate in 6, Sacred Heart Girls in lane 7. So girls under 17 still have another year at school, so a lot of these athletes might just physically be developing a little bit later than some of their other athletes, and therefore it's always a hard one to gauge, particularly through the teenage years in terms of where you are at. And if maybe you're not as physically as strong as some of your opponents, you've got to work on the technical side of it. You can always build the athlete later, become technically really good if you're a smaller athlete. Then as you develop more physically, as you're a little bit older, then you've got the technical side of it, you bring the strength component to it, and suddenly the pecking order changes very, very quickly indeed. So, lanes 2, Hamilton Girls High School. And good performance coming here from Hauraki Plains College in 2. Rotorua Lakes High School. Cross here in lane 4. Lane 5 in fact. Samuel Marsden College in lane 6. It is Samuel Marsden College, who look to try and take it out by about a canvas lead at the moment. Been a busy week for a lot of these young athletes. Talk about a lot, but the key to the game is recovery. How well can you bounce back? How well can you get rid of the lactic acid, clear the head? How many times in a week can you suffer? Can you go to that dark place, lock yourself in the hurt box and stay there? Be a pretty dark, lonely place at times. But Samuel Marsden College of Millie Bonifant, Taya Olney Boyd, and they're coached by Jamie Fitzgerald. Come through the 500 metre mark. That'll be the first little marker mentally they'll want to knock off. Right, they're a quarter of the way through their journey. They'll be playing this game. Not sure how politically correct it is these days, but you can't eat an elephant whole, but you can eat it in small pieces. And that's what we'll be trying to do, just break it down piece by piece. It's not just physical, it is mental. It's about fortitude. They know they're going to be there suffering for somewhere around that 7 to 8 minute mark. Into a little bit of a headwind, which just adds another dynamic. One of the toughest sports on the planet. It is not for the faint-hearted. It's a sport that knows no names, socioeconomic background, religion, race. If you haven't done the work, it'll basically chew you up, swallow you and spit you straight back out. So Sacred Heart College there, out to left of screen. Far left at the back. On the inside here of Samuel Marsden Collegiate, we've got Rotorua Lakes High School. No Cashmere High School. Lane 2, it's Hauraki Plains College, who currently sit in second place. So opportunity here for Rotorua Lakes to pick themselves up a medal in this D final. One of the smaller schools in that Rotorua Bay of Plenty region. Samuel Marsden College, it'll be about communication here between Millie Bonifant, Taya Olney-Boyd. Just reassuring each other, just talking to each other, just keeping that rhythm up. Telling each other it's going to be okay, we can do this. Probably what we call a high aerobic state at the moment. Not quite in that VO2 max state, not quite absolutely suffering. Keep saying it. It's when you start to see the form just begin to drop off, you know athletes are in trouble. A lot of them will have that war face on, or what I affectionately call, and I mean it with absolute term of endearment, what I call the ugly face, when you're sort of literally breathing through your eyelids because you can't get oxygen any other way. But always look at the form. Some athletes are very good at disguising the pain. They'll have that poker face. Others will just accentuate it naturally, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're not maintaining good form. So you just start to see strokes shorten up, or shoulders begin to drop, a little bit more head movement. Just not quite as smooth, not quite connecting the strokes. But Millie Bonifant, Taya Olney-Boyd, now just starting to row away with this. 2 boat lengths clear. Hauraki Plains, Cape Bond, Tiana Rangihika across there in lane 3. So no starters in lane 1. No sign of Cashmere in lane 4 either. And then currently sitting inside of Samuel Marsden Collegiate, it's Rotorua Lakes High School of Holly Thompson, Jasmine Sieber. A really good look at these athletes. Such a technical component to the sport too. Mentioned it earlier, anything that involves hydrodynamics, involving movement through the water, normally has a pretty solid technical component to it. About just trying to minimise drag. So we now just start to see Hauraki Plains College just beginning to close the gap here a little bit. Just starting to make their move. Rotorua Lakes High School there in lane 5. Samuel Marsden Collegiate well and truly clear. Rotorua Lakes now move into second place. Hauraki Plains in a bit of trouble here. Going to have to work, going to have to maintain that concentration. It's not so much a case of boats speeding up. Sometimes it's a case of boats slowing down. You can often look at crews and think, oh, they've really taken it up another gear, and sometimes that is the case. You can see the ratings go up, but often too, things will be fairly even. It'll just be one crew starting to fatigue a little bit, just starting to pop and just starting to decelerate. Often talking 10-kilometre running, that's the athlete who decelerates the least over the last part of the run that will ultimately win it, particularly in sports like triathlon. But what an absolutely dominant display here from the crew of Millie Bonifant, Taya Onley-Boyd for Samuel Marsden Collegiate. They will comfortably come down with 250 metres left to row in this D final. They can probably afford just to back off here, enjoy the moment, learn from the experience. Not easy for young athletes turning up to a Maadi Regatta and dealing with the peripheral, dealing with the village, the number of schools, the history that goes with the event. It is so much greater than the sum of its parts. But this is an absolutely emphatic display. Really good performance from the Samuel Marsden Collegiate crew and the girls under 17 double sculls D final. Absolute exhibition. Well done to them. Well done to Samuel Marsden Collegiate. And they'll take the D final. They'll take it comfortably. It'll be Rotorua Lakes High School. They will come down and pick up the silver medal. What a really, really good display from them. One of the smaller schools at this year's Maadi Regatta. And now Hauraki Plains College of Cape Bond and Gianna Rangiheka will pick up the bronze medal. And then on their outside, Hamilton Girls High School of Paige Moka and Luka Barker will finish in fourth. And now coming down and crossing the line, two Sacred Heart girls of Alara Thompson, Elissa Strohmeyer, coached by Gus Burgum. Our next race will be the girls under 17 double sculls C final, sponsored by Notch Calves. And as we do bring you, it's like break up there in pictures, we've got the girls under 17 double sculls C final. And that is well and truly underway through that first 500 metres by the looks of it. We'll just have to come around and give you the exact point on the course that they are. Very much looking like lane 6 though, Whangarei Girls High School. So we've got Marion College in lane 1, St Andrews College in 2, Villa Maria College in 3, their second crew. ACG Strathallan in 4, Diocesan School for Girls in 5, Whangarei Girls High School in 6, Cromwell College in 7, Otago Girls High School in lane 8. So the Whangarei Girls High School team of Lola Eilering, Grace Lazenby, led coached by Chris Williams, comfortably in control on their inside at the moment. We've got Diocesan School for Girls of Isabella Coney, Sophie Pearce. Across the far side there in lane 1, currently sitting in 3rd place is Marion College of Olivia Burak, Peyton Moss, and their coach of course Fiona Mackay. But this again is a really, really good performance coming here from Whangarei Girls High School. So through that 1500 metre mark, And they've got 500 metres to go. They'll be aware of how many strokes that is. They'll be pretty familiar about how many strokes they will push or pull over 2,000 metres. They might not be counting from the start, but they'll get a pretty good idea of what is required. And if the hurt really goes on, they'll be working through in 10s, 20s. Of course, no cocks to urge them on here. Got to just talk to each other. Focus on just connecting those blades. Keeping a good rhythm, great timing, maintaining good form, even in the face of physical and mental duress. So really, really emphatic victory. Going to go the way of Whangarei Girls High School in the C final, courtesy of top-notch calves. Lola Eilering, Grace Lazenby. We have seen some wonderful exhibitions over the 4 days here at the Maadi Regatta. And this is another one. This is emphatic. This is a demolition. These young athletes can take a lot of confidence out of this in terms of the next 12 months. Being under 17, still got another year left, another opportunity to move from, say, C finals into A finals, and certainly the signs are good. It's just now about going away and putting layer and layer of training on top of one another, continuing to progress. Sometimes that progression can be exponential, as we now see coming down and finishing the remaining crews. Fairly even race outside of our winners from Whangarei Girls High School. So now our girls under 17 double sculls semi-final. First four progress through to the final. We've got Craighead Diocesan, James Hargis College, Mount Abbott Grammar School in 3, Iona College in 4, Villa Maria College in 5, Whakatipu High School will start in lane 6, Gisborne Girls High School in lane 7, Glendowie College in lane 8. So Iona College second at the North Island Championships. Mount Abbott Grammar of Emma Curnow, Lila Martin. Certainly one crew to watch as well. Very much looking like Whakatipu High School though at the moment, of Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark. Really have gone out very quickly. It seems to be a tactic by a lot of these crews. Let's get out quickly, let's set ourselves up, let's empower ourselves, let's put pressure to maintain that lead. Let's also just maybe put a little bit of doubt in the other crew's heads. Hey, this shouldn't be going this way. Is that crew that much better than us, or are we having a little bit of a bad day? And so a lot of psychological games going on. As we've talked about though, you've got to train the way you want to race. So if it is about going out quickly, then you've got to show your body and training how to do that. You'll now be able to bring things back, look to try and lengthen out. So in fact, it might be Cambridge College. We've got Iona College on our start list here, so we just a little bit of confusion. We do apologise. So across there, looking like in second place at the moment, Mount Albert Grammar School. And lane 3, Villa Maria College in the mix. So it is lane 6, Wakatipu High School. Across there in lane 4, Iona College. In between both crews, Villa Maria College of Nicola Schumann, India Taylor. They'll come down and take it comfortably. Will Dunstan High School, no, Wakatipu High School. Our girls under 17 double sculls, semi-final 1. Burnside High School, St Hilda's Collegiate, Hauraki Plains College, St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 5 Dunstan High School, lane 6 will be Wanganui High School, lane 7 Pukekohe High School, and lane 8 Hillcrest High School. There's lane 5, Dunstan High School, first at the South Island Championships. Hauraki Plains, first in the North Island Championships, in lane 3. So they're at the moment currently sitting in third between those two schools. We've got St Paul's Collegiate, who were third at the North Island Championships, currently sitting in lane 4. So as it stands at the moment, it's Dunstan High School leading this race. Then it is St Paul's Collegiate, and then it is Hauraki Plains College. On the outside, also starting to make a little bit of a challenge, Wanganui High School. Currently sitting in around 5th place, but looking to try and challenge for that top 4 spot to try and make it through to that A final. Now the hurt goes on. This is about mental fortitude now. This is about belief, remembering the good days in training. Saying that's what we were capable of. Yet we've had a lot of bad days, but that was because of the volume of the sheer work we were doing. We've freshened up now. We've had a big week, but we've got belief. We've got momentum. So Dunstan High School, Ruby Smith, Bella Breen. On their inside, St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate crew of Olivia Waddell, Zara Brangwin, their coaches are Rachel Pollock, Roy Pickard. Really lovely shot here, showing the distance they have travelled. It gives you just a really nice inside look at the technical side of the sport, physiology required, the aerodynamics, and of course the hydrodynamics that go with these skiffs. Be a real sense of relief for all of these crews as they do come down to that 750 metre mark very shortly, knowing then that it's only a 250 metre journey through to that finish line, and the mental and physical pain will be relieved, and there will be that opportunity to recover overnight, switch off, try and relax, before turning up and looking to do all again in some format tomorrow, and certainly finals day as well on Saturday. So it is Dunstan High School comfortably in control on their inside. St Paul's Collegiate. Those schools will definitely go through to that A final. Really good race for third and fourth between Hauraki Plains and now St Hilda's Collegiate starting to make a move as well. St Hilda's Collegiate of Bonnie Turner, Georgia Graham. But Dunstan High School comfortably win this one. St Paul's Collegiate will finish in second place. Coming across the line now in third will be Hauraki Plains College. St Hilda's Collegiate will go through to that A final. So Burnside High School finishing, Hillcrest High School as well, Pukekohe High School. And that will bring a close to the end of day 4 here for the Maadi Regatta 2025. Of course, things heat up tomorrow, finals. Looking forward to the Dawn Cup, coxed for the girls. Of course, the Springbok Shield for the boys. Two of the big trophies on offer, two of the great traditional trophies on offer as we say good night from Karapiro and what has been another exciting day of racing here at the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Tomorrow.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.